Hello. It's me.
Hey, it's your favorite salesman, #1 since 1997.
Also, yeah, I can't.
But sales gone down the drain. Now my life is
I am
full
hyperfixating.
of pain. Well, I got a special
On the
deal for
dream.
folks that are just like you.
I can't not think about it. Oh shit, I closed the wrong thing. Whoopsies. Goodness. Hi. Hello, everybody. How you doing?
It's your favorite salesman, #1 since 1997. But sales
I have never heard that, Ryan. I should probably check it out sometime.
My life is full of pain. Well, I got
Hi, Borromeus. Oh yeah, that's right. I should probably do that thing where my friends can join.
Now that was here, suddenly randomly. I knew them too well.
Unless they're actually not here, and that's, you know, also possible. Whew. Pardon the brief lag. Whenever I move myself, that happens. So guys, what have you been up to? What are you excited for? I saw the announced Resident Evil DLC, which, yeah, I gotta play that. I'm a big baby, but I gotta play that. Hi, Wolf.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
You're very quiet. I gotta turn you up. Or at least turn down my music. Minimum.
I used to be the biggest, but now I need a little generosity.
Or maybe I just gotta turn up everything for me. I think that's the problem. Speak!
Speak.
More! Speak more!
Whoa.
Yeah.
I'm speaking.
You're supposed to talk constantly, you goon! How am I supposed to compare?
Carefully.
You're not at all helpful right now.
Oh, that's fine. Usually I don't know what to talk about when I do this.
You just make noises. It doesn't really matter what you say.
Ah, okay. Ah! Is that better?
No, because you stopped. Okay, thank you. Now we're equalized. There we go. Be like Flora and Vev, just go. Yeah, pretty much. You just need to make constant noise so that people can compare.
I haven't been taught gremlin noises by Riven yet, sadly. Or you.
Well, that's because it's our thing at each other.
That's true. I was about to say someone else does it, and then I realized that someone else is a boyfriend. That makes sense.
Yeah. Remember the next Avengers movie when? Oh my fucking god, that would be... just fucking, like, multi-dimensional, just fucking walks through and just like, oh, this looks a little bit different. There's a Spider-Man! And then she would kick down his door. Peter Parker? Who dat? I don't care. I want to see Spider-Man. And he'll be like web slinging, and then she'll web sling right next to him and be like, hi! And you'll be like, who the fuck are you? And probably like worry about the multiverse breaking again. Probably.
I can't wait for Vev to panic a teenager.
Yeah. Well, he's not a teenager anymore. He is an adult. He has reached college.
That is true. He has reached college. Barely, but it's still there.
It counts. I got some good news. You were able to go home today from the hospital. Oh my god, what did you have? I forgot. I'm glad you're better, though. Oh my gosh, the VTuber Plus is very loud. Hold on, I'm turning that squishy down. Knee surgery? Oh gosh. Yeah, that's really fucking scary. I think I remember that now. I remember commenting particularly about how, like, scary it can be because, like, I've known people who have had, whoa, that's a new update. It didn't, it actually puts like droplets on me now. I'm sorry, that completely, I'm completely derailed. What was I talking about? No, it's not. I'm trying to think, Chrono. It can be a little bit scary because I heard that there are people, you guys are just spamming it now. Why? I'm so glad it's not white anymore. Did you know that it's default white colored? Like, it looks awful.
Oh my god, that sounds awful.
Goodness. Y'all being mean. Work not fun today? I'm sorry.
Eat the duck.
What the?
That wasn't near my face. Rude.
Maybe I should adjust the settings. We'll see. Want to drop what's on the bucket? Yeah. Ugh, the poor gummy. Fucking okay.
I wonder what happens if you block it.
I block it? It'll probably just get on my hand, from what I know.
I'm gonna summon one if you block it.
What? No, hold on, wait. I don't know if this will actually work. Also, I'm blocking my facial tracking. Yeah, so it would get in my hands. But, oh, I see. So it actually doesn't matter. It's just, it automatically just trails down the whole avatar.
Yeah.
That was comfy for a sec. Chat? How am I supposed to... How am I supposed to have a conversation?
You know you're never
Oh my
supposed
gosh,
to
it's
show
spinning!
this.
It's spinning! I'm sorry, that was entertaining.
Never show weakness. It will just spam it if you show weakness.
No! Oh my god, that's horrible. The black and white combo is a little cursed. It's a little cursed. Oh my god.
Wait. Pixelated so it looks like you're being lewd.
Why? Why are you doing this?
There you go.
I mean, you didn't need the pixelization. It was already there. Oh, good. We're back to blue.
Satch.
Yay! Oh my fucking god, the explosions of the Celebrate actually moves the bucket around. I didn't know it did that. That's pretty fucking funny. Anyway! Hi, chat. Wow, yeah. You guys just completely cleaned out my brain. I don't even know what I was gonna talk about many...
I'm assuming RP related things.
I had like a whole like intro and I was gonna talk. Oh my god, stop, Biomike! It was one time! Oh my god. Cholo, thank you so much for the 17 months. I appreciate it, thank you. Oh my god. Let's wiggle in. Why? Okay, I just need to say some fucking anything at this point. Yeah, the question with what Monster Injury would be has actually stumped me. Wholesale.
Yep.
Because I am very particular with things like this. I always make sure that if my characters are hypothetically a monster, like for instance Vivina, I make sure that it encompasses like everything about them. Like everything about them, like symbolically, metaphorically, positive spin, negative spin, all of it.
God, Vev going up against Dr. Doom would be interesting.
I don't even know what all Dr. Doom can do.
A lot. He is hyper intelligent, one of the most intelligent people on the planet. Magic and science. He's both.
Magic on science.
Yes.
Well, she'd probably lose outset. I mean, I don't really know what all he can actually do. Like, I haven't seen him fight anything. I've seen him punch someone, I think. You know.
No phase. Doctor Strange is just magic. When we mean magic and science, just think of like Tony and Doctor Strange kind of together. Also, he's a dictator and has a country. Well, not a dictator. He's a king of a country. Latveria.
Honestly, Doctor Doom would probably just look at her and be like, "Ah, you're a spider." Drops a smoke like a cigarette bomb, and then she just dies. Well, not actually, but she wouldn't be able to fight. Like one of the greatest things that Vivina was worried about during the tournaments is someone finding out that she's hyper weak to like tobacco or like any incense. She would have lost no matter what if someone found that out. Like, it's that bad. Like,
She
they
fought
just...
Maggie.
I mean, if she fought Maggie, it would be... Well, if she fought Maggie, it would be like a pheromone who is the quickest draw sort of thing. They would both lose. They would tie. They would start making out, and it would be over.
Ryan, that is a huge understatement. He hates Reed Richards in the Fantastic. It is a very petty and spiteful hate.
I now know why he hates Reed Richards, because I watched like a 2-hour video.
You didn't finish it.
Lore. I know, but still. Vev versus Hulk?
Hulk, I'm sorry.
I mean, depends on the fucking lore set, apparently, Wolf, because Hulk apparently is a big baby bitch, depending on the universe.
Hulk is what the comic writer needs him to be if he is not the main liner, meaning the person it's not his comic. They like to make him weaker, otherwise he will beat everyone. Except for like very specific people.
So, in other words, most of the time, he is a big baby bitch.
Yes, but then you have other times where he's functionally immortal.
Yes.
Where he can cut off his arm or his head.
And there is also a lot of evil Supermans. A lot of them.
Those are main when I'm talking about main continuity, not evil Superman, which is alternate.
Yeah. There's lots of evil Superman, though. It's not just one comic series.
I know.
So what I'm saying is...
That is not Earth 1 Superman, is what I'm saying.
When you think of Hulk, you think of him as complete, absolute, most OP-ness, which is for the comic's sake, which is like not even most of the time.
I'll put it this way. Most comic book writers, at least people who understand and are like competent, will use his full breadth and have the story make sense while him not destroying it for very specific reasons. And then you have very bad comic book writers who take him and be like, he suddenly punches someone and they don't die for some reason. That type of thing.
That's true.
And also, I don't think we should take bad writing, a bad writing of a character. Like,
I think that's your opinion.
Someone writing a character badly as like that is the way that he would fight. I'm like, no, that's
but
not
that's most of the time, Wolf.
It's not most of the time. I'm sorry, it's not.
I am partially fucking with you, but
I'm fully aware of that.
Because I know that Hulk is like your favorite fucking one. So
yes, he is.
So you might be a little bit biased.
I think I am 100% biased, but I uphold my I show my bias. Say I am biased.
I have one thing that I would say, and it's that I think Vivina would win for like two particular circumstances. One, if her actually like making him not kill, like not fight, and it becomes a draw, and she uses talk no jutsu, then that would be considered a win.
No, you
and
would
then
win.
Pheromones, also.
Pheromones. Okay, so there are two possible scenarios that I can think. If Vec can get close enough, where he does not immediately attack her, because if he immediately attacks her, I'm sorry, he's blunt damage all the way.
Yeah.
He punches them.
Kaboom.
You're gonna explode basically immediately. If he manages to talk to him for any amount of time, the pheromones, which if I remember correctly, removes anger.
It
or like dampens like aggressive emotion.
It specifically so it does like basically three things. It fucks with your ability to make decisions. It it makes you focused entirely on her in a way as though she is not a threat, specifically. And third, that it is something that she is something that you want, whether it be platonically, romantically, something of that sort.
Okay. So, in my mind, it really depends on the Hulk, because you have more intelligent Hulks like Professor Hulk. If Professor Hulk was there, he would essentially just clap at you when you do the pheromones, and the pheromones would just blow away. And they just be, oh, hello, grabs you by the throat.
Yeah.
But if it's like Savage Hulk, which is much more mindless, she would be able to pharaoh him, and he would focus on her and become a lot more docile, less angry, which will make him weak. The only thing I could think that would put a damper on that is if someone else intervenes, which could cause him to get angry.
That always fucking happens with her. They
And
never
if-
let her use her talk no jutsu.
And if he gets angry, he'll keep getting angry, which will cause him to kind of break it. Also, to be fair, it has been known in the comics that Hulk has a natural defense against mind control, because his mind is
It's not mind control, it's a drug.
It is a drug, but he has a natural defense against any those type of like influences, because his mind is so hard to maneuver, because it's literally just like a burning ball.
Yeah. I think outset though, if Avina was ever in a scenario where the Hulk was even aggressive towards her, she would, if she recognized that he was, not, I mean, if he's, this is basically how it would go. She'd see him, he'd be like, "Rah, I'm a big Hulk," and she would just be like, "Oh, you're so cool!" and just like fucking gush at him and be like, "Yo, what's your name? Can we be friends?" And just, he's just like fucking like attacking, just jumping out of the way. Just fucking,
Yeah, that might work if
Yeah.
it's like normal Hulk. If he was just like walking around, he just saw you, he was like, "What the fuck are you?" And then he just started like gushing at him. You might make him uncomfortable.
That'd be
happened
really
before.
funny. Because you'd be like, "Oh my gosh, wait, you're smart and strong at the same time. Oh my goodness. I gotta introduce you to my sister. You're so fucking cool." Knowing her, yeah.
Yeah.
The uncomfortable Hulk. Yeah, I feel like she would be pretty stoked about Hulk as a person, because he's basically a shifter human that turns into like a bigger, greener human, which is
Yeah.
would be so fucking fascinating to her.
Also, he is a scientist when he's
Yeah.
not big,
He's
so he'd be
smart.
like Beasling.
And strong. It's perfect. Smart enough to apparently figure out time travel. So
Oh no, he is one of the more intelligent people. He's not the most intelligent, but Bruce Banner is.
yeah,
very
he's
much
like
up
one
there.
of those like upper. Yeah.
Surprisingly, at least surprisingly to most people who don't know, Spider-Man's up there too.
Yeah, he is. Also.
Yeah, in that video I showed you, there's a moment where that comes into play, which I think you would like.
Yeah.
Where it's not his powers, but his intelligence that people get impressed by.
Yeah.
Would that be a mutant if she was in the comics?
Yes, she would, but for her own species.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
So-
she is a literal genetic mutation, her and her entire siblings. But I don't know if that classifies as a mutant or not.
No, for a very specific reason. So a mutant and a experiment are two different things. So Spider-Man is an accident, but he's also technically like an experiment, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Then you have a mutant. So a mutant is essentially someone born with a genetic marker that makes them predisposed into getting extraordinary ability. So my question to you, would that classify theft?
I mean, she did have, okay, so yes and no, because she was born with the abilities because of a gene that made her able to do that. She is a literal mutant. I don't know if she's a comic book mutant.
That's what I'm asking. That's why I specified the exact definition. Ryan, she actually probably be more in line with Inhuman, because Inhumans are essentially people experimented to have a genetic disposition with an activation with the pterodismus.
She doesn't dive to Scarlet Witch. Cool.
Wow. Spoilers much. I'm kidding.
I mean, it's fucking. If Matt Pat has talked about it, I think it's pretty out there.
Oh no, that's one of her most famous moments.
Yeah.
It's also where she did a corporate retcon on the entire Marvel universe because they didn't own mutants, they owned humans, so they wanted to get rid of most mutants so they could shift
that's
it.
right.
So she's like, "Oh, we're gonna make this entire storyline so these characters are out of the picture."
That would be close enough that they'd let her attend the Xavier school. Yeah, that's assuming that they would be allowed to take her in the first place.
Attention, she can attend as a. There are students that attend the Xavier that don't live there. She would just be allowed to be there. Also,
I think she did, Deadshaw. I'm not totally sure though. At the very least, she's assumed that Maggie has that kind, considering how she reacted when Vivina spoke about her pheromone. At the very least, I assumed, thus Vivina assumed, judging by her reaction. I'd rather that she would be inspired to make one. So, matter of time, really.
They might think she's a Murloc.
Murloc?
A Murloc are mutants that have mutated abilities, but also have non-advantageous changes to their physical appearance that make them either too extraordinary for a normal society or actual deformity. Basically, the mutants that look like really not human and scare humans.
Yeah, at least at first.
Wolverine would be terrifying to vet because he would literally be able to cut her kind immediately. Like,
what was special about his claws again?
Adamantium. They're indestructible and they're incredibly sharp. Like, cut through most things sharp.
Define most things.
Steel, a lot of other very strong
Is it solid steel? Are we talking like steel beams, or are we talking like
yes, steel
outer
beams.
chassis?
No. Steel, solid steel. It takes a few swipes to go through steel beams.
It's a few swipes. Okay. He can't just swipe through a girder, but he can do it. Yeah. I had to look up the like density of fucking chitin because bear in mind, steel is actually like weaker than bone, and I think that chitin is stronger than bone if I remember right. I don't remember though. Oh, I didn't know this. Oh, neat.
Oh, she would love Beast. Like wholesale, like correct me if I'm wrong, Chrissy, but Bev would love Beast.
What's Beast again? Remind me.
Blue furry mutant that is super intelligent and likes to read books upside down while on the ceiling.
Wasn't he like a cat at one point?
He's like a cat looking, but he doesn't have a cat face anymore. But yeah, he's like a cat looking.
I mean, if there anyone who is physically strong and also intelligent, automatically makes her brain go. Pfft.
Oh, she would. Oh my god, Nightcrawler.
Yeah.
He's such a soft, sweet boy.
Yes, those are always the best ones. In particular, I know that she would love Spider-Man because he's just such a dork. Like just he has Jacoby-isms that she would just be all about.
Plus, he's repping spiders very well.
Yes, exactly. And he's a good boy, and he's smart, and he's... She would be obsessed. Spider Monkey from X-Men?
I know there's a Spider-Man that's a monkey in a monkey alternate universe that's called Spider Monkey.
Spider Monkey. I mean, there's also Spider Pig.
Yes.
Peter Porker.
Peter Porker. Actually, how would Vev feel about Xavier since he is a telepath?
Does he just talk in minds, or does he?
No, he talks normally, but he can go through people's minds.
Yeah,
he has
but
the
like,
ability.
in what way can he go through people's minds? Like, does he only talk? Does he like implant himself into your subconscious? Does he read your memories? Does he
All of the above.
rewrite your memories?
He is a supremely powerful mutant, and he does one thing, which is telepathy.
Yeah. Okay. So.
So yes, he can go inside your
Telepathy
dreams.
can
He
do-
can astral project. He can rewrite your memories. He can change your personality. He can talk in your mind. He can talk in multiple people's minds. He can be the entire
And
planet.
mind control?
Yes, and mind control.
Then yes, you would hate him.
He doesn't do that, but yes.
Maybe okay, maybe. Just because of things that you and I know.
Yeah.
A lot of it is how they use it, but oftentimes just the fact of having it at all makes her inherently hostile.
That's also true. David is correct. When a mutant or like a thing is being destructive, like it's like threatening the lives of a lot of people, he will take control of it for a second to stop it, essentially.
It depends. Like physically stopping their bodies versus like completely controlling their mind hits different.
It does.
Because like there's
But
a difference
he's-
between like saying hey time out versus hey you're causing a problem, I'm no longer making you a problem forever.
Not forever.
I mean, even temporarily or forever, it doesn't matter for her. You don't do that.
I think Tree Scratch is right. Hate just on principle until explanation.
Pretty much. Like, she almost fucking hated Comp's character. Until they did various investigations about, like, how and what exactly the principles of, and actions of his spells work, assuming they're telling the truth, which is possible that they could be lying, but we'll see.
What are his abilities?
He is able to calm animals, which is technically a charm. And he is
Only
also
animals?
able to control animals, yes.
Interesting. Beastmaster.
Yeah. Which,
Also-
at first explanation, sounded like something that she would hate. Especially if he was doing it openly, right? Like, just wantonly not really caring. Like how she pretty much caught him doing with the griffins. But what ended up happening is that it's actually, apparently, the first part is it basically supplanting into the animal's mind, hey, I want to do this. Are you okay with that? And then the second half of the spell can only actually fucking work if they say, oh, yeah. Because sometimes,
So they created consensual mind control.
sort of. But at least for that's for the calm one. For the other one, it basically translates his intent. And they can do or won't do it depending, apparently. Which doesn't... that sounds a little complicated. I feel like it would just be a little bit simpler to just be able to have your words be understood by animals. But even that's a little bit strange in the AA universe because all the animals somehow understand people anyway.
Yeah, no. It's weird. Also, Vev would lose her mind when she realizes what Cerebro can do.
I'm guessing it has something to do with the mind, considering the name implications.
When he's using Cerebro, his capabilities are increased severalfold, and he can, like, go through the entire planet, essentially.
So we can mind control the whole planet?
If you wanted to.
Yeah, Heike, she might just kill him just to save everyone else in her mind, because that's too much.
I'm sorry, David, but, like, there have been several points where it's been pretty clear that he's strong enough to do it. He's not going to, but he could.
It's one of those situations where it's a what if he was actually a bad guy.
Yeah, that's why they gave him that ability. They up until the Purple Man, they only gave that the telepathy to, or like that type of suggestion to good guys, because they didn't want to go through the horribleness that would happen if it was a bad.
Yeah.
What would suck is that you would have the entire everyone tell him like, oh, he's a civil rights leader, he's important for their movement, he's helping them be free, and things of that nature.
If she were to use her root, no, she wouldn't. Wholesale, if she had the ability that she did, all that she would use it for is no one shall be charmed ever again.
Her version of No More Mutants.
Basically.
Also, she would fucking love Ant-Man because he has pet ants.
Yes.
That he names. That he can talk to.
Very good.
Anthony.
Anthony.
I also love that he names all his ants after ant puns.
Well, that's just necessary. Oh, man. I was sitting here thinking, oh, what would happen if Avena met Loki? He would mind control her and it would be over. He would be so amused by her overreaction.
If we're talking about MCU Loki, he technically can't do that.
Yes, he can.
No,
He did that in Loki.
No, he didn't. That was actually what made him different than the other one.
What?
That's what was
The
that was
train
her supposed to
scene.
do. No, okay. The train scene was him becoming in disguise and then going through it, and then he was failing, and then she took control. When like, oh, here, and then she took control of the guy, like charmed him essentially.
Oh, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, it was the female Loki.
Right.
Also, spoilers, by the way.
Well, I mean, that doesn't matter if you say that afterwards, Wolf.
Still spoilers.
Sure, but you don't say that after. You say that before.
I could go into more detail and did say spoilers.
Say
Spoilers and then go into more detail. There you go. I flipped it.
You can only mind control the staff. Ah, that's what I was thinking of. Okay, yeah. Gator
Yeah.
Loki is best Loki, I agree. He's such a good boy.
So he would be like Albert. He would be like an illusionist. And melee combat, he uses.
I wonder if she would be able to see through his illusions, because like the only reason why she can't with Albrecht is because they made it very specific.
Yes, she would be able to because he's still physically there.
Yeah, she'd get him.
He's also significantly stronger because he's an Asgardian.
Yeah. Well, to
So
be
she'd be
precise, Albrecht is physically there. It's just that he apparently has illusions so powerful that it can trick Tremor Sense.
He pseudo phase shifts. He doesn't exist in that reality up until that point.
I
sort of.
don't know. That's not how it was explained to me.
I know. I'm giving you an explanation in my head. I don't know the actual explanation. You have more details than I do.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you. Yeah, he doesn't have all senses. It's just, how would I put this? It's confusing when an illusionist can do that for a sensory that they do not have. And they cannot understand or put into, like, manifest.
It would be better if he could do that up until he started, like, talking to...
Yeah, that would be neat. That would be neat. And it would be like a whole, like, aha, I need to account for a whole new thing kind of experience. But, you know, it's fine. It's cool. The bodies from the drowning pool in the one scene. From DS2. What's DS2?
I genuinely don't know.
DS2? Ida's one makes complete sense to me. After she explained it to me. Oh, Doctor Strange too. Yeah. Yeah.
Wanda, oh my god. Devin Wanda.
Mm.
There's no question if who would win. I think you.
Well,
you
duh.
Yeah, it's like no.
She literally has fucking reality changing powers. You can't do that unless you're someone who actually can do similar shit like Doctor Strange. And even then, he didn't really defeat her totally. She just kind of gave up.
Spoilers.
Yeah. I mean, the way that I view illusionists is that they're basically story writers. They make a story through senses. They're basically writers, like, physically, they have to account for every single sense, and they have to meticulously craft it in, like, every aspect of it in, like, a 3D space.
Yep. They're essentially a VFX artist.
Yeah, well, not even just that, but, like, because it's not just visual effects. They are also, like, sound effects. They are smell effects, physical effects. It's just all of it. Use illusionary reality from D&D, but it's not D&D as far as I know.
No.
Vev versus
Lelouch.
He uses a Geass on her and she loses.
Yeah, I was thinking.
He literally has a OP one-shot
Charm.
you're fucked move. And it's a charm, so like for all we know, it would fucking last forever on her or something, or she'd take it extra far or who knows what.
I would love to see Lelouch's reaction when he does that, and then she suddenly just fucking calls him queen. And just like goes
And he's like,
really hard.
what's happening? Like he can't do a subtle one, so it accidentally exposes him. And he's just like,
Oh yeah, he's trying to infiltrate AA, so he goes to Vev like in the middle of a conversation, like a couple people say, "Oh hey," and then tries to like gas her, like and take her, and then she just fucking just screams the queen, runs at him.
The queen! What are you doing here? Hold on, I think I've noticed a speck of dirt on your shoulder. Let me take care of that. And he's just like, she's just following him around. He's like, oh my god, I can't get her off my ass. That's the part where he loses, I think. Sort of. Well, he would probably try and kill her. And that would maybe work, unless she was somehow just constantly dodging him by complete comedy circumstance. Because in terms of physical strength, she would kick his ass. He's a little lanky dude. Little lanky boy. But, like...
That,
thing.
or if he, for whatever... He doesn't know about it, so he would try to...
Yeah.
He wouldn't be like, I should do this in private. He might do it in, I don't know, Neurali or Linux there or something if he's trying to infiltrate AA.
Yeah. Vev versus Iron Man? That depends. Does Iron Man know of her and can prepare? If he can prepare, Iron Man. If not, Vivina maybe wins. Maybe.
Iron Man because nanobots.
Oh yeah.
Also, lasers.
Tremor sense.
He flies
That's fine. She can web him down.
with lasers.
That's fine.
Also, orbital lasers that he doesn't need to move to activate.
Well, yeah, that's the part that sucks. Like, basically the only way that she would be able to win in an Iron Man fight is if he was completely off guard and she was given a perfect opportunity just...
Yeah, the only way you can win against Iron Man in that situation is if he were in human form and he was attracted to you.
That's kind of funny. But if they were both given time to prepare, Iron Man would win if he was able to initiate the fight. Vivina might win by sneaking into his fucking room. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe. That's hard even then because his security system's absurd. But she itty bitty spider. He would have to make all of his like sensors literally scream at like the tiniest house spider that moves in.
It wouldn't work. It would work. You would be able to go through it, and then every time after that, it would not, because he would make it so you can't do that again.
Yeah, she would basically have only like one shot of breaking in. Because like if we're being totally technical, Vivina, there's nothing stopping Vivina from making herself even smaller. Like way smaller. But besides like mild balancing stuff, well, not really mild, but balancing stuff and visibility. Because you kind of need to be visible for Ascension Academy, especially if you have things like NPCs or AOD. Because they need to be able to see you to like react to you. And if you're like a microscopic like fucking dot, how are you supposed to react or know that anything is happening to you? She's Ant-Man, but she can't scale her strength yet.
No. No BDSM ants. Oh, God.
God, fucking BDSM ants. Iron Man symbiote / liquid armor? I have no idea what that is. It's probably a comic thing.
It's the nanomachines. That's what they're talking about.
Ah.
It looks like liquid,
Oh, neat.
if I remember correctly. Also, Venom. Oh my God, Venom.
Dude, they would just look at each other and be like, oh, you also like eating people?
They also refer to their perfect harmony with each other, and they call each other we. They say we are Venom. We do this.
Yeah. She would be stoked about that. She's like, oh, that reminds me of the bond I have with my sister. And it's just like, what? And they're like, then they like sit down. They're like eating tacos. Except hers has like, you know, actual like flesh in it. And they're just both, or it's not flesh. And she's like lamenting, saying like, oh God, this just doesn't taste as good. And he's just like, I know, right? It's like, yeah. A lot of Avena meeting like the superheroes from like any fucking place is just her literally nerding out because she just loves she loves mutants, she loves anything that's unusual, and she loves anything that's strong, which is, you know, and in her interpretation of strong is that thing about what to use her fingerprints and what their use is. She doesn't know what their use actually is. She just knows that it would make her seem more normal, and she has no idea what the fuck to make her prints. Like, she's considering making them like have like little spider like web patterns on them so that she can like make little yeah. But like but this makes her like fucking crazy when fingerprinting technology comes in.
I just realized that she could technically like hide messages.
Yeah.
Or she can like, if she needs to like leave a message, she can literally have her fingerprint be like a small message.
Yeah, she can make like a fucking typewriter with her fingers.
Tip her finger in ink and then put it like in the corner of the page of a letter and just, oh, there's a fingerprint there. And then people look at it closely and like, oh wait, it says like.
There's like a whole fucking autobiography in there.
Carnage, I don't know if she would like her. You know
I don't know
about
anything
Carnage?
about Carnage yet.
Carnage is God. He's crazy. He's also a serial killer.
Ah. Just because.
His body's a serial killer. The symbiote is also crazy, and they kind of bonded and found unlikely partnership with each other.
Yeah, that's not as cool. Because, like, if it was like, oh, I'm killing because my symbiote needs it, she'd be like, oh, say less. But, you know.
Yeah, Carnage is the symbiote's an enabler for Cletus Cassidy and Keith, which is the same code.
Yeah, I see. Do Vev's spider senses tingle? Well, yes. Those are the only senses she has.
God, she meets Spider-Man, she's talking to him, and then they both their tremor sense activate at once. And then she turns to him, like, oh my God, you have tremor sense.
Yeah. It's a good question of whether or not his things actually tremor sense or just like something else entirely. Because
it
is
something else entirely.
Yeah, I think it would be different because how would I put this? He can sense when danger is about to happen. He can sense when I think he can still sense where people are, even in darkness. Yep. But so he has a sort of tremor sense, but it's a bit different.
He can flight blind. He has done that before.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it would be hypothetically as acute as an actual spider, but like different. Like it covers for different things.
It is pretty acute. I don't think it would be as acute as hers, but it would also be different. Yeah, I agree. Basically, she would be like, you have like a mutated tremor sense, essentially.
Yeah, and she'd be stoked about it and be like, hey, can you feel this? And then she does like something super tiny cute. Maybe he feels it, maybe he doesn't. I don't know.
Also, it might just be that he hasn't trained it because he just uses it.
True.
And then she becomes like his bug sensei.
Oh, dude, that would be so cute. She would be all over him. It would make sense. That's something that she absolutely would to do for basically free even. It would be just like, you're also a spider? And she'd like be doing like all these spider things at him. And he's like, wait, you didn't do the thing. And he's like, what do you mean? And she's like, oh. And then just training montage happens.
That is actually, that's a version of his ability. Basically, either it's Tremor Sense or it's that, which is a Madam Web. I love Madam Web. Who can see potential passive fate in time, and Spider Sense is super weak version. His shit's OP though. Like what makes him powerful is a Spider Sense.
Yeah.
Like he's strong, but there are people that are stronger than him. There are people that are faster.
But it's the spider sense that helps him like basically make sure he doesn't get hit.
I don't know. He's impossible to fight if you don't know what you're doing. Like Vev's like sparring with him. He's like, oh, I can't even hit you.
Yeah.
And he's got super punches, and she'd be like, oh.
Yeah, he's
I'm trying
really
to do
strong.
that.
I wonder if is he stronger than her?
Presently, yeah. Like if we're going by like the actual like comic, like punch someone's fucking jaw off kind of strength, yeah. But
He can lift 10 tons.
I can't put weight into physical things, Wolf. I'm pretty sure he's stronger than she is.
20,000 pounds.
That doesn't help. So, car's about 2 tons. 5 cars. I think that's more than her. I'm pretty sure. So, she can't do that yet. But if we like cut forward to like,
Can she lift Rook?
yes.
He was 4 tons apparently.
Oh.
So he would be able to lift 2.5 Rooks.
Aha. She can only lift 1 rook. And
There you go.
extras.
We found the measurement. Rooks.
Oh! Giant spider with a workout bandana. Oh, that'd be so cute. I think they did that in I'm a Spider, So What? They gave them the workout bandana. But
That's hilarious.
yeah, like fast forward in like 1,000 years. Maybe even less than that. Yeah, probably less than that. She would be able to be a little bit closer to that because she needs to compact the muscle.
I just realized a potential storyline. Vev actually meets Spider-Man pre his mutation. Not his first mutation. You know, the one where he got like multiple arms. And then she like convinces him or like helps him cope with that because he like freaked out because like he was trying to get to a spider.
Yeah. Oh, the man spider arc? Yeah.
Yeah. He was turning into a full spider. There's actually a what if where he turns into a full spider.
Poor guy. Yeah, that would be cute.
He was like a very fuzzy spider too. He was like had a lot of fuzz.
No, well, all spiders are to an extent hairy, but you know.
Yeah, he was like really fur.
He was like a
really
tarantula. I'm preserving.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tarantulas have a fuzz on them that are basically quills that they shoot.
Yeah. He sort of turns into it, not really.
Bev meets Madam Web. She would probably just be stoked and be like, "Oh, I knew it! Only a spider could do a job like this."
Spin fate, yeah.
Yeah, basically see where everything fits into place.
She'd be like, "Are you a deity?" Kind of. I'm like, understand.
She probably wouldn't even ask if she was a deity. She'd just be like, it just makes sense that someone who is a spider would be able to do this. I was like, so he can turn it into like an actual spider, or do you just look like this and you call yourself a spider? Oh god. Accidentally insults.
Here. This is how she would look.
I I mean, I've seen a picture of Madam Web. I just don't know if she has the ability to turn into like a spider. Is that a chair or is that her?
That's a chair.
Yeah. That's not the same.
Yeah, the problem with comic books, like specifically Marvel, is that they have a hard time going full on.
It's because they're cowards.
Most of the time. Sometimes they do, and it's very surprising. But
Well, when they
yeah.
do, then it's great. Doesn't even give her spider legs on her back. That's pretty cool, Ryan. I like that. He's from Beast Wars? Ah. Makes sense. That's like all the animals ones.
You want to know something funny, Mega? That's actually a reference to the What If, where he keeps the arm. That particular Spider-Man exists in the multiverse.
That's cool.
Yeah, what happened was that he couldn't come up with a cure in time, and he had to keep the arm. He was very sad about it, by the way. He was thinking that he could never be normal.
Yeah. That's a big deal for him, is being able to have both.
Yeah, both lives.
Yeah.
He eventually talks to Reed, who makes him like arm sleeves that have like stealth tech on them, so the arms are invisible. But they're still there. He still builds into them, but yeah.
Yeah. Like Arachnia. Neat. My shake melted yet? It is.
Poggers.
It's kind of icy. It wasn't worse than giving up his marriage to Mephisto.
We don't talk about that, Ryan. No one talks about that. Doesn't exist in here. That comic does not exist in Ba Sing Se.
After knowing Rook, how would Vev react to Transformers? Scream. Rook was the exception.
She doesn't want like 5-story tall giant robots.
No. She would still freak out if she saw another robot in general. She still freaks out at the fucking like donkey bucket headed like little automatons
I'm
in
sorry.
Asperia.
So dude, it's just triggering me. Like, do you know how dumb this fucking was? So Aunt May gets shot. Aunt May's like 80. She is currently dying in the hospital. Mephisto shows up to him and Aunt May, not him and Mary, and tells him, "I will heal your aunt if you give up your life. You forget your relationship, essentially." And he says yes to this.
That's dumb.
He saved
I
an 80-year-old
understand,
woman.
but that's dumb.
Yes, everyone hated it for a long time, which is why the both the actual thing and the meme is that we don't talk about that comic.
I didn't know that the Dragon Prince just dropped a fucking new trailer. Holy shit. I'm excited.
Same difference, Daver. Come on. Don't actually me.
Vev would
Pulls up
react to
glasses.
Optimus in the same way that she would any automaton, and the bigger they get, the more shrill her scream.
Jack, are you talking about comic Aunt Stacy and comic Mary Jane, or are you talking about the movie depiction? If you're talking about the movie depictions, I agree with you. If you're talking about the comics, then I'm sorry. No. You are factually incorrect. I'm sorry.
Comic nerds are gonna kill each other.
Gwen Stacy was only like, she became more important post-mortem, if that makes sense. It became a cultural touchstone for comics and specifically Spider-Man. But before then, she was not. People don't remember how she was before. Gwenpool is funny. I do like Gwenpool.
Wasn't she the one that he accidentally dropped?
So the situation was that Green Goblin was holding her, and then he went to try to save her. She fell off a tower, if I remember correctly, a clock tower, inside a clock tower.
And
then
he
he
webbed
tried
her,
to
but she
grab-
still snapped her neck. Yep.
Yeah, because of momentum.
Yep. And he was just like, "Oh, I'm so glad I got you," and she was fucking dead.
Yep. It was actually left up to the reader whether or not he killed her or the Green Goblin killed her, because he didn't know at the time.
Neat.
He did catch her wrong. He forgot about momentum.
Okay, guys. I'm gonna play a fun game with you guys because the question for Indra left me stumped. What would all of the humans be if they were monsters?
In
Ascension Academy.
Okay. This is hard. That would be
Remember, you don't just choose the monsters that you like. You know what, dude, bro? Good job. Correct. Absolutely correct answer. Best answer, in fact.
Jack, I'm sorry. No, Felicia Hardy is a terrible love interest for Spider. She's a great character, but they're not good for each other. That is the entire point of their relationship.
I've never heard Wolf get into a ship war before. This is a first.
I'm sorry, they're just not. They're just
This is genuinely entertaining. Deadpool versus Vev, and you can see being a C's off and they become friends. I mean, Deadpool versus Vev would be like, she would figure out that he's thank you for the raid! She would basically find out that he's functionally immortal and be like so fucking curious about it. She'd be like, yo, can I just like... I just want to see what happens, like, when she, like, does various things, and they just don't even fight anymore. They just, like, fucking, like, yo, what would happen if you ate a firework? And it would just be like that for, like, 2 days.
Alright, I'm sorry. Oh, Michael has a slime. Yes. I love slime.
I don't know if... I mean, that, again, Wolf, you are thinking of the things that you like, not things that they represent.
I don't know what he would represent, because there's not a lot of monsters that are non-aggressive.
It's not about the aggression, it's about what they symbolize.
That's fair. Also,
or
Jack,
what they do. It
don't make
can
me
be
fight
either.
you. Jack, don't make me fight you. I will fight you.
Hey, 404, if you're still here, tell me what monster Darling would be. You know what Carver would be? I could see Carver as a vampire because he's a prince. He lives on his privilege quite exorbitantly.
What monster would Darling be?
Yeah, they asked me this for Indra, and I was genuinely stumped. The closest I got to werewolf, but that's still not satisfying to me. Because of her backstory stuff, but like it's a werewolf is the problem that I have with the werewolf thing for Indra is that she has a whole thing where she could kill particular people, right, even people that she cares about, but she's calculating in it, like it's like cold. But werewolves aren't that. They're a loss of control.
Yeah, it's like this is a tricky one because you know what I think honestly, and it's such a VR thing to think about. Because Indra is strong but playful, but she hides her emotions, but has this, it's not quite a nobility, but it's definitely a sense of privilege, a prestige. I would honestly think that it's like a nine-tailed kitsune. It's something which is in the realm of not quite a trickster, but something that definitely has the power to fuck your day up if you really get on the wrong side of it. Yeah.
Usually when I'm thinking of, monsters usually represent the worst sides of us. So when usually the thing that I ask myself is, what is the worst side of this person? And I try and put it into like monster terms. which I haven't found. You know what it is. I'm not saying what it is, but you know what it is. And I haven't found something that's satisfying enough for me in terms of that answer.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's the symbolism that matters.
Yeah, it's the symbolism that matters. Gosh.
It's not what damage they can do to you. It's not how strong they are. It's that.
I think honestly at that point, if we're going for that sort of symbolic thing, I would honestly say the werewolf is Darling's then.
Yeah, I can see Darling absolutely is a werewolf, 100%.
I'm sorry, Chrissy. Can I time out Jack for a joke?
No.
Satch.
I think, yeah, I would say that Darling gets a werewolf purely, and then I don't mean like in these sort of werewolf RPG. I mean more like the sort of classic Wolfman beast within a loss of control from the anger and addiction issues he had,
and the fear of him actually like hurting people that he cares about. So he like locks himself away, so to speak.
Oh yeah, he was a very caged character. There was a real sort of beast within kind of arc waiting to happen there.
Yeah. Yeah, like Darling, easy. The werewolf absolutely fits.
Yeah, Darling,
His
easy.
mother would be a vampire.
No,
for
absolutely
sure.
not. Absolutely not. No, I think his mother would absolutely be your sort of classical dragon on a horde. I'm thinking this sort of classical, not like the D&D dragon. We're not talking D&D dragon. I'm talking the sort of classic medieval. It's sort of allegorical towards like greed and gluttony and power that is accreted but is not being used towards good purpose as it's gotten older and not being like, there was a point where it might have been youthful and powerful and moving, but now it's this dragon on a horde and it's in its twilight years. I think Darling's mom is absolutely that kind of, we're
basically thinking of the same thing, because what vampires represent is basically the rich feeding upon the poor, and they have like these big fancy big mansions, and they literally suck people's blood, making them basically a parasite upon like the greater population. So
here's why I think I'm going that way versus, because I see exactly what you're saying, and I don't think you're wrong.
No, I'm hearing I want to hear your take.
I've got that 7-page document on DMPD4 and some of the shit she pulled with her own children and grandchildren for political reasons.
Oh.
And there's definitely that whole the sort of eating of the virgins, if you will, sort of bit of it.
Okay.
There's definitely some sacrificial things that are happening there, which I think are more draconic in their ruthlessness than necessarily vampiric.
That makes sense.
I'm sorry, I just have to say, Jack, that is actually just 100% incorrect. That is not Jessica Drew.
404, there's a ship war happening. Just while we are talking about monsters, there are comic book nerds screaming about who is the best ship for Spider-Man.
Who is the best ship for Spider-Man?
You were lied to, Jack. That is actually 100% not the case. Her father is Jonathan Drew, and she's from England.
Okay, so if we're talking, are we actually going to engage in this, or do we want to stay in the monster topic? Because the monster topic is much more engaging to me mentally.
Monster topic, cool.
I want to stay in the monster topic because I don't want to continue Jack saying wrong opinion.
I mean, that's a perfectly valid set of reasoning right there. A perfectly valid set of reasoning. But like here, do you want some DMPD4 lore dumping? I can give you some.
I was actually thinking about Michael, and actually, so far, the only thing I can think of is Ghost.
Ghosts are too varied. You'd have to nail it down to a specific type of ghost.
Yeah, there's like, not even a specific ghost, a specific type of haunting.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, I think when you look at it from the perspective of don't define it as a ghost, but define the type of haunting, that gets a little more real.
If we're going by the worst version of him, is someone stuck in a moment.
He's a stone tape.
What?
Okay, so there's a particular type of haunting, and usually you only found this sort of if you ever sort of heard about there's a particular type of like witch or wizard who was called one of the clever men of England, who would be walking around with all these like weird iron gadgets and goggles and stuff on them. And they were warding off evil spirits wandering between villages. And it's a very weird bit of English folklore. And one of the sort of hauntings was called a stone tape, which was essentially things happened in his place where the stones absorbed it. And it would actually just replay that moment when people were around it and they would see that moment. It was like it was playing a tape from the stone, if you will. It was like we're playing a recording. And it's a horrible thing because the things that are acting it out seem to have emotion and cognizance of the moment and recognize when other people are stepping in to observe them and could possibly harm them or make them feel bad or what have you. But then they just immediately end and it just resets itself. They're constantly forced to recycle through whatever that usually very negative thing was. There's a lot of different terms for it, but that's the one that I'm most familiar with.
Today I learned.
I know way too much about weird folklore.
Yeah, so you'll be essentially that type of like haunting.
Yeah, that sort of caught in a moment. Like like a good example of that from the American side. If you want a little bit of a horror take on it, because I listen to all manner of horrible things, and this is what I do to like make me happy when I feel bad. There was a young actress. This is like back in 1920s, not the Black Dahlia, but in similar time frame in Hollywood. And she'd gotten, stop me if you've heard this one, small streamers. She'd gotten to a certain limited amount of success and just couldn't seem to break through beyond it. And just got to a point where she just felt like everything was working against her and let it get into her head. And fortunately, she climbed up to the top of the H in the Hollywood symbol and threw herself off of it. She died. Hikers have repeatedly, when hiking in the area at certain times of day, seen a confused young woman who matches her description in 1930s clothing. And then she's not there when they get close. She's constantly reliving that moment after impact. And is confused as to how she's there. Yeah, it's very Ouroboros. That's a good way to put it. I think people would understand that. Maybe it's a little more accessible way to term it.
I almost classified Indra as an Ouroboros, but that's more of like a symbol in of itself than in like an actual creature. You know
I love how chat's in there now being like, 404, stop hurting us with stories. No.
I love story time with 404. That's how I got into ATK.
Repeatedly.
Yes.
But I don't think Indra's an Ouroboros so much as Indra has...
She has Ouroboros qualities to her. Very much.
I think she has two major ones, is how I would say it without spoiling it.
Yeah.
But that being said, while they're definitely something which informs a lot of her decisions in particular moments of duress, I don't think they inform the whole. They just become the biggest option in the sky in that moment.
There are ones that I can talk about that aren't spoilers that are beyond the two that you're even thinking right now.
Oh, go for it.
Which is after I can talk about this now. After the death of her fiance, she was in a perpetual cycle of basically sex, drugs, parties over and over and over again until Darling actually broke her out of that cycle. But then Darling died and she almost got dropped into that cycle again because she does that to like avoid intimacy.
Michael Dabbs.
And she does various things to basically prevent herself from being intimate or being close to people in general, which is like her rule with the one night stands, because she knows a lot of people like really like to push like sex for her, but like she cannot stand people actually getting that close to her anymore. So she basically does a lot of like self-sabotaging over and over.
Yeah,
prevent herself from even getting into the position to where those other two cycles that you're speaking of can even happen.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I can't wait for Michael to reach that point with her where she tries to sabotage it.
So I guess the two things I would say is, number one, because Lichbane's thinking it would be hurt me more 404, fine, I'll hurt you more. Darling's last words, which were never recorded on stream as he lay in the fire, were, "I'm so sorry, Indra."
I know, you told me, that fucking stung. It was the last connection she had.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, she was one of the only main connections he had that he could actually have an intimate conversation with as a friend, because you saw he had to stay. He had that real noblesse oblige nobility thing. The real challenge for Darling when we talk about sexuality, Indra is a much more sexually free spirit than Darling was.
Mm-hmm.
Darling absolutely had this whole don't shit where you eat. He wasn't hooking up with anyone in the boats. And you look, he really kept everyone at a certain arm's length. The only reason I've come to this conclusion thinking about it, because like with the discussion happened, I thought about it. I'm like, you know what? I think the fucked upness of Darling's sexuality is, yes, Darling would try anything. Darling was literally only going off ship to do these things to stay physically and mentally healthy as a mechanical thing.
He didn't actually view it with like much love or intimacy. It was just
He had no association as sex being in part of love. Intimacy was not something that was there. It was a mechanical sort of, my body needs this to stay healthy so I can function. Because what am I? Yeah, like how messed up of a human being is that when you reach that conclusion about them?
it's funny because I didn't realize that they actually mirrored this. She does something similar, except
how do we keep
she
having
has
such
I don't
good
know.
character?
I don't know. but God, I'm so upset that they couldn't. It's fine. I'm good character development. But anyway, so she basically at the very least, while she understands that love and intimacy is a thing that is a part of sex, and usually is a thing that she would actually do if she was to have sex with somebody. Because she's basically a service top, right? But she, the problem is that the way that her particular trauma has wired her is that whenever she goes through like any moment of like particularly high stress, she gets horny. But that's because she has wired her brain in a way that with the moment that she has sex with someone, they aren't even a person anymore. Like she doesn't even, they are a number. Like there's nothing.
They're a notch, yeah.
So every once in a while, whenever someone gets close, she keeps getting nudged more and more towards just breaking off that Band-Aid and just completely throwing them away.
Oh, you're making me want to go and queue up Gotta Knock a Little Harder from the Bebop soundtrack.
God.
Oh, like I think the really good example of it, why Darling hit, and I don't want to call it like,
yeah,
it's I'm trying to find the way to use the language to describe it because it's not a psychosis, but it's definitely a mental detriment.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's self-inflicted, but you know, they fuck you up, your parents. And like I think the thing that sort of put that out there as a teaser was when I think it was Beef's character was trying to like interview and grill him about like warfare and this and that. And he finally turned around and said, "Do you know what I am?" She went, "Well, you're a mech warrior." He went, "No, I'm an officer. Do you know what that means?" She went, "Well, you lead people." And he said, "No, it means I have the moral authority to put people in harm's way."
Mm-hmm.
And they have to believe that I'm going to exercise that in the best way possible to spend the least lives in the process of doing so. And that was one of those moments when people heard that in ATK early on and went, "Oh,
yep.
Serious business just landed."
Mm-hmm.
So when you come from things from that mindset where you know your entire basically life at that point had been spent, either you were a matrimonial ornament, then you were an angry little shit, then you got molded into something that actually would become viable as no, you have leadership potential, you just have to live up to it.
Mm-hmm.
And then spent his entire life trying to live up to that ideal that Indra set for him. And I think he exceeded it, but he could never see it.
Yeah, he'll never know.
He could never understand.
He'll never know.
He would never know. Yeah.
They didn't get to.
I know. I know.
She was on the ship for such a short while before Darling passed, so that
Look, some nights there's going to be a non-canon night and they can have a conversation, man. We can get it out of our system.
It's not the same.
You know what? It's it's still very fun and cathartic, at least from an out-of-game perspective. Even Castle got to be like, I feel so much better now that I got to sit in a non-canon night and have that coffee with Darling. I'm like, good.
I like the bittersweetness to it, personally.
Oh, I love it, and I don't want to steal that from anyone. Some people kind of need that. Other people are weirdos like us.
I am a method actor. I need all of the pain.
Oh
actually-
God, yeah.
I actually
Inhabit the
am-
space. Inhabit the space.
Yes.
I'm actually fine with the bittersweet. The problem, not the problem. The sucky part of my mind is Michael never got to talk to him. That was the difference.
You got more time with Darling in the non-canon night during the last orientation.
Yep.
And then you got subjected to the full scope of Darling leadership of, wait, I'm in charge of things now? Yeah, you are. Go do it.
The part that's like the biggest tragedy is the potential. It's not even necessarily the conversations themselves, but what influences they would have brought to these characters.
yeah.
That's the thing that I think of. Like, that's the thing that rings true in my head more than just feeling sad about not having conversations, because it's more so that I know how much a singular character can change people. And especially in the cases of like Michael, Darling would have helped Michael along so much. But
Yep.
now his best moral support is someone who is sort of tied to why he's here in the first place, and also is someone that he's kind of scared of, and also kind of his boss. So it just
Gets a little weird.
doesn't
What do you
quite
mean,
work as
kind of?
much.
Kind of his boss.
It's
She is his boss.
yeah.
Did they change the bucket emote?
They
I don't
did. It
remember-
plays. It has liquid now that like
I was
actually
gonna
goes
say,
all
it
over your
looks
body.
like it coats you in sludge.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Like,
I might need to make the water a little bit even less pale, but then they just put on RGB mode and it looks like cum.
I was gonna say, I'm like, you're eating. I was gonna
Yeah,
be
exactly,
polite and
case
say
in point.
it's oatmeal. It's totally oatmeal.
Milk! Delicious milk! I need it for the bone army. I require it! Calcium!
It's your calcium. Yes.
Calcium time! Calcium.
Gonna need some vitamin E at this rate.
God.
Uh,
It does suck because like I do. It's a lot slower, sort of a slow burn, but not really because the heat. Darling's death supercharged.
A lot of
Michael-
things, but
Michael,
yeah, you two's relationship. Going back and watching that was like, just watching the immediate like zipper happen there.
Yeah, so like it would have been a lot different because you would have gone to Darling more and more with it, and he would have, unlike say Seb or even Indra, who understands more than anybody but doesn't understand completely.
yeah.
I think the other thing is you would have had this non-traditional Canopan masculine figure, but who's a Canopan masculine
Mhm.
figure from a position of power and authority.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It would have been like this is a funny thing. So it would be like if like a normal woman met like Wonder Woman.
I would have said like their wine aunt with suspicious amounts of money, but yeah, let's go with Wonder Woman. That sounds a lot cooler.
So an aspirational, like powerful role model is very powerful for people.
Basically a female icon, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I get it. And I agree with everything you're both saying though, because it's like I don't want to steal from people that bittersweetness. I don't want to steal. You know what it is? If I did something else, I'd be stealing from the stories they're developing now and the new directions they're going in. And I never want to do that. I never want to do that. I still want to traumatize people with it, but you know, you can only do
Yeah.
that so many. It's a gag you can only pull very rarely under very specific conditions.
Yeah, specific
You only get one.
circumstances.
Like
You get one or maybe three, depending on how long the show goes.
You know what it is? I tell people certain gags are a gun with one bullet. Don't aim for the heart, aim for the kneecap. You're not trying to kill it. You need to blow someone's kneecap off when you shoot that round.
Yep.
Because you're only going to get one.
Mm.
Thankfully, I have people I know that are okay with that, like Miss You, who I can check in before I
Hi.
go, I'm going to do some shit to you. Are you okay this episode? And they
Of
go, yeah, go
course.
for it. And then I go, you're moving. And they went, oh no.
Oh, God, that episode.
I got you good with that one though. You didn't see it coming, did you?
Well, of course not. I didn't think that there was even any differences between the officers' quarters. It was how off it was.
Which is funny is how much time you spent in Darling's room.
Well, she spent time in Darling's room, but like, you're right. She probably should have known, but it genuinely skipped through my mind.
It's honestly one of those things like, oh, I remember the square footage. I want to move. Okay, I get it. I'm just giving you grief.
She didn't. The whole becoming a major thing. She partially expected that there was actually someone who still outranked her. Like she thought that Reyes was a way higher rank than he actually was.
You know what it is that makes it interesting though is that Indra is a very good and a very bad fit for that position.
Yeah.
She's a very good fit for that position because I wish they would separate it out, because I think what they did is they tried to have someone fill Darling's shoes, and Darling was acting as 3 roles, right? He was acting as a major for the unit, an executive officer for the ship, and a lance leader for a group of mech warriors. And you saw how it was, the poor guy was busier than a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest.
Yeah.
They should have separated those roles out. Indra should have become the executive officer. They should have gone and gotten someone else, like probably Callahan, to move into the major position to go and work with the people in that sort of direct interface kind of way that isn't ship level stuff, and then get someone else to fill in for Delta if Delta still existed. Right now, Indra's wearing the EXO hat, the major hat, and trying to run logistics on top of it. It's realistically one of those things where if it was me and I was in that position, I'd be like saying, I need to find someone to take over my old job in logistics.
Oh, that? No, she's already doing that. She actually announced that she was doing that to the chefs. But she sent it. She did it with a preface of doom, because presently she has not found anyone that has even remotely impressed her in that regard.
Yeah, no one's got quite the chops in character.
The only person who might have maybe been okay overworks, which means that he would not actually take work off of everyone. They would just worry about him, because it's not even that necessarily that he's like he does his job and that's great, but then he invents work where there isn't. And then he loses sleep over that. So that's then that's not good. You're supposed to problem solve, not create problems.
Also,
hi Rawlings.
I don't know how she hasn't been demoted yet.
Also,
that was Darling's fault, actually.
Oh my god, she doesn't know.
True story. It was Darling's fault because Darling advocated heavily for her to come on based on she was one of those characters where their genius happens in crisis. The problem is that when it's not a crisis, they treat everything like a crisis and it becomes one. And Darling kept saying to the other officers, look, one day the ship's going to be about to fall apart and she's going to show up with a roll of duct tape and baling wire and shit's just going to work. You know what? He made a mistake. Maybe, possibly, potentially, might have died for it. But his other gambles worked out. And, at some point you roll the dice enough, there it goes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, she doesn't quite actually treat the ship as though it's in crisis. Actually, quite opposite. She treats it like it's a daycare and she can do whatever she wants because she can bat her little eyelashes at people and assume that people will think that she does no wrong.
I mean, she did have to go and do squatch till she puked holding the mop of truth at one time.
That was the only time I have ever actually seen her punished.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure Darling was the only person who ever actually did punish people in a meaningful way.
That too.
When you think about it, who else ever went and said, okay, we're not going to go and put this on the record, but we're having some serious non-judicial punishment time?
Yeah.
Who else does it?
Andrew did last episode, but that's because they really pushed her too far.
Good, finally. Other people need to start doing this shit.
Well, actually, no, I've seen Reyes punish people.
Reyes punishing people gets funny.
I mean, that's true. But he still punishes people, at least.
Yeah.
The commander usually turns around and says, hey, how would you punish them? It's like, I mean, okay, sure, but...
See, this is an interesting dynamic there, isn't it? Where the commander spent so much time in the office and Darling was running around trying to cover so many bases that now It almost feels like the commander is going, how do I do the thing?
Also, David Boy is correct. You did make a mech tech do push-ups for insulting man.
Yeah, that's true. She did do
there
that.
you
She
go.
didn't just make them do push-ups. She made them do push-ups at their feet
Yeah. Also,
because they called her not a proper clansman.
Oh, this is going to be so much fun when Emerson comes on board.
Disho, I actually really like that about Canopus, and it's one of my favorite aspects of playing Michael. So.
Your part about Canopus, at least in the way you represent it, is the fact it brings to light that people don't like to talk about. To be Twitch safe, you'll just refer to it that the list that Michael and Andrew have. Yeah. I mean, to wholesale, that's not something, as far as I'm aware, actually is spoken about in like any of the lore sets. But like, that's kind of what I mean by when I say that, like, the reason why the other cultures in the BattleTech universe don't interest me is because most of the lore that I have heard about from them is just how they treat other places rather than like the actual, like, making it feel like a different place, like a lived-in place that has actual issues, like on a civil scale. Like, what's it like to actually live as like a civilian in places like that, or like
Can
in
I
other
comment?
levels? I mean, you can. You're the lore guy.
Well, look, if you have a thing you want to go on with it, I don't want to cut you off.
No, you're good. From what I have experienced of the other like people who are like Capellan, the pretty much the only time I feel that vibe is with the clans and Canopus so far, but that's also in part because I kind of did some legwork in that. Well, you and I both did legwork in that.
I would say this: the challenge is that when you get to these smaller cultures, like say Canopus or the Taurians, they're smaller, it's more condensed, it's easier to get into the cultural bits of it, right? When you get into these very massive super national entities, like let's take the Lyran Commonwealth, we'll take the Steiners. You know, Hans and Fritz, they're Germanic, they're Prussian. You know, they're all singing the Erika and going out in Steiner Scout Lances of Atlases. You know, it's almost a pastiche, right? It's not really a culture anymore. But you have to remember, there's literally, I think, something like 300 settled worlds there. You can find all manner of crazy stuff if you go into enough. Like a perfect example of this, and this is why I say don't just play the games, read the books. There was a great series of books about a group of mercenaries from the Free Worlds League, and you think the Free Worlds League, oh, they're commerce, they're this or that. This entire thing was from an area called the Trinity Worlds. They're all Norteños, based like Southwestern Americans and Central Americans and people who are of Hebrew descent. And suddenly this becomes a very interesting group to talk to when they are very rough and tumble. They absolutely believe in occasionally having knife fights, heavy metal, and Western music. That gets very interesting. They're sheer polyglot of religious beliefs where there's people who are like, you know, absolutely being cool with Chimichek gods while also at the same time there's a rabbi in the next room. And it gets really neat when you get down to the planetary level. And that's where I think people lose it, and why I've been very insistent when I'm talking to people about making a character is, hey, let's find a planet you're from. Ideally one that doesn't have main intersection with the overall timeline, but has a little something, and then you can invent something about why did you leave? Why do you want to be here? What was good there? What's your favorite place to eat here? Is there a specialty that they do here? Do they do some sort of particular type of commerce? At the planetary level, you can find that culture. Because when you talk about the big states, you're essentially talking about the 1%er culture, which is so disconnected from reality anyway. That, right? It's not going to be completely like no one thinks that Darling's mother represents all of Canopus, right?
No.
No, but that's that 1% upper echelon of society exercising power on a scale we have a hard time conceiving of. So you kind of have to dig under the sort of veneer of the ruling class, because it's space feudalism, you know, and get into the what's going on down on the street level, man. What's happening on a planetary level or a continental level, right? There's ways to dig into that, and I think that's where you get a much more interesting vibe and take on things.
Yeah. Like that's when people actually ask those sorts of questions and explore that from particular lore sets, you can feel like it's like it. I have described it this way before. It feels like a character has meat. Like you can bite into it. You feel like all of their decisions are informed based upon like a particular culture set. Something that has, I guess, I'm trying to think of a nicer word.
It's got grounding to it. It's got roots.
But I'm thinking of people who don't do that, basically. From the various other lore explanations that I have heard from people in regards of like the places that they have come from, all I have heard was basically these 3 lines. Oh, they're assholes. Oh, they're merchants. Oh, they're savages. That's it. Like, that's the only, like, actual description I have been given of people's homelands, just in general. And even from the people who come from these places, is basically that's all that they fucking say.
I will say that there was a particular medic that had a different story. He was from the
he was great. I like him.
giant monster, the
I
giant animal planet.
I like
Where he
him.
went into a lot of detail about like every aspect
Yes.
of how he lived. And everything.
Yes.
I liked him.
But most of the time that isn't the case, and it makes me sad because the characters that I would want to talk to are the ones that have those layers to them, that have like everything that is really like informed. But most of the time, people are basically walking upon like little flashcards of descriptions of like what, like single word flashcard descriptions of where they come from, and they can't really go into it without citing things like, oh, wars happened, or things like that, which doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be... Oh, also, Dave, to be clear, if somehow they manage to pull that off, DMPD4 is going to be pissed.
What, the demotion of...
No, they was asking if Haven got out of Torian space before Darling's mother showed up. I'm like, if he managed to pull that off, she gonna be real angry.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh, but like that's part of why it's gonna be very interesting when you start getting more people whose character backgrounds are coming from the areas of space that were directly impacted by the clans. And suddenly it's not just, wait, these are cool, honorable people. It's like, no, they are the fucking Huns who burned down my home.
I mean, even then, that's not enough for me, because that's just more, okay, my identity is based upon what other people have done to me, which is not... that is not a fully fleshed out thing. Although, yes, it would be nice to have those interactions in general. We have actually received those interactions already.
We've had small snippets.
Yeah, but it's...
and I'm not saying that's a whole character. I'm not arguing that, please. I'm just saying in terms of flavor, like I feel like for where we are in the galaxy, it makes sense because we are literally as far from that conflict as you can physically get. So people around here are going to be like, okay, that they're weird, but they didn't do anything to our home. That's fine because you know, in feudalism, you're very bound up in your national identity. It makes sense. And I tell people, buy into your own country's bullshit. That wasn't that. No, that's Davian propaganda. We didn't start that fight, you know. And I wish more people would do that sort of shit. But when
people are worried about being completely lore accurate, is what I have found.
Yeah, and I feel like I always tell people, like, think about how your grandparents talked about World War II. Everything was before the war, during the war, or after the war, right? It was defined by that moment in history. That's what the clan invasion was. So it makes sense that it's a very impactful thing for a lot of people who are especially in the thick of it. By the same token, it also means I have to tell a lot of people I don't want you playing certain types of characters and roles. Because if you come in here all blood and guts, that is not the response to being in the middle of that meat grinder. Like, I feel like Trentair, Free Coyote's character, is doing that so well as being a veteran of a particularly nasty campaign in the lore. He's the only person we approved for it. And actually, he started opening up to Darling about that. He was so unsettling to Darling. Darling immediately said, I want you off the ship for 48 hours. You need to go down. You're going down to the planet. You are not staying in medical. You are not to touch caffeine. Go touch some fucking grass. Like, seriously. He literally kicked him off the boat.
That's fucking funny.
Go touch grass.
He gave that talk to like Indra in a big old group because she does that whole thing where like, you know, she lets people just come into a room and just like talk about themselves and like the things they're going through.
Yeah.
And he got some support. I forget who. I think he was talking to Wave. Who?
No, it was Seb and Michael.
Oh, it was Seb and Michael. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Because I mean, it hit a little different for Darling, having the military knowledge, having been involved tangentially in parts of like the end of the clan invasion. But Operation Serpent had 90% casualty loss.
Yeah.
While committing an act of genocide.
Yeah.
And for people who don't understand how that's impactful, there's something I tell people to go watch. There's a great special about all the interviews of the guys from Easy Company and Band of Brothers. Oh, We Stand Together Alone. Watch how it affects these men in their 70s and 80s, 50, 60 years after the conflict, right? They had 60% unit losses over the course of any given conflict, which is terrible. It's horrifying. But watch how they still, some of them will just be like, no, I can't talk about it. They literally are still so in that space, right? And you want us to come in and tell me, hey, I was just in a thing that ended barely 10 years ago, and I want to be rah, blood and guts. I'm going to go, you are not ready to play that. Don't take this the wrong way, but that's the wrong response. I'm very strongly opinionated on this for two reasons. One is in character, and the other is purely out of character. Out of character, I firmly believe that when roleplay is done well and someone can portray something earnestly and with the maximum amount of gravitas and respect it's due, sometimes that lets people who are still in it,
oh yes,
and still through something, it gives them a window to say, maybe it's okay for me to talk about. And there's a reason I talk about this as veterans from World War II and not veterans from Ramadi, right? Who are still suffering through that mental experience of processing. So yeah, I feel very strongly about this.
Yeah. And I also think that generally if you're doing something like that, that should be the process of your entire character's arc. It shouldn't be something that is fixed by like
no, it can't be fixed. We had actually spoken to Depresso, who actually is, who is a vet as well, and he deals with like PTSD and things like that, and he put it into really good words. It's that basically you're just never quite leave it ever, like, so it's always with you. You're always still in that time, in that moment. It never goes away.
I feel like, you have to be respectful of it.
Cope quicker, basically. You can get flashes, or like anger or agitation.
It's a weird thing to watch people process, especially because like both my grandfathers were World War II veterans, right? And they would have just weird moments sometimes. Thankfully, not violent moments, not intentionally, but you know, there's definitely something like one of the sort of apocryphal stories of the family is that apparently one night my grandfather was having a night terror. My grandmother woke up and got out of bed right in time to watch him throw a roundhouse punch in his sleep where her head had been on the pillow. And he was a boxer on a naval vessel. So yeah, it would have been bad if that would have happened, but it's just like, okay, clearly there's something happening there where he still thinks he's in a fight.
Yeah.
And he had night terrors till the day he died.
Yeah.
But anyway, heavy topic. Sorry, it's an important topic to talk about when we're in a violent setting. Yeah.
Considering what most people are representing in ATK, it's an important conversation to have, because I wouldn't want someone who is going through these sort of situations and watch like this and see someone represent it wrong.
Yeah, that's exactly, no one wants that. No one wants that. That's like the worst thing. It's so bad from so many perspectives. It's harmful to other people observing it. It's bad for them thinking that, hey, I'm being cool. And it's bad for the project. It puts everything in a bad light. So sometimes it's worth it to take a step back. It's always worth it to take a step back, or even better, get a second opinion. Go ahead, Michael.
He called me Michael.
You did the no-no.
I just see your little your little icons bobbing in front of me, and I watch the eyes go, and I'm like, oh, there's Michael.
Sadly, I have to leave because I have D&D.
Oh, bye-bye. Have fun.
Bye.
So, honey, what are you talking about? I'm watching you. What are you doing?
You're talking to me or the cats?
No, my honey just said that he got me a gift, and I don't know what he is talking about.
Ooh. Maybe it's fried chicken.
I don't know. But he just wrote it in text chat, and he's not elaborating. Oh, I'll see you in a minute. Oh, so it's actually something upstairs. Okay.
This is exciting. Mystery gift.
It might be food or something. I don't know. But,
I'm hoping it's fried chicken, Seriously.
That would be yummy, but oh, you're not home? What? What do you mean you're not home? Well, oh, right. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I forgot that he's picking up his brother from the airport.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. How much is a good VR system? Okay. Let me look up the prices for Index real quick.
About 1,300 when all said and done. Plus, then you need the computer to be able to support the back end of it.
Well, yes, but let me actually get the numbers. Also, actually, it's way less than you're thinking. To get the full Valve Index kit is just $1,000.
Okay, that's not bad.
Which is wholesale if you're interested in VR and you know it's going to be something that you're going to just be doing all the time. Get an Index. It is the best headset that you can get, period. Presently, yes, of course. I'm not going to be saying the same thing in 5 years, of course, but like in general, that is the best headset.
Watch how horrible that is. The march of all the hardware Mark walks on, but no one ever gets better than the Index.
I mean, from what some things are going, yeah. I mean, they're kind of they're going in the wrong direction, some of them, but
yeah.
Oh yes, VR is expensive. Now, if you are willing to sacrifice quality and a bunch of other stuff,
Oh, thank you. No. I already have a shake though. But thank you. I appreciate. I drink now.
What manner of schlorp have you received? Also, if you're talking, you're muted.
what? I'm talking to him real quick.
Oh, there we go. Good. Well, Chad, it's just you and me now. Let's see what we can talk about today. Things that we can talk about that no one ever wants to talk about with your character. Socks. Let's talk about your character.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, never mind. Chat, we'll resume the talk about your character socks later. Welcome back.
Anywho, in general, if you are ever going to roleplay out a mental illness, you better well make sure that you fucking understand the top, bottom, and back end of fucking everything about it. Especially, God forbid, you do fucking DID, multiple personality disorder. 'Cause that's the one that's...
It's frequently done very wrong.
It's the most frequently done, and it's the one that is 80% done wrong.
Yeah.
90% probably, actually.
Yeah, if we're going down the list of sins, I feel like plurality is frequently done wrong.
Yeah.
I feel like sexual deviancy is frequently done, misrepresented very wrongly, and is often usually used in the wrong space. I think the number 3, possibly number 2, is rage.
No,
I feel
no.
like-
It's DID, PTSD for the second one.
Yeah.
And then oh god, what was it? Those two are the ones that are most often used. Oh, anxiety.
Gosh.
Is done wrong a lot.
Yeah.
And
that is
actually, no.
paranoid.
I'd change it. Depression, then anxiety.
Depression, then anxiety, then probably paranoia. Yeah.
Oh, God.
I think
Yeah.
schizophrenia is another one which is often
Oh,
done very,
God,
very wrong.
yeah.
Because, my brother-in-law actually has a treatable form of schizophrenia, thankfully. And I learned a lot more about what that actually looks like because I'd never been around someone, let alone someone being treated, and watch how that treatment takes like over a year to really kick in.
Yeah.
So it's pretty like I was really worried, but I was very glad that the form of it that he has is treatable with medication. It's just that it's a form of medication that has to basically build up and buffer in the system very gradually. And even talking to my brother-in-law, he's like, yeah, it feels like I'm living under a wet blanket, but it's a lot better
Welcome
than the
back,
alternative.
Wolf?
It got postponed now.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about like misrepresented
Oh,
mental illnesses.
Yeah, just in general.
I'm sorry, what?
We're talking about people role-playing mental illnesses wrong.
Ah!
I think, well, then the flip side of that is, of course, people playing physical detriments, which
I
can
think-
also, I think
Yeah.
that's something which can get pretty iffy at times.
It
Well,
really,
everything has been misrepresented in a roleplay space. Like every
Well,
fucking
yeah.
thing. But
well,
yes.
this is true. Yes.
Yeah, you take any type of physical detriment or mental detriment or anything that like a person who's playing it has not experienced, they will commodify it or make it like a trope or trait or something funny because they don't realize the actual lived-in experience.
Actually,
Yeah.
here's two ones that are done that's very fucking common. Psychopathy and sociopathy.
Oh, geez. Yeah. If your understanding of these is Sherlock Holmes and Dr. House, we need to have a word.
Yeah, they're actually, to be fair, I had to watch a video. Thankfully, Ocean actually sent me the video of the psychologist breaking it down. It is very confusing unless you have a professional break it down for you, because the definitions are weird and nebulous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then there's so many positive things that people do right, and then you watch someone get it right, and you're like, oh, it's so good. You know what it is? It's when someone does it right, it comes across so cool.
Yeah.
And the thing is, when someone does it right, it looks so cool. It looks effortless, but we
Yes.
know it's not.
Oh, yeah.
And I think
first
that's the
person
part
that
where people
comes-
may get stumble a little, right?
Well, I mean, sort of. That's not usually why. It's unfortunate, but the real reason why people usually put in those traits is because they think that it would be cool. They think
It
that
also-
it's cool to have traits like that, and that makes them a cool character.
It also gives them a like easy quote unquote storyline in their head on how
Or,
to a path essentially.
Or a way to basically harass other people if they don't like your character.
It's what my character would do.
No, okay. Let's all just agree. Well, let's all just have a gentle person's agreement. If you've hit a point where you're saying, this is what my character would do to justify being shitty to another character, maybe it's time to re-examine that.
Yeah. I love the term gentle person. It's great.
I'm very good at the gender neutral language in this sort of like non-binary gender fluid home that I live in.
I wish I was better at that because I misgender myself all the time.
She also misgendered Indra.
Yes, and Michael, and you,
and Micah, and
I
me.
mean-
and
to
all of
be
my
fair-
friends, really.
Misgendering me is kind of impossible. It just depends on the day.
That's
It's
fair.
okay, and I get it, because the short answer is nature decided to say, you're going to be 6 foot tall and hairy. I'm like, but sometimes I want to be beautiful.
You're beautiful even if you are.
It's more a matter of where if I'm beautiful when the dysphoria hits and I get rid of the beard or not.
Ah, I see, I see, I see.
Some days that beard is there, I'm like, I feel like a noble patrician of a wise people. And other days I go, nope, that's gotta go.
But yeah, like people that immediately speak out to me for like who actually like do mental illness or God forbid children RP actually fucking good. Ribbonheart. I fucking love
Ribbon
her.
can do that good.
I love her so much. You haven't even seen her do it, You haven't seen her like particularly like.
I've watched her streams
Intense
running
roles.
around and her little
have you?
axolotl thing, and it's been like, wow.
Cord.
I'm watching her roll hard on that.
Cordelia is like the really big one. She played her as a child character that slowly grew up in the metaverse, and she represented what it did to her fucking mental state with the full force and brutal reality of it. And it's it's just so fucking flawless. I love it.
You know who's actually doing that to a degree, but not like straight up full child, but young person, is Dominic. I think Dominic is really leaning into Coister, because Coister is playing probably the youngest character on the ship.
How young is he?
I think if he's not late teens, he's very early 20s. He's barely out of babby mode.
I thought that all characters had to be 18.
I think he might be actually 18 or 19, if that. He's like right on the border. He's definitely the character that has been going through the finding authority figures and trying to do his best, and is trying to live up to a number of ideals he can't. It's really sublime in its failure on so many levels.
I don't know too much of his character, so I can't really comment on it super easily. Like, I've been around him and I have seen after effects or him reacting to things. So at the very least, he's able to convey those concepts pretty effectively, but convey like the emotion properly. But
which is a big step for him, because he'd never done any of this until like what, 7 months ago? He's coming along. He's coming along. A lot of people are coming along like that. I'm like, oh, look at you all. You're all willing to start going and ruining your headsets with tears. Well done. Heal things.
what exactly mental issues is he dealing with?
Jeez, at this stage, it's you wouldn't call it an Oedipal complex, but like when you have like when you're living in someone's shadow and you think you're trying to live another life.
Inferiority?
So it's not exactly a mental issue so much as a normal person problem, but okay.
I think he has a number of normal people problems that I think are emotionally and mentally. That's the word that we're using
taxing.
now. Mentally taxing.
Okay.
He's definitely being taxed, and it's starting to wear on him in ways where you're starting to see that event come out in ways where, like, the thing I tell people is you can't be a normal person and be in a mercenary unit, right? You have to be willing to say, I do certain things. No one ever, you know how we talk about how when we go through heavy shit, we want someone to be there to have a debrief with afterwards and do that aftercare roleplay wise?
Mm-hmm.
In character, no one's really done that for him after he killed someone for the first time like a month ago.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about it happening IC instead of OOC.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's happening like that, and we're watching him sort of slide down a particular character slope, and I think he's doing a pretty good job with it.
Who's his captain?
It would have been Darling.
No, but who is his captain now?
I think it's Callahan. I'm not sure.
Callahan should have been on that like flies on shit.
You know what? I suspect there's an effort, but Callahan, look, not wanting to go and explore other people's characters' brains. I don't know how ready Callahan is to step into the role of I need to be a counselor. Because like not everyone had that particular kind of chops as a leader.
It's a very necessary quality for any kind of leadership.
I wholeheartedly agree. A lot of people seem to have more combat leadership and like squad level leadership, and not necessarily the other half of that, which is the what do we do with you when you're not in the big robot? Shinji, get out of the robot. I need you to talk about your feelings. You know, that part of the conversation.
Indra, the commander, actually had a conversation like this regarding how Kala operated on the field, and she openly said, "Look, Commander, I have never fucking even stepped foot inside of a mech, let alone even know what it's like to pilot one. If she is reacting oddly in a mech, that's something that you have to solve. I don't know. I can't provide you solutions for that. However, when she is boots on the ground on this ship, I can."
Yep.
And those are two entirely different things.
Yep.
The solutions and like answers for like how you should treat someone in and outside of a mech should be entirely fucking different.
Yeah, there's no silver bullets here.
No.
And people keep trying to find them. And it's like, nope. Gonna dissuade you from that real quick. Well, until got crispied. But yeah.
I've had several conversations with Michael where I talked to them. I talked like Seb or anything where I basically go through that. I'm like, there's no like solution.
You're giving up a burrito? You don't have to. Okay. Thank you. I love you.
You babies. I appreciate you.
Oh, I missed the mute button. I'm sorry, guys.
It's okay. We appreciate him too.
Yes.
He showed me the cats and gave me a burrito.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Very nice.
Realistically,
very nice.
the only way that could be better is if he did it showing up in like a skeleton outfit, and they'd be like, "Well, you hit the trifecta now."
Oh, well, that's not TOS friendly.
A skeleton outfit's not TOS friendly.
Wait, what? How is a skeleton outfit not TOS friendly?
It's not
It's
the
like,
skeleton outfit that's the problem.
Oh.
Oh. Are we talking about the bone?
Mm-hmm.
Well then, moving along. How's that burrito?
So what I was saying is that Michael had several conversations with people, like specifically Seb, where he describes basically what you're saying for it being like, hey, there's no actual like, you're not gonna be magically better. I can help you, but you're not gonna be
Okay, sorry, what angle?
like done. It's always gonna go through this essentially.
Like, yeah,
it's a process essentially.
It's a process. It's a growth process specifically, and
Michael's very big on you need to feel things. It's okay to feel things.
Mm-hmm.
Good job, Canopen boy.
Looks at Indra. She puts on sunglasses, just finger and slaps the fingers out of your head. It's okay to cry.
This is the point where like Darling is just looming over Indra's shoulder, like, old man. Come sit down and have some coffee with me, or I will kick you until you're dead.
Oh. She didn't
When
tell him
Darling
about her
became mom.
fiance.
My brain just trying to make his darling and mom together and just momling, and I just a little like,
Momling.
Momling, yeah. Momling, yes. It's like a Zergling, but very maternal in sort of a baking you a pie kind of way.
Oh, well, I love that.
Right?
Mm.
What was I gonna say? Oh, Michael's point that he was making the wolf and blah 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 blah. It's so hard with your little avatar on my main monitor here. It's so hard. When I see your character in front of me, I always describe it as sort of like it's a growth process, and those nuggets of like the things that are sort of like the rough patches that characters are working through is like I always tell people, think of yourself like a really big fucking oyster, and you've got to make a pearl out of that. But the thing is, over the course of your character's lifetime, that oyster magically is going to keep getting bigger. So relative to the size of the pearl when you started making it, it's going to seem like such a small issue in like, say, 2 or 3 years from now as that character, versus the fact that right now it's like maybe 10% of your mass versus, in 2 years, that's less than 1% of your mass. The problems don't get smaller, but you get bigger.
Yeah. Another point that Michael makes is that his point was said was like the purpose of what you're trying to do is get to a point where the thing that triggers you or causes you to react you realize that what is happening earlier and earlier to the point where it becomes before the ignition happened. That was what he told Sev.
It's been 2 hours. We've neither watched clips nor played a game, but the podcast is free and fine. It was and was expected.
Yep.
I'd like to think that we all contribute to Christie's podcast and that it's always an interesting podcast. Can you imagine if Christy actually said, hey, the theme for tonight's podcast is X, we had to research it for 30 minutes ahead of time, and then we should have informed on a topic? How deadly that would get.
I'm already informed. I read this shit on my free time because it's interesting to me.
I read everything in my free time, but goddamn, there's some days I would like to be a little more focused.
Yeah. I want to get into more fights with people about comic books. It's fun.
Well, depends on the comic books that we're getting into fights about.
That's fair.
I was a big indie comic book person. I loved the indie comic book scene back in the 90s, the 80s.
Dark Horse.
Dark Horse was okay. Valiant was phenomenal for its run. They were great. The Pennies, Wendy and Richard Penny doing ElfQuest. If you've never read ElfQuest, go read it. It'll change your fucking life. The late great Drew Hayes did I, Lucifer, which was one of the best anti-hero comic books of all time, about essentially the shittiest elf you ever met.
I'm sorry. Ryan, I had forgotten about that. Oh my god. I can hear it in her voice.
God, Ren.
I don't even know the context, and that's a great line.
Oh my god. Oh.
Yeah, I'm totally derailed from comic book talk now. So you can continue with something else, unless you want me to get back on that one.
Cookie.
Yes.
Looky cookie.
Looky cookie.
Ren was a very interesting character. She's I don't know. God, she's hard to describe. At least,
she
how would you? Yeah, go
is
ahead.
playfully dumb. Rather, she was pretend dumb. So she was just a walking comedy house.
That's hard to do.
Yes.
That's really hard to do. Like,
She did
honestly,
great.
like real talk about roleplay for a moment. The hardest roleplay to do is to make it look like you don't know what you're doing when you absolutely do. It is challenging. Like, the only way I can describe it is if you've ever watched a movie where there's someone who looks like they're flying a plane out of control and it actually looks like it's out of control back when they had practical effects. How good of a pilot do you have to be to make it look like you don't know what the fuck you're doing in a plane? So, yeah. That's what it's like.
In general, it's hard to play a dumb person.
It's very antithetical to what we want to do, isn't it?
It's also hard to play a person who is smarter than you.
Well, it's impossible to play a character who is smaller than you. Smarter than you. But
Smaller.
In order to play a dumb character, not only do you need to be smart, but you need to be funny. Really funny, and it needs to land, or else everyone will just be bored.
And subsume a lot of ego.
They don't even necessarily need to have an ego. They just
That's
need
what
to
I'm
be comedic.
That's what I'm saying. You have to sublimate your ego. in
Oh,
order
sublimate
to, like,
your
not
ego.
have-
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to put that way down in a box somewhere.
Like a mainstream example would be Grog from Critical Role. Or, muscle guy from Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't remember any of their names except for Mantis
Drax.
because of obvious
Drax.
reasons. Drax, yeah.
Of course, you like Bug. Or Bug-like girl.
She could have been more bug.
She's not actually a bug. She was just an alien. She was just called Mantis.
I know, and I'm sad. Yeah, Ari, I have no idea how you keep a fucking straight face most of the time.
To be fair, I have seen times where Rize and Ari broke from laughing. It's very hard. I don't blame
If
them at
Rize
all.
is laughing, then it's not breaking. If Ari is laughing but Rize isn't, then that's breaking. Howl laughing, more often than not, is breaking for Victor. But it's not. But sometimes it actually does happen.
That was always my goal with Timeless. I had this sort of, let's call it a hobby, and my hobby is that at any given point of any given episode, when Reyes was around, diegetically, Darling would throw something into conversation so lightly and just sounds normal, and then Reyes would just corpse. Timeless would corpse. And like he would just do stupid shit like that to him. Like there was one time when they were hanging out in Darling's quarters, and someone was describing themselves as being described as a Free Worlds League battle vixen, and Darling just was like, "Oh yeah, I saw that video once," and Reyes just died. That's it. That's the response. You know, just throw it. So I made it. That was always the goal, was like just throw something out there. So he'd be looking at me the whole time, wondering, when's it gonna happen? When's it gonna? And it would never happen. And then when he was least expecting it, just something would slip out of Darling's mouth, and you just watch Timeless, the player, be like, "Motherfucker, that was too. Damn it." Yeah, but it couldn't be like a gag. It had to be natural. It had to flow like natural conversation.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of reminds me of specifically Flora, because for whatever reason, Flora's like one-word responses to things are just fucking hilarious. Or she just says one thing, and suddenly it's just.
I saw that already. I was clip watching yesterday, and someone sent it.
Wait, what is this chat that Indra insinuated that Canopan men can have two penises?
Yes.
She did actually insinuate that.
Oh, I wish Darling was alive for that. That would have been the best thing ever. That's the point where I dead ass looked at him in the face and been like, "You don't?"
Yeah, right? She actually did that. She not only did she say that Canopan men have two penises, but it's way more common than you think. And everyone stopped and looked at Michael.
And Romas.
And Romas. And they were just like, "Do you guys?" And they're just like, "Well, you'd have to sleep with me to find out." They were like all lost their shit.
Romas did.
Romas did, of course.
Yeah.
That absolutely would have been a moment of like, "You don't? How do you deal with the multiple holes?"
Actually, I think Romas did say you don't. I think Romas actually did say that.
Beautiful. Thank goodness. I'm so glad that someone was there with that. Good. I'm proud.
Actually,
I'm proud.
what he specifically said was that, and then when Reyes asked further, he's like, "You know, there's a policy in my contract about privacy."
Beautiful.
Fantastic.
I feel like the next level of that would have been if you wanted to lean into the sort of shitposty side of Canopus of being like, "Well, you know, there's cat girls, right? Mine has barbs." And let people figure it out.
No, that's a pretty logical conclusion.
Not everyone knows that about feline anatomy.
A lot of more people know about it than you might realize, particularly in my community.
In your community, I'm not shocked anymore, given the fact that, okay, actually, I wanted to bring this up from last night. I've been developing this now. I want to build a PNG game. So my PNG game, because we got onto this is what happens when you leave Hat Kid and I unsupervised in the chat for more than 5 minutes. So my PNG game, it's going to basically be the year 3000, and we're going to have all the geese are dead, so there's no more foie gras. So we're going to have cruelty-free foie gras. It's going to be cannibal foie gras, where essentially you have to go and lay out the food court of a mall to maximize caloric intake, but still provide the minimal metabolic sort of macronutrition so that your cloned humans don't die. And then also things that will add to their flavor. And this is going to be how you'll build cruelty-free foie gras, because they're just going to eat it themselves to death in the food court. And it provides some other things for enrichment in the mall, but things that won't burn too many calories. And then my partner chimed in with, "Hey, you should totally have an optional side quest be that you can get massage chairs that would be in the mall, so you can massage your human Kobe beef."
Oh my
What is this fucking bug kid experiment?
I want to make this a game where people are grazing for cannibals human foie gras, right?
Oh
I feel
God.
like if I made this a game, people would play. Look, Christy would play it.
Probably. Actually, speaking of games, did you see my dream that I had last night?
I did. That was amazing.
I
I
want
was
to
riveted.
kiss
That was a
the
thread.
moth dad. I want to kiss the moth dad very bad.
Yeah. Who
Yeah.
wouldn't?
Yeah.
Can I ask this? Does Moth Dad have a beard?
He had a whole ass moth head, like a whole moth head.
But
for
was
a
it
head.
like Moth Head could go very many ways because he could have had like massive, wonderful features, like fuzzy, wonderful beard-like features.
Well,
you know, could have
he
been-
was fluffy,
Okay, that's kind of a
but
beard.
he's a moth. So
True.
rather
True,
he had
fair.
a moth head, but like human hands, but like many hands.
Oh, okay.
And he would always
This is-
like adjust his tie when he walked through doors. And
this. Go ahead.
he also had a briefcase that was filled with moths. And whenever he opened it up, those would attack you. Sort of like a representation of being poor, because you know how when in cartoons when they open up their wallets and just like
Oh my
one moth
God,
flies
yeah.
out? Basically that, but with many in a briefcase.
Get them, my babies.
Yeah, attack moths.
It's like, I have to feed my family. I can't be poor. And he just opens a briefcase and they just fucking
briefcase.
start eating you alive.
I love it. I love everything about this.
Yeah. But
Why are we like this, Christy?
I don't know. I'm very surprised that I had this elaborate dream and I actually remembered it for one.
Okay, this is a very real thing, and I want to go back for like my third sleep study. Because are you familiar with the concept of lucid dreaming?
Ah, yes, lucid dreaming.
Okay, so I'm what's called a lucid sleeper. It's
Ah,
not dreaming.
yes, those.
So essentially, it functionally means that my delta waves in my brain don't do what they're supposed to when I'm sleeping. And I can literally describe to you what the sensation of sleep is. Sleep is literally saying, I close my eyes and it's dark and I'm perfectly aware of my environment. And I can immediately wake up and function because I'm still aware of my environment to a radical degree. The worst part is when I'm dreaming in that state and it feels like, have you ever been in a waiting room where you're looking at a door? I know the dream is on the other side of the door and I'm in the waiting room. That's literally what sleep feels like to me. And they're like,
That's
you're not getting the right kind of delta. You're not getting good delta waves. You're probably feel exhausted. I'm like, I do. So it's one of those things where my poor partner has literally witnessed me. Like, if something even remotely makes the hint of a sound in the other side of the apartment, I'm immediately awake and going to investigate. I am so hyper aware of my environment. The funny thing is, and that like there's the one circumstance where that was good, was live action role playing. Something sneaking around outside the cabin at 1 a.m. Gabriel leaps out of bed, fully armored, ready to assault it. And these poor NPCs are like, how the fuck is that happening? No! So it's definitely in that weird realm of lucid sleeping. I don't recommend it, but it's in a strange kind of place. So I don't know how I got on this topic. I'm sorry. I'm totally derailing things.
No, you're good.
No, it's fine. I'm listening. I'm vibing.
It's one of those things where I always want to find a way to incorporate that into a character, and I don't know how to incorporate. Like people, like one of the things I see in everyone's character, everyone puts Insomniac, and I don't think many people understand what that actually means.
No, they don't. People don't
Like-
understand that even having like going to bed later than normal affects you for like 3 days.
Yeah, I would love to be like, people are like, hey, 404, you're kind of kooky and do all these things. Like, it's because my brain's malfunctioning.
I'm very lucky to not have insomnia despite having what weird cocktail of things that I have. I have the opposite.
Word.
But I don't feel like my sleep is rested, you know what I mean? Like I sleep for a
No.
long time, but it's never like it doesn't feel like I'm actually sleeping sometimes.
I will bet you $1 if you ever went for a sleep study and they hook you up and they do the thing where essentially they put a skull cap on you and fill it full of electroconductive gel, and then they do all these things where they, like, realistically, they make you stare at a monitor and then try to respond to like click things and do stuff with a specific time, and they'll put a dummy thing, so it'll be like, when you see the letter A, click the button. When you see the letter B, don't click the button. and they'll have other audio cues and things, so you have to they'll measure your response time and whatnot. It's obnoxious, and they do this for hours, and then they want you to go to sleep. So they probably would find, I bet you $1 that if they looked at you, you probably have something where you're getting, you're not getting good delta transmission, because that is, delta waves are the ones that are going to be happening when you're in a deep sleep state, and allows your body to functionally let your brain rest.
Yeah.
Exactly, Josifer, exactly. They calibrate to you.
Yeah,
I feel like I would fall asleep even before they finish the calibration process.
And that's the funny thing. That's part of the calibration process, is if you can't focus. That actually is part of the. That is literally part of the.
That sounds like an ADHD test to test how well I'm able to pay attention, and I fail in under a minute. It's really bad.
Okay, Sarah.
Whatever will be, will be.
Indeed.
Future's not ours to see. Okay, Sarah.
There's another thing that I wish more people would incorporate into their characters. Music.
That hurts to hear because it's something that I did and I can't do anymore because of Twitch.
I mean, you watch how bad. You know what it is? If you do it badly, you can get away with it.
No, you can't. They will strike you individually and take you to court, even if you're just covering it.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. And so what you're saying is I shouldn't be doing country song versions of things as Cletus anymore.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, they're not as bad about it now, but it's a thing that ramps up every once in a while, and you can't even make song reference jokes without getting possibly sued. Yes, 100%. It's something that is just completely made a bunch of the RP scene just go into a fucking depression for months.
Well, now that you said that, it's gonna bother me, because that was always a fun thing to do as Cletus, was to run around doing that.
Yep.
I mean, I already had that conversation today where someone was like, "Hey, you have a great voice, do the thing." And I used to do the thing where I would, on Friday nights, I would sit down in the smoking jacket, I would bust out a book, and I would just read to people. And it's you can't do that anymore. Because I used to love busting out something like The Thin Man or The Maltese Falcon or some sort of noir book, and be no, I'm just going to read you all, but we're going to have story time. We're going to read a book together. And now you can't do that.
Josepher, has anyone ever gone to eCourt over that? I believe so, but what's happened more often than not is people lose their entire channels first. Very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, look at it this way. If a whale like Dr. Disrespect can get yeeted for no good reason that we're aware of, small people, they not even have a problem squashing them. Because he was actually earning them more money hand over fist every day than anyone has a right to. So
there was an artist that played their own music and got their channel taken down.
Yeah.
Yep.
That sounds regrettably accurate. I mean, especially that's part of the reason why I stopped dealing with YouTube almost exclusively. Was I was a YouTube partner at one point. And they moved the goalposts and said, yeah, you were a YouTube partner to this point, but now we said you have to do this kind of volume now, so you're not a YouTube partner anymore. And I went, oh, well, I'm glad I supported that. I've been using YouTube since 2008. I had videos with tens of thousands of views on them. They're still way back in my channel, but yeah, now it's they're no, it's going to be volumetric and you don't qualify anymore, so you're not a partner anymore. And I, with tens of thousands of other people, had that removed. And very quickly, YouTube got very aggressive to the point where if someone drove by my house with the endless bachata that is, Jersey City. I love my city. I love the sounds of the city. There's definitely going to be some dude outside my window blasting his music out of his car.
Yeah.
When that happened, I would get copy struck.
Yep. There are people who were copyrighted on Twitch for police sirens driving by them because someone used that in their fucking rap track.
That is so unsettling. Let's talk about roleplay again rather than depressing shit that streamers mope about. Oh, wait a minute. I want to tell you about one of my favorite new characters that I saw.
Oh.
So I was watching, there was like a big anime or like some kind of either anime or character convention that was happening out in California. And this lady showed up in a Star Wars Imperial officer's getup as Dolores from HR, going, "Hello, Mr. Sand Trooper. I need to give you a citation. You got sand in the bathroom. Hello, Emperor. I can't cite you for anything. You're perfect. You're wonderful." I was just wondering. She was wandering around to every Star Wars character. Excuse me, Mr. Mandalorian. Yeah, I gotta give you a citation.
I saw
for bringing
her.
down the
Yeah,
work."
actually, I remember this.
I've been watching her channel obsessively for 3 days. Dolores from HR is magnificent. I'm like, that is the best fucking shit ever.
So good.
You know what it is? It's injecting something so relatable and so bullshit that we all immediately are in on the joke, and I love that. It's the perfect kind of humor. It's not forced humor. It's literally like, oh, this is shitty, and I can laugh at it because I've experienced this crap from an HR department.
And what's funny is that they don't show that in the movies, but the Empire is like a giant bureaucracy of bullshit. So like that would happen to the people on the planet all the time.
Yeah.
So
and think about it. That's the sort of thing that we do in ATK when I tell people to get street level to look at a planet, right? It's the sort of thing like these things are obviously happening, but people only see the giant robots. I'm like, no, come down here.
I want to see what it would be like to live on Comstar, like wholesale.
Oh God, that's a whole conversation. Like that's
like
that's
as a civilian, like I'm like imagining like God, fucking into the Twilight Zone level of fucking like no, not even that. Into the Night Vale kind of TV broadcasts. Just like there's nothing wrong. Don't worry about it. Do not question the floating eye in the sky.
Do not question the floating eye in the sky.
If you feel like you have radiation poisoning after eating your cereal box, don't worry.
I actually had to have this conversation with someone because they wanted to be like, hey, could I be from Terra and not part of Comstar? And I had to very realistically tell them, look, if you're on Earth, you are either part of Comstar, employed by Comstar, have a family member who's employed by Comstar, or directly benefiting somehow in your professional, personal, or religious life from Comstar, or you are actively involved in some manner of faith with Comstar. There is no avoiding it. It is a theocratic state. It is a techno-theocratic state. It's functionally impossible for you to dodge that. The best you could do would be like, I'm going to do military service to get off world, and then go away from that. And that's usually the main reason for a lot of comm guards. That's why that explains Depresso. It's a classic story in the genre. A lot of them felt very ill done by when they said, hey, you're the comm guard. You are the last inheritors of the SLDF, the great bastion of humanity, the thing we've been telling you about, that you are upholding their tradition for 300 years. Please stand in a line and let the clan shoot you till they run out of ammo. Literally what their tactic was. Build a mobile wall and back up slowly. So, yeah, that basically, when we say that, when they say they exploited the clan supply lines, they had to use the supplies first to exploit them. That's how characters like Depresso were like, I'm done with this. That's why.
Yeah.
But getting that civilian experience, it would be a very surreal experience because it would feel. I think there would be two sides of it. On the one side, it would be this very guided, very forced experience. It would definitely feel almost on the border of autocratic. On the other hand, you would absolutely feel justified that this is a good thing because you're looking down your nose at the rest of the universe as the most civilized point in the galaxy. You have the most benefits. You have the most technology. We are the most civilized. We are the ones who are still living that good life. Imagine someone who was sort of in that sort of boomer dream.
The American dream, basically.
What am I thinking of? What was that movie where it started in black and white and was Tobey Maguire and then it went to color?
Oh my God. Yes, I remember. God, what was that movie? Oh, my brain.
Pleasantville.
Yes.
Pleasantville. They're still living in Pleasantville. Right? They're still living in Pleasantville. They're still living in the black and white world from 300 years ago. They still have a pretty good thing, even if the people behind the curtain at the higher levels know shit's pretty bad. Not to mention the whole Word of Blake thing, where there's
movie. I probably should.
I
Oh,
would sit down and watch
there's
that
a,
sometime. It's a good
there's
movie.
a scene in that movie that I know you would laugh your ass off, and I can't
Ooh.
wait.
Okay.
And 404, it's the tree. If you remember.
Oh God, yes. We
I like
should
the only
really
thing
sit
that I
down
can
and-
think of is like the sort of WandaVision like levels of uncomfortable while watching something where it's like totally normal, totally normal, totally normal. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. It's totally normal. And it's just things get weirder and weirder as times goes on. But the reason, but like anyone else who would like go to that place, at least I would imagine that this way. I'm not like I haven't really actually looked into Comstar lore too much. This is just me poking out my feelers for what I would do with what information I had. Anyone else going to that place and like watching even a commercial would be losing their fucking mind because it would be so like surreal, so weird that it would instantly put them in fucking fight or flight mode, kind of scary shit.
WandaVision is
But like they were dripped dried into it, so their civilians don't fucking they don't know any better. They don't know anything's different. It's like
I can
like,
actually
like
name a
North
real-life
Korea
version
kind
that.
of shit. Go on.
Actually, there's a soft version of that. In America, pharmaceutical commercials. That is not a thing in a large portion of like the Western world because they're not profiting off pharmaceuticals is a lot harder over there. The privatization of pharmaceuticals. So like that's actually the one thing, if I remember correctly. Like anytime I talk to like a person that comes over here, they'll be like, "I watched a commercial and someone was just selling antidepressants," and I'm like, "What the fuck?"
And you know what? I think WandaVision is a very good entry point example of that because you get to that point where some people are like, we can't talk about that. They're like, don't. It's like that because remember, this is very much a shadowy, government that wields a lot of power and is very happy to make people disappear when they do things they don't like and can really enforce that at a pretty radical distance because everyone has Comstar and an HPG somewhere around them. So they are able to force project a lot of nasty in terms of soft power and hard power into a lot of spaces.
Having dinner with your family and then your like younger kid starts talking about Comstar or negative light and you just see your TV slowly like light up a bit and you're like tell them to shut the fuck up basically.
Like honestly, I think one of the things about Comstar is that people wouldn't talk about Comstar. It's in that realm of like, if you remember sort of like 1960s paranoia times in the United States, we don't talk about the CIA, man. We don't talk about the CIA. That's how I think other places would talk about it because they know they need them, but they really don't want to have them pay attention to them.
Yeah. That's a good point, Gremlin. Also think for the first time, Jeff, welcome. Stay a while.
Also, Ryan, Comstar is a fictional planet within the fictional setting of Battletech that
no, not a city. It's an organization.
Planet, but yeah.
Not
organization.
It's way more than just a planet.
Organization, fine. Sorry. Organization within the fictional.
I call it
setting of
faction when I don't know.
It is a faction, actually. It is its own faction, but it's not really generally one that's considered super playable.
Space AT&T.
It is Space AT&T. I mean, that's if you ever listen to Text Talks, it's literally one of the gags from Text Talks. It's like, Comstar, pay your bills, fucko.
Mm-hmm.
Pay your HPG bills, fucko. And like, Text has his own
Dita?
opinions on
Hi.
it. Yeah. Wait,
Oh,
what?
it's with 2 E's? I thought it was an I. Dita.
Who's Dita?
She plays a little halfling in Ascension Academy. She's a GMA student.
Dope. Awesome.
And she's high tier cute. All over.
TLO's like, fuck Comstar. This is the last time anyone will ever see TLO.
AT&T, if it actually had moral grounds for its BS monopoly.
I
Wait,
mean,
Comstar actually has a moral bone, or are you saying that AT&T has one? Because
neither.
Wholesale neither.
Wholesale
Hard
neither.
neither. Hard
nope.
neither.
Hard nope.
It used to.
Ma Bell was never moral.
Before it went full zealot.
404,
is that true? Was there a point where Comstar was actually had a moral ground to stand on?
I would say if you go back, so here's the thing. If you go back very far, like Comstar actually used to be part of essentially the SL, the Star League. It was one of the integral parts that kept everything working in the Star League. when General Kerensky left with what would with the Star League, essentially military, what would eventually become the clans, he said to Jerome Blake, "You need to keep some spark of society alive." They were the ones sort of entrusted to keep the dream of that alive in the middle of it, and it got misinterpreted horribly over the years. And this is why now you have a faction of quasi-religious nut jobs calling themselves the Word of Blake, because they actually believe that this is a religious undertaking rather than we need to keep a political and mechanical function to ensure society works. That being said, one of the things they very quickly began to engage in was this sort of political fuckery that having a super state like the Star League didn't work out well, and it kind of fucked everything over. So we're going to continue to engineer things to force these major factions to never join together. And they get more and more overt about it over time. So did they have a moral backbone? Yes. Did they think they were serving a greater good? They sure believe they did. Did millions of people die over the course of hundreds of years because of it? Abso-fucking-lutely. Sorry, you just got a lore dump.
No. I was digesting. Honestly, though, in general, I think it's kind of interesting for me because I'm not interested in the mechs at all. I'm not even really interested in like the stories involving the mechs or even really the battles. I am wholesale way more interested in like things on like a civilian level and political level, but that's always been sort of how I am. But in general, that's why characters like Michael in general are way more intriguing to me, because it's way more interesting to see someone live out a culture very vividly and like have it obviously clearly influence everything about them, from like how they say hello, how they greet you, where they stand in the room, everything.
My favorite thing was when I first got on the ship, and whenever I would talk to a superior officer that was a guy, I would always say, "Yes, ma'am," and then change to "sir." I love doing that.
Isn't it always fun when you can look at a character and you can almost see the line of decisions way before you ever met them, informing you who they are now?
Yes.
When they
give you like, that's when you, that's usually when I fall in love with a character, is when I can physically see that I can stick a fork in them, and like when I take that back, I can see like all of their prior interactions and it all makes fucking sense.
What's hilarious to me is I actually had that conversation with you, Chrissy, about Orm specifically, and you used that euphemism, the fork thing.
He's a pig man. Of course I'm gonna stick a fork in him. He's delicious.
Well, we've already had enough cannibalism talk that we already know people are apparently
he's a pig man, so it's not cannibalism.
Also, he's okay with eating people.
He eats his own people.
Yes.
I mean, fair, valid.
He's also 8-foot tall pig man that fell in love with the tiny spider.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Mystic, without wanting to influence and without wanting to metagame and without wanting to spoil anything, one of the things I've mentioned, and I know Christy has mentioned, there's this concept of soft power and hard power, right? Hard power being like we have the ability to take a political action and make it a punch in the nose, usually at the end of battle mechs, right? That's hard power. That's military power. Soft power is the ability to say, I have the clout, for lack of a better word, or political influence, or you have enough fear of what I represent that you're going to do what I say. Soft power extends up until the point that someone challenges it. So the question becomes do you believe that that giant multi-planetary intergalactic organization cares enough about one representative on one ship enough that they would notice? And if so, how long would it take? Or do you think that they would come down on you? Those are dice you have to go and sort of figure out, where does soft power lie at that point? How far does the mystique carry them? I
can say this. I don't think they probably give a shit about a singular rep. However, I think that they care. No. I think they care about where that rep is right now, considering how much of a hot button issue the Axiom actually is.
Oh yes.
They're probably like one of the reps that they're actually probably watching the most, if not one of the most.
Definitely in the region. Yeah.
So even if hypothetically they wouldn't have cared if they were on some like fucking no-name backwater planet, they would absolutely care if it was one that's walking around the fucking ship that everyone wants to get their grubby hands on.
Yep.
Especially with how much everyone else wants it too. So they want to be able to make sure that they can even catch wind of what other people are trying to do on the ship or around it.
Not to mention the other faction of Comstar, the Blakists, who would love to get that. I mean, look, here's the thing. If characters are going to take actions, the characters take actions. No one has plot armor in ATK. I am living, walking proof that no one has plot armor in ATK.
Is that a faction, Raven? In BattleTech?
Blakists?
Blakists, yes, the word of Blake.
Ah, okay. I pronounced that wrong in my head, and I'm sitting here like, hold on, is this racist? I don't know.
No, it is not a gamer word. It's actually it's named after Jerome Blake, who was the person in charge of Comstar at the beginning.
It's essentially people who are in the cult.
They're
Blake.
essentially Comstar as cultists.
Bit.
You have the AT&T tech worker, and then you have the person wearing the hood, like burning.
Literally the nefarious figures in the park in Night Vale. Do not go to the dog park.
Oh, that's so cool.
Do not go to the HPG. You know, that's kind of how it works out.
It would be
Also,
interesting to
like-
see that actually explored in character.
I honestly would love to see a civilian Comstar person now.
I want to see a civilian Comstar really fucking bad. Like it's the ones that interest me the most is obviously Canopus at the top for obvious reasons. I'm playing one. I would play the one that I'm most interested in without fail. Then the Klansman and then Comstar, like in that order. Because
It's
they're the ones that
very-
actually
yeah.
feel different to me so far from what I've experienced.
It honestly, it's one of the biggest challenges of dealing with it as a game, because everyone gravitates towards the clans because they do feel different, because they are different, and there's a lot of neat stuff going on there. And then you have to remind them, these are horrible eugenicists. This is what happens when you say the Spartans made it to space.
Yeah.
I mean,
Also-
I can acknowledge them being horrible things, but still like them. I actually have a
Oh, yeah,
tendency to
fair.
like things more when they're actually bad, because that's a little more realistic when they actually have bad things that they do instead of,
Ooh, we're the perfect society of little angels, and we fight against all of the bad things, and we're also pacifists. So like, we're the good guys.
There is no good guys in BattleTech, which is the nice thing.
They're only worse people.
There are only worse people. Like when you start actually digging into some of the shit that everyone loves to bag on the Capellans as being so horrible, and I always tell people that's just lazy writing from 1980s Cold War mentality. That, of course, the Russo China block as mustache twirling, snidely whiplash, incompetent villainy. But they're actually a pretty interesting society internally. When you look at all of the different groups trying to be like, no, we're totally a democracy. They're not. It gets
meanwhile, on
very
Canopus,
interesting.
oh, we're all about freedoms and people's individual rights.
We'll totally let you do that if it's consensual. Honey, did you make dinner yet? Of course, dear. I think that was a conversation we had where I said that back to you and you lost it. Like, no, those are strong, emancipated men who know that it's really just better and easier for them to stay in the kitchen where they feel the real power in the household.
Real power. Oh my god, there's probably boomer humor comics. Husband bad kind of jokes. Oh my god.
Go back. I remember. Go back. Go to the Go back into the kitchen. Make a sandwich. That type of thing.
A real man
No.
knows the way to his wife's heart is through her stomach.
God, just thinking about those fucking. Have you ever seen those commercials where they're selling like kitchen appliances like in the 1940s or 50s.
Oh God, can you imagine? It'd be great.
I'm
And
dropping.
here's something for the little man to make his day easier and more convenient.
It's so fucking condescending. And they talk. They talk about.
It's so perfect now that you say it. I can't unsee it.
Yep, exactly.
Exactly. That's the noise. Yep.
Yep, that's what you're talking about.
You know what
Also-
though? Here's the thing, Collector Raven. When you say the Davians are the noble bright do-gooders, they absolutely believe they are. And they're very much the sort of Anglo-Francophone. Oh, did we lose stream?
Huh? Oh, we might have. Interesting, it's red.
Oh, it's back.
It's back. It's back.
Hi.
It's back.
We're back.
We're back. Anyway,
Hello.
I was saying that they have that sort of Anglo-Francophone thing where they absolutely believe that they are defenders of democracy and researching to bring back the great glorious days and such things. But they're really fucking French. And they get very snooty about it. And they very much have a, like, even more so than other places, a very divided society. The haves and have-nots become very stark there.
Also,
Like, I have more respect for the Capellans, honestly, because it's like, even if you want to say it is a somewhat repressive society, as a collective socialist society, one of the things that you always see represented about it is it's not very good from the outside, and they don't want to let people in, and they don't trust anyone because they've been used as a punching bag for 50 years. But it's actually pretty good to everyone universally on the inside. And the more you commit to the overall greater good, the better it is for you. So it is kind of a self-perpetuating thing there. Which they then screw up completely in story by saying, and then the ruling class is based on Han China. And I went, why? It's beautiful, but fuck. Beautiful socialist society. And here's your imperial China upper class. Wait, what?
God.
You see where I have a problem here, gang?
Oh no, I remember when you were explaining this to me, I was just like, oh, do I gotta be
Yeah.
worried? Will I get canceled if I play this? This is RP. That won't happen, right? And they're like, no. I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
No.
I'm actually very excited because the person I was talking to yesterday is going to be coming from Liao Space. And we have a pretty good backstory for her, so I'm pretty excited to see how she develops.
I am friends with that person, and she was telling me about that.
Yeah,
I invited that person into the server.
I sat down with them for 2 hours and went, let's talk turkey. And we got down to the nitty gritty of like a planet, of a backstory of why they were doing certain things, what motivated their decision. And I'm like, yep, here we go. Good. I can already see you are on the path, my child, because I've known them for like 2 years, oddly enough. And it's very, very interesting to see them now. So I'm really proud of her. I'm excited to see where it's gonna go.
I'm glad because she was freaking out for a long time because she couldn't like make heads or tails of the lore. So I literally sent her to you. I'm like, message him, talk to him.
Does this sound familiar, Miss You?
Yep.
Yes, I will lore whisper to you. Come, my child, we will find you story at a human level.
No, you're not just a planet. You are a person on the planet. Be a person, not the planet.
Tell me what your favorite plaything about your town you grew up in. What's your favorite food that was a specialty there? You know, you
My
can learn a lot
God.
when you. Yeah.
One of my favorite moments is I know Indra did this as like a hey, get to know wave thing, but like everyone talking about their favorite member.
Yeah.
That was great.
Or a fond
that was-
memory, at least.
And that was the doctor that was from the Monster Hunter planet was there, and
It's very good.
Yeah,
Yep.
I miss him. I wonder if he's still playing. I haven't seen him in a bit.
Yeah. Well, he comes into the logistics a couple times because he's the doctor that's second hands at logistics.
We definitely have a few people where their schedules just weren't working out, or they wanted to do other things. I know one person who was a great role player was just like, I'm burnt out on role play in VR. I'm like, go
Yep.
do you. Go do you. If there comes
Yeah.
a point where you have to step away.
Ah, Christy, that looks so good.
Wait, what?
She was showing off art in Discord.
Oh,
You're being too vague. I'm showing Art Squad's secret previews.
Yes, there you go. I didn't know how vague I could be, or how
When you're
specific I
that
should be.
vague, you're gonna make people scour and think that there's something there that they can see.
well, shit. Now I'm going to Art Squad.
But yeah. In general,
Oh.
anyone who... Oh, hi, Lottie! Hello, fellow
Lottie!
monster lover. Ah!
Hey,
Emo,
man.
thank you for the raid. What'd you stream, hon? What'd you do? What's up?
Is that the emo healer?
Yeah, someone who plays Barry in an Ascension Academy. Ow.
Best teacher.
I will never miss another raid ever again. It's so much.
You'll miss a raid in RP.
Yes, but like when I'm on like doing like you know, when doing this. Oh my god, but I did miss a sub 25 minutes ago. Wiggleboard, thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate you. Thank you. Sorry, I have ADHD. I try. But thank you.
My brain just went randomly. I'm looking forward to Michael sassing Indra more and more. It's gonna be great.
Oh shoot, Lottie, are you in UK? Someone say Paladin? Where? You're in the Netherlands, so same wavelength. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, Wolf, you had a fun idea for a paladin. If you want to share it.
Yes, I did. 4-4.
Okay, hit me.
It is a paladin that is in a romantic relationship with his deity.
So his paladin vows are his wedding vows.
This gets very interesting depending on what is the patron deity's sort of like pantheon representing.
Christy, you want to?
Basically, it values strength,
Okay.
but like strength in like all forms, like charismatic strength,
Like
intellectual
moral
strength,
Yeah.
wisdom, all that shit. But also true with believing in that there should be like balances within like the ecosystem should be respected. And you shouldn't while might makes right, that doesn't mean that you should destroy everything in your fucking path, because then there will be nothing left. And in that same lieu, it believes in the strength of many over the strength of a few. That everyone has like a role that they must fulfill and abide. So everyone's important, so you shouldn't like, you know, kill needlessly.
So, Wolf, you realize you're playing Steve Rogers, who found religion.
Yes.
Okay,
Technically.
cool. Yeah, that's good. I'm listening. It's like, okay, that's Captain America. That's cool, Captain
Oh.
America.
Also, understand
That's so
that
funny.
this deity is going to be very not human, but he's going to be very ordinary.
Hey, so was Steve Rogers when he started.
That's such a great. I
I'm
love that so much.
funny that you're saying that, considering who the character is.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
No,
There we go.
but oh man,
I can't
know-
wait.
it just
It's
hits a
gonna be
little
good.
bit different because it's more like a communist society closer, or socialist than
That's
than
fine.
capitalist. It's so funny.
There was actually a concept that I heard. It's Brennan. Oh my god, I forgot. Brennan, but like he's a famous DM where he made a character called the Social Paladin, who was an XC from the Thieves Guild that got abandoned in a job and then picked up the revivified by priests and became a paladin. But he was a redemption paladin, which means that he values life above all things, and he thinks that redemption is possible. So whenever he fights someone, he just starts being like, "Hey, I've been where you are. Understand there's a way out."
Oh, that was literally. So, am I allowed to be boring and talk about a character?
We're literally 404. That's
It's a
all I
character that no one
fucking
has-
do.
It's a character. No, the thing is, it's a character that no one has context for, though. That's my point.
Well,
though.
give us a little bit of their some spice. Give us some context.
So the concept is that this is a live action role playing game, where essentially the conceit of it is that Ragnarok is actually happening, and every season the world shifts forward 25 years, and gets closer to the end of the world. So there's all these different factions sort of congealing around this last spot where you can still like grow food and actually survive, and it's getting more and more dicey. And one of so there's a lot of different sort of Viking-esque, Norse-esque factions. There's sort of your troll factions, which are all the monsters, and there was this one group called the Crownlanders, who were essentially the sort of worst element of they're totally not Christians from a Crusader era. And I went in there basically running around completely as a hospitaller, saying, I'm going to essentially be playing a really shifty, totally not a Jesuit character. And part of that was me literally trying to recruit young people away from other factions with sort of logical arguments about why our faith would be a good thing for them. And just literally, you know where this is going.
Mm-hmm.
There's a young man whom I adore. He's a tremendous role player who was playing essentially a very conflicted character because he was a half-breed. He was like this sort of, like he had literally carved his horns off, had a like troll parental on one side, human on the other side. And he was very much a devout follower of the religion, but was never accepted by anyone. And me just sort of whispering into his ear, like, let's talk about the nature of faith in adversity, and going like taking him down this primrose path to sort of get him to be like a crusader in the order, right? Because like the other people and the thing is, if that sounds shady and awful, the other sort of orders were literally, one of my favorite scenes they did was they went and dumped some dry ice like tablets into a pot of water to make it look like it was boiling. And then they literally dumped boiling oil over someone's head they branded a heretic.
Ow.
Not real oil, because it was fake oil.
It was obviously fake oil. It was smoking liquid that was dumped over, and like, you know, we had good reps for all that stuff. This is the same game where my partner literally rigged up a blood boob, so that way when they ritually sacrificed them, they could make it arterial spurt across the audience. We're really big on the gore in our home.
Yeah.
It's like type 2 fun. We got it. So yes. You'll want. Oh, someone's foaming at the mouth for this. There it is. Yeah, I have a thing. If I can play some sort of either benevolent or very biased, shifty mentor character, I love doing that shit. I love doing that shit.
So Jack is all things Norse. He loves Norse mythology. He loves everything that. So like when you brought up Ragnarok, he was like paying attention. He's like, yes.
So literally the first event of that game was called The Last Good Summer. And it's all literally, we tell people who come into that game, don't worry about it. No one's going to survive. So the game is called Damarung, and it runs out of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, no one noticed that you brought a Viking into AA, Jack.
Yeah, he brought a Viking into.
Hey. I mean, I was running around for a while playing Volkar Hamerson, but yeah. Now I get to play.
That's why you haven't been paying attention.
The best part is that since Rasselhag was essentially very Nordic, they literally had a language called Swedenese. I'm coming in playing Dick Emerson, and you know, He's gonna have a very standoffish attitude. It's gonna be interesting seeing how they. I actually need to sit down with you because I need to put some battles back. I've picked up too many fights already, and I'm really worried that characters gonna come in and just characters like Indra are gonna be like, fire him now, get him the fuck out. No.
I mean, she's trying to do that for Rawlings.
The difference is,
Keyword trying.
I really want this to be a character that is justifiable in the sense of they're a stickler for rules, they're a stickler for safety. They absolutely believe in doing everything the right way and getting their people back. They want to earn money for the company.
I mean, those are the kinds of people that she loves, so.
But he's a colossal asshole, and he absolutely has a massive chip on his shoulder coming from a place that the clans burnt down. They're never clanners, they're fucking tubies and animals.
Woo!
And he actively was part of an insurgency until he got out. So he's gonna be like, yeah, elementals, I like them. Killed 3. You wanted me to tell you about clan gasping codfish? We went and put some chlorine gas in their air filtration system. It was great. Will you ever see a 9-foot human being turn purple?
Jesus
God.
Christ.
Jesus fuck, dude.
Yeah. Look, this is someone who, if we're lore dumping on the background a little bit, watched the most precious person in his life get killed in an invasion they weren't expecting. And remember, Rosselhog was a place that was an independent nation, probably the only real closest thing to a democracy you'd get. The Steiners hated it because they broke away from them. The Draconis Combine ceded those planets to them to use them as a buffer zone between them and the Lyran Commonwealth. And they were basically people who actually were very fiercely independent, had this very Nordic outlook, a little stoic. And then after 50 years of fighting to have that, the clans just literally rolled them up, every planet, usually within less than 48 hours. These were people who were very proud of what they'd achieved, and it was just taken away from them and ripped away from them. Tens of thousands of civilians dying on a planet. They couldn't keep the people alive that they were there to protect. And the people that they loved or were in the military with were just universally getting curb stomped. And then watching the reprisals happen when you try to have some kind of force back against it. That affects a person in a real way. So it gets even worse when you realize that, like, the Ghost Bears, for example, are doing a better job of running the place than they ever did too. It gets really bitter, really bitter. So yeah, this is gonna be an interesting character because I'm looking around going, we need some serious fucking antagonism around here, and we kind of have to call some of the clan people out a little bit for being part of that. It's their time. They've earned it. They had their moment of being cool.
I don't know. They're kind of being messed with a lot already. Like, what with Rawlings trying to frame the elementals for breaking shit.
I think that
among other
you know
things.
what, though? Those are two different stories, though, aren't they? One is writ small, and the other is like larger backdrop of the overall setting.
Apparently, it's already bad enough that there's like that they've been basically harassed so consistently that they are like a hair's breadth away from just like actually straight up like having like what's it called? Full on civil breakdown on ship.
Like a mutiny?
No. Well, I mean, it depends.
I mean, technically, if they're working against the overall ship order, it's definitely
The
behavior.
whole ship? No, but beating down anyone who actually fucking says a word against them? Yeah.
I mean, at that point, they're gonna die.
I'm not sure what would happen. Particularly because the commander is particularly protective over Slager. And also because Slager has access to the slipways. And also codes of security. And also, God, so many fucking codes. And he knows so much technical shit.
I know there's a lot of security people that are really grumpy with the amount of shit that has been gotten away with, and I feel like there's a bit of a reckoning coming.
Oh god, and they've got that fucking elemental armor.
Yeah, it's aiming towards a point that's very, very messy. So this is why I said I need to sit down and do a little bit of a character sit down and be like, I need to put some battles back. He might be too antagonistic for what's going on down there right now.
Maybe. We'll see. Ooh. My head is feeling all weird. I'm gonna get some headache medicine real quick.
Do it.
I'll be back.
So, Wolf, young Steve Rogers. Skinny Steve, huh? I like it. It's a good starting place for a character.
Yes. Also, it's hilarious because it's a D&D world, so it would be like churches to that deity might exist, and it would be funny to walk in. Hey, that's the guy that like is married to our god.
Well, claims to be married to our god. The fun part is people not believing him.
Yep. So you either have two. You either have they don't believe you, or they do believe you, which is
And
a very
they're
different
yeah.
action card.
If they do believe you, I feel like they should be even more freaked out. One is dismissive and disparaging. The other is deeply freaked out and doesn't want to stand next to you.
Yep. Actually, there was I was talking to my friend about this, and he was like, "You know what? Is the god jealous?" And I talked to Kirsty, and she's like, "Yes." And I'm like, "Okay." And then he's like, "You know, it would be funny if none of the female priests want to be alone in a room with you."
Even expand upon it, like, you know, if you're around, there's like a lady priest in the party, suddenly like she keeps having like weird curses happen to her. Her shoelaces keep coming untied, keeps tripping.
God.
For I am a jealous god, bitch.
I really like Paladin, so like, if I ever get to play that guy, I'd be really excited.
I really hope, like, Beastly is working on getting that Mantis put together, and I'm really excited about it. I got to throw money at Beastly because I really just want to play a full-on service character.
They're very fun.
It's very fun, and it just lets me sort of turn my brain off where I'm not running plot. You know what it is? It's very hard, I find, if you're a person who's used to running games or writing games, to just play a game. And I feel like if I have a character that is full service, it's easier for me to say, nope, I'm not in charge of shit. I am here to buttle.
Buttle.
Yep.
I'm sorry, the word buttle.
Yep. What do butlers do? They buttle.
I'm sorry, Mega. What do you mean by "God damn it"? This is making me Christy D&D characters. What is that sentence?
Typo.
Oh, okay. My brain. I was like, "What is this sentence?" Oh, Miss Hurricane. Okay, that makes more sense.
What does God need with a spaceship? Obviously, to move its worshippers someplace else. Also, those of you who want to uphold that particular Star Trek movie as good, well, I mean, you can always tell the one Shatner directed. Let's just leave it at that.
Oh, I remember that movie.
Yeah, it was dubious. And I say this as someone who actually liked Star Trek 4 with the fucking whales. I wonder how the word butler and maid came to exist. They seem odd words for someone serving a master. Let's look it up.
Let's do the
Etymology
thing.
of the word butler. Etymology. You were saying?
I'm looking at maid. Etymology of the word maid.
Butler, Old French. It's from the word bouteille, which means bottle, combined with boutelier, which means cupbearer, and became butler in English. So literally, the boutelier was a person in Old French who would like basically be serving, a servant person. So essentially, that's what it is. They were a person who like would carry glasses or wine bottles, and that eventually evolved into butler for the broader service of the person.
Huh. So the word maid is actually
I'm
from
back.
the late 20th century, and it means an unmarried woman of virgin status. But specifically, it's tied to female servants because they say housemaid, chambermaid. So the maid part of it is just a denominator of the gender. not
So
what
it's sort
they
of
do.
these are younger unmarried women, and that's why they can be working, I guess.
Yeah,
under
so it's
supervision. Yeah.
yes, and their specific job is house, and then or chamber, or
Got it.
that-
Which is interesting when you look at the sort of like the root of butler. That was more like serving a specific individual because you were literally serving, bringing cups and wine, and then
Yeah.
move to the broader service afterwards.
So,
Sorry, we got onto the etymology of a word, Christine.
Oh,
No, I love
also-
those kind of topics.
Also, I have a question for you. For if in Canopus, what would it be? Would it be because they usually the head person that takes care of the house is the butler?
No, it
be-
would still be butlers and maids. However, maids in this instance, you would be the ones who are actually in charge of things, wearing probably similar clothing. I don't think it would necessarily be like men in skirts level, but it would very much be that the roles of it would be reversed. So essentially, if you ever watched Downton Abbey, instead of having Carson as sort of the head of the house and the bat and the lower floor, it would actually be someone like a lady would hold that position, but you would have like a man as the head cook, and then probably have a younger lad who is like his assistant. There would definitely be some younger men who are turning down sheets and doing that, but the important people would be being attended upon by young ladies of good standing, or a more senior lady who had established herself. A gentleman of the house might have an individual sort of personal butler who would sort of like help him get dressed and make sure that he was properly coiffed to go and look right next to the lady of the home and manor, things of that nature. Wow,
Yeah.
the fact that I can rattle this off really appalls me in some days, but there I am. I've kind of inhabited this space.
Lord Whisper.
Poor Wolf. Poor Wolf sent me a message when we're like, hey, what is Canopan food like? And got a goddamn book back.
I loved it, and I showed it to Christy, and she was like, "Yes."
That was literally me being like, okay, I've got 10 minutes before work. Brrr. I feel like what I want to do, I want to sell someone on coming from adverse worlds now. I think that's my next step. Because right now, when we have people coming in, the presumption is it's an Earth-like planet, right?
Oh, you want like a snow planet, some place that like the
Like-
environment is a problem.
Like where the environment, like, you know, you're on a very arid planet, you're on a Martian environment. Maybe you're on a water world where it's like, what do? We go fishing because we export the oil from the glands of these 50-foot-long motherfuckers that try to eat our boats. You know, it's like you can really start to play around with it a little bit more. And I'm like, I need to start selling people on, what if your planet isn't like Earth? What if you were on a lunar planet where you were living in domes and oxygen was a problem?
I want to see something from people for like what kind of like focus they have. How would I put this? I keep going back to the whole thing where it informs everything in their decisions, but like taking it from like a different angle, like something as simple as like what things that they do to make themselves feel comfortable, right? Or what sort of things do they crave or they are nostalgic over, or like even something as simple as like what kind of products they would usually buy. And like when you said snow thing, so I'm sitting here, I'm thinking like, oh well, what if there was like this whole like particular company that would sell like lights that you could like place underneath snow, and then it would like play like little animated little looping things, or like just,
little holograms or something. Yeah,
not quite holograms, but like similar concept. Yeah.
For similar, like if the person from the water planet, the beds just don't work for them and they have to string up a hammock so they can sway a little so they can sleep at night.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have to get rocked to bed. This whole firm mattress thing is not for them.
Yeah.
French toast bed.
They're just like laying on and they're like, I can't sleep. And they like embarrassingly ask someone to literally rock them in their arms, and then just instantly, boom, they're out.
Boom, they're out.
And then people start just doing it as jokes, and it's just like,
Yeah. Instant narcolepsy.
yep.
See, now there's one
Like
you
they have
don't see people
situational
play.
insomnia.
there's a detriment. You don't see people play narcolepsy.
No, people play narcolepsy, but they don't often actually take it to its proper
Bad detriment.
lengths.
Yeah.
Because they only sleep when it's comedic, not when it's actually a detriment.
Though.
And the only time that you can actually play narcolepsy properly is if you like put a fucking timer to it, and then when it happens, you sleep no matter what.
Yeah, it has to be a random timer.
Yes.
I have to leave.
Later.
Later.
Fun
Have fun
talking
on
to
Also,
D&D.
bye to you as well, Ryan. Have fun in D&D, Wolf.
Yeah, it was fun talking to both of you.
I wouldn't add rolls. I would do only one or the other, but even then, I would still like probably only do a timer because that's just the only one that's fair.
Honestly, I would probably go to my partner with an egg timer and say, set this to a random value and don't let me see it, but put it behind me.
They just hear that, "Drrrr," and then just like, oh, and then just immediately pass
Down.
out.
Exactly. I wanted to have something where I'm not going to be able to subconsciously metagame it, right?
Yes, exactly. Like you can't even like look at the fucking clock.
Exactly. I don't know where it's at. It could be set for 2 minutes. Literally, it could be one of those things where it's like 3 minutes into the episode and bam. The real better way to do it, if I was going to really seriously do that, I would give them 2 egg timers and be like, okay, egg timer 1 is when I fall asleep. You have to set a different egg timer for when I wake up. And how long am I going to go be NPCing something else?
That's kind of funny.
That would be the real way to do it, right?
I mean, there is things that you can do to program randomness, but it's hard to do that and have you also not see it.
Yeah. Like, I know that there's a lot of us who are very good at mitigating sort of subconscious bias, but once it's there, it's there.
Yeah,
And then
but
you're
once you
actively
know it,
working
there's little
against
you
it,
can
and
do.
then you're biasing it against it in another way, right, to mitigate it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to impact you once you're aware it's there.
Yep. And then like another thing you would have to worry about too is that you can't just make it be a random number. It has to be within a certain amount of time, or else you never fall asleep in session because it's set for 2 days.
Oh yeah, no, that's no good. Well, that's why I said like an egg timer. So maximum is 60 minutes. You're
Yeah, yeah.
guaranteed to like have something happen.
Then you have to ask
Yeah.
like how many times per episode does it happen, kind of thing. Yeah.
How many times per episode, or like literally something where it's like, hey, you know what? Pick a time on your clock before this point at the end of the night, and you set that for a random value that fits between these times, and then they have like a range to work with. The fact that it's like you
How
need a
would
support
play
staff
that?
to play your character.
I'm not sure, Tree Scratch. I mean, something like asthma would probably be like my first guess.
What are we talking about?
What they would do with like different gas mixtures from a different planet to the oxygen of the ship, how that would affect a character, basically.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a thing. Because like you can adjust that over time, but at the same time, the oxygen mix on the ship is always going to be lower
And stagnant.
than the oxygen mix on a planet. Like the oxygen mix at sea level versus the oxygen mix on, like, say, the top of a mountain that's 2 miles up. You're going to be getting thinner air relatively to a perfect 1.0 of like Earth at sea level, just by virtue of the fact that you're having a certain level of recycling, a certain level of having to keep it pressurized. So it's never going to be quite what you'd like it to be, especially, I mean, I think the other thing you could have oxygenation levels, background radiation levels, day and night cycles.
Oh yeah.
Like
You can live on a planet
fuck
that
with your
technically never has like the sun setting.
Yeah, you could be on like in a binary system where it's like there's technically 1 hour of night for only 2 months of the year or something like that. There's a real weird diurnal cycle. There's all kinds of things you can start really getting into. And I admit a lot of this just really got kicked into high gear for me with all the James Webb images, because I'm like, there's so many wonderful things now that are actually validated. So you can really have a lot of fun with that. Like, is this a planet that, like, here's a good one. If you've ever played, you've played Civilization at some point, right?
Some of them, yeah.
Some of them. So one of the things is when you're setting up a custom game, it's like, hey, how old is the world? And it's like, Is this a very young world where it's still very mountainous because it hasn't eroded? Is this a very old world which is relatively flat and smooth? You know, there's so much you can do with it. You can actually go and play other games and get great sort of inspiration for, oh, this is the kind of planet my person would be coming up on. Is it a series of islands? Is it actually one big super Pangea supercontinent? Is it very tectonically active? Are you used to having a lot of natural disasters there? Is it a former SLDF war zone? Are there huge sections of the planet that are irradiated that are no-go zones?
Lonnie actually brings up a point that I really love, but I know it's not really role played out in ATK. Different gravitational levels from planet to planet and civilization to civilization would absolutely affect someone.
Absolutely.
But it's not actually role played out, as far as I'm aware.
It's not something which is greatly impressed upon in BattleTech. The late great Anne McCaffrey explored that in depth. If you ever want to read some great books about planet and world and lore building, go read the Sassenach books.
You don't even necessarily need to read a book for that. You can watch The Expanse.
The Expanse is a very good world about it. You know what is interesting? Oh, we lost stream
and that's
again.
Actually... Oh, shit. Okay, let's wait. All right.
We'll wait.
Did you guys lose me? We're back.
Are we back?
We're back.
We're back. You're right. The Expanse does it great for low grav people versus like Earthers, and that's the sort of classic colony versus central authority. And the Expanse does it beautifully. You actually got me to watch the Expanse.
Yes, it's very good.
It's very good.
Like, the writing on that show is so fucking amazing. But one of the
show
things that I really like about it is, remember when I said that you can actually tell that people are from a different place? I can look and I instantly know whether or not someone is from the Belt, from Mars, or from Earth.
From their look, from their patois.
Painfully obvious. From even just looking at them, you can know. But then you can hear like how they talk. They have different lingo. Some of them can't fucking handle space travel. Some of them like can't handle being on Earth because it feels like they're being crushed and they can't breathe. Interesting. Yeah. It's beautiful.
The Anne McCaffrey books went the opposite direction, where people who had settled onto what they called heavy worlders, so essentially higher gravity worlds, and they developed this really intense musculature and bone structure to survive on those worlds, but they felt very ill done by because their needs were so different from baseline humanities after a few generations that it was like, yeah, we kind of want to do our own thing. And it was like a whole point of contention. And they actually had aliens in those stories too, so it was like kind of an interesting multinational. My favorite aliens they had in there were called the Weft, which were basically a form of giant amoeba, but they had 7 different genders, and they could only actually reproduce if they were on their home world at the right tidal cycle. But any who went into space to go and join the Navy with them immediately got neutered because of stellar radiation.
No, that sucks.
It was one of those things where it was so interesting to go and like... Anne McCaffrey was a goddamn fucking blessing and a genius with the way she could write sci-fi. If you've never read Anne McCaffrey's books, do it. It's worth it. I will always advocate for reading more and watching and consuming more media that is well done. Even consuming media that isn't well done. Like, I have that Amazon Reads thing so I can read shitty books for free. Because even a shitty book might have one liner in it that's a goddamn diamond that you're going to pull out as a character one day. And no one will know where you got it.
If Dominic was from a higher gravity planet, his appearance wouldn't be what it is right now. He would be way wider.
Yeah.
Way wider.
He would look
and
wider.
His arms would look like
bones.
meat sticks because his bones would be way thicker.
He would have very thick legs. He would have a much more squat sort of appearance. He basically would be built
like a dwarf,
more like
an actual dwarf.
I was gonna say a dwarf or a Neanderthal, but without like the the head shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be that very heavy set, heavy boned kind of look to him.
The neck would be probably the thickest part because it needs to be able to handle like looking down and like holding all that fucking weight.
Yeah, I joked about that because of the fact that it basically was a misunderstanding in roleplay, but I'm not going to call someone out. I'm going to roll with it, yes and it. So since Slager handed Dominic a 100-pound dumbbell and started chasing him, Dominic went, "What do I do? What do I do?" and just ran to the gym with it. And I went, "Holy shit, that kid's strong as hell." So then we made it a gag, and we made him get on the bench press, and he actually rolled like 3 18s and a 20 as we upped him to like benching like 450 pounds. And we're like, holy shit, this is legit. So we totally just leaned into the gag, as it were. It just became this running joke that the smallest child is actually one of the strongest people in the ship. Because sometimes it's fun. Sometimes it's fun to lean into it and be like, you know what? Let's let you have this, kid. Let's let you have a little bit of a W because it was a mistake to start, but I'm not going to tell you to retcon the mistake. It's not game breaking as mistakes go.
Personally, I prefer to people actually have their strength represented on their avatar.
You know what? I'm not going to disagree with you. I think the physical representation is much better. Sometimes, you know what it is? I don't want it to be in the realm of shitposts, but in the realm of sort of, there's that certain kind of logic where sometimes the person who is strongest is the person who reacts least, and it's a very anime trope. But at the same time, the person who might be strong is not necessarily immediately visibly strong. And the ultimate example is, of course, like, you know, One Punch Man or something ridiculous like that. And this isn't anywhere near that level. But yeah.
It's it is a trope, and it
is
exists.
a trope.
I'm
Yeah.
not particularly fond of it usually, but
That's
it's
fair.
But it's you know, if you guys want to do that, that's your decision. It is your RP. I do not manage, and I'm also very much a stickler, so that makes sense.
I look at it like this. It's not something that's it's something which was amusing as flavor, and it's not being abused by the player as fact. And that's the key difference there, for me at least.
I disassociated. What? One more time?
It's something which is entertaining as flavor, but it's not being abused by the player as fact. It's something that he never tries to like exploit or make use of. So it also depends on who's doing it and how, right? I think there's a certain degree of context there.
Define not use it.
Meaning that there's never been a point where he's like, I'm super strong, I'm going to save this person by lifting this door or something off of them. Like, that's not a thing that he does. It only comes up kind of in a fashion when it's like other people are like, hey, come to the gym, I want to check something out. And then it's like, yeah.
Okay. I disagree.
Okay, I'm open to the argument.
If you give a character that kind of strength, but then you punish them for using it when you gave it to them in the first place, that doesn't sit well with me.
No one's punished them.
No, but from the way that you are... Okay. If a character is strong, they are going to use the fact that they are strong, because that is a tool within their character's periphery that they can actually use to problem solve. And when someone gives them that tool, even if they use it a lot, it is a tool, especially if it was something given to them to the DMs, they should be able to use it to the full extent of however. Now, is he going around punching people freely like how Slager is? No. But in general, that is...
No, and it makes sense. I mean, that totally makes if you don't want it to exist in your game world, don't put it on a card. I mean, that totally makes sense. And I would say that this is something to clarify it. It was never put on a card. It was just something we just sort of ran with as a gag.
I would say at this point that it has gone beyond just a gag.
It probably has gone beyond just a gag, yeah, a little bit.
It is solidified within canon, and everyone knows him by that and treats him because of that.
Which is fair. No, I think you make a valid point there. It's true.
I say this very often, but memes are canon. And they affect canon.
I hate it, but you're right.
So you shouldn't do anything that you wouldn't want your characters to have repercussions for, and you shouldn't introduce anything into the world that you don't want to be considered canon, because it always is.
Yeah, and you know what? The worst part is I say something similar, and this one bit me in the ass because I was too close to it. I was too close to it. So I have to own that one. I have to own that one.
Look, that's all you gotta do, man. It's like it's not like I am exempt to this shit either. Like I have definitely done like things that I don't really like in hindsight, even particularly recently. It happens every once in a while, where I feel like I didn't do enough or something of that sort, or anything under the sun. What matters is that you hold yourself accountable and you just get better as you go.
Hey, You know what? 26 years later, I'm still learning shit when I do this, and that's the best feeling. It is really the best feeling.
Is how it be.
It is how it be.
There's
You realize
always
there's
another
like
thing to learn. Hmm?
There's a middle-aged human between us in terms of roleplay experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one thought of making a Frankenstein style character. I think it's because if you're talking about in terms of like AA, what races you can actually be are heavily restricted. If you came in from the beginning, way easier. Coming in now it's very hard to actually have a customized race.
Similar story with ATK. Yeah.
Well, I mean, in ATK, everyone's a human, but like in Ascension Academy, it's like fantasy races out the ass, right? Like one of the
in ATK, it's more the backgrounds. Really, that's really the thing.
But like for Ascension Academy, you basically have to choose from like a list.
Got it.
At this point. And even then, I was surprised that like Yuri was able to be a Jin. Like I know that Ari was able to be a slime because you were slime. You were. I mean, you were done. Okay, yes, it was done very carefully, but Ari, you were also a DM for like 2 fucking years. So
that earned some trust.
Earned.
Yeah.
It's not even just trust, but like wholesale, just like a reward.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I freely admit there's a part of me that has been trained from other games and my experiences outside of VR chat. But hold on, I gotta make sure my honey can get in. Oh, yep. Hello. Love you. Sorry. Important. Was that like one of the things that's sort of beaten into me as a game runner, or you're running live action games or large format games where you have 60, 70, 80 people at a time. When you go to visit someone else's game, if they're short on NPCs, you go NPC. You'll pull a shift. You'll go help out. You'll pitch in. And it's just one of those things that I know that it's very hard to participate in a game when you're helping run a game. A lot of us actually came from, in the live action role playing world, you were not allowed to play a character in the game that you were helping run. You had to go play someone else's game just to ensure there was no nepotism, to ensure there was no like bias, right? You weren't allowed to have a character there. So it usually meant that when you went to someplace else, their staff would be coming to play at your game and you would be going to play at their game. So that way, like, that's how that worked out. So, I mean, when you see someone who's put in like multiple years of staffing at a game and they still want to play it, one, that speaks to the love of the setting, and that's a beautiful thing. But two, goddamn, you trust that person to be like, no, you're not going to be a shit poster. We know we're going to let you roll with it.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense, because then you can also get like a good scope of like what it's like in the games itself, like what the kind of culture is like between the players as well as within the world.
Yeah. Not only that, but it also is good to get perspective and see how other people do things differently, and not only have your head firmly wedged into one game's out of play culture or one game's systemic means or mechanical elements. Like, it was really interesting when I went to go, like, Darth Quackers was running like a mod for Aether Chronicles, and someone was in my chat like, hey, Darth needs bodies, and I went, you know what, I'll go do that. It was very interesting going in there and seeing the differences in how people role played with one another, how some things happened. Also very interesting that they're like, hey, we need people to go and do like melee combat. And I went, I've never done VR chat melee combat. Let me go do that. And I went, oh, this is like really slow LARP combat. Okay. And then it was immediately frustrating because I'm like, and there's the guy complaining that no one takes his hits with the bow. Perfect. It's exactly like LARPing was. So I feel bad for people with bows. I do.
Yep.
It's one of those things that's supposed to look cool, but you're never Legolas. You're never Legolas.
Yeah, no, and even like in VR chat, it's being a ranged caster that doesn't have big AoEs just doesn't work.
It doesn't work because, I mean, at least in live action, there was something that would physically connect with you, and you'd be like, oh, I felt a sensation. I can acknowledge the thing and then turn around and look at the person, and they could like be like, hey, this happened. You go, okay, and then respond appropriately. In VR, you're like, wait, what? Because
they don't even know that they got
two
hit.
Or three other people. Yeah.
And here's a fucked thing, 404. Even if hypothetically they did have an effect, right? If they shot from behind you, it doesn't matter. It still doesn't like actually happen because you only ever actually see them fire if you are looking at them.
Yeah.
That is the only time that they are actually, their effects and their model is being put into place because of the auto culling feature, which is great for lag management. But the problem is it makes literally ranged people useless.
Ooh, yeah, that's an interesting technological bit that I hadn't considered.
Yes, it's why I don't really recommend people using arrows solely. Like, make it like a minor part, but don't make it like all you do.
That makes a lot of sense. I found the hard part for me is with the whole brain injury recovery is that depth perception can be difficult for me. And given that the movement in VR is a little janky, skippy sometimes, me wanting to move like I was actually holding a sword was not the way it moves.
Yep.
I'm like, wait, I actually know how to use one of these. Why can't I use this the way I want? Why is the sword stuck in one hand? God damn it. This sucks.
Oh, yeah. You need full body. And in this case, it's a lot easier now because you can actually use fizz bones to make it a lot more realistic.
Yeah, I'm trying to like...
So you can like do like a pommel swivel, and you can also make it swap between hands and whatever.
Yeah, you want to be able to like sort of move around, use both hands, do different things, and not having half body. I think it was fine, but it was definitely very interesting watching people be like, wait, how did the pommel of his sword wind up in my throat? And I'm like, I did this for real for 20 years. I already know how you're going to swing that weapon. That's not my problem. It's more a matter of selling it so you feel rewarded for having hit me. Mm-hmm. That's the big thing for like, because I mean, when we fight with latex weapons, the one thing we always tell people is it's a WWE fight. It's not about hitting someone hard. It's about making it look like you got hit really hard and you're rewarding them by your reaction. Yes. Right? That's how
you do it for NPCs.
That's the dialogue. That is the right way to do this as an NPC. As a professional NPC antagonist running around in full prosthesis, mind you, usually. At some point, I'll send you a photo of it if I haven't already. But yeah, full facial and body prosthesis, running around as a troll in the woods, sweating my brains out in all the latex. It's hard to do that and have focus. Doing that in VR, I think, is harder, just because of the depth of field isn't as easy. You don't have the same audio cues of people moving around you. Your sense of depth perception and sense perception aren't there. It's very different. Yeah.
You got audio cues? Odd.
Audio cues?
I wish I could have audio cues in VR. Like hearing people move behind me. You can hear people sneaking up on you in the woods. You don't get that.
Oh, I'll give you an audio cue, 404.
Yeah,
I'll give you an audio cue.
Oh, give me your audio cue. Oh, so hard. I want to hear it in my ear holes.
Yes, you.
Also, how was D&D, Lulu?
D&D was grand. Shan and Esso joined our campaign, which means I'm now running an 8-person D&D campaign.
Oh damn, that's a big table.
It is a big table. But I think we did all right.
Okay.
They started an entire orc village, poor orcs, but you know.
Oh boy.
Damn murder hobos.
Anywho.
But it was fun. I enjoyed it.
What are we talking about? Shit.
We were talking kind of about combat and NPC.
About like why it's playing a ranged character in VR chat sucks.
Yeah, and then like how to sell as an NPC and really reward people and yeah.
You know, there was a system that was released where it would show you where you were touched. So it helps at least a little bit for like say like melee brawlers, because the other people who have it bad as melee brawlers, they're not as bad as ranged units because at least they're seen most of the time. thank you for the raid. I hope your
thank you,
D&D
Shan.
game was fun.
Oh, hey,
my
Lottie.
goodness. I love you, honey. Oh, wait, you're actually doing a Monster Indra thing? Oh, shit.
Wait, what?
I didn't realize you were, like, drawing it.
Oh, hold on. Back I go.
Wholesale, I'm stuck between, like, I was considering a Will-O-Wisp, actually, for Indra. Because anyone who follows them meets their demise.
Technically, it was
lore.
the other way around, wasn't it?
Oh, for...
It depends on the lore for Will-O-Wisp, though, because some of them are actually helpful fairies who
yeah, true.
lead heroes to prophecy.
Yeah, it's flip a coin. Bing!
I mean,
Oh,
I guess
God.
she could help. She could lead Chads to a good. Anyway,
Yeah. Fae games. Are we playing to kill you or to embarrass you? You don't know
Well,
yet.
now I'm just...
or to have
God.
sex with you. You know, it's just up in the air, really.
I'm imagining
No,
a
the-
combination, like a willow wolf.
Willow Wolf. The sex is on both sides of that equation. It's just whether or not you die or you're embarrassed. I mean, that's just how it goes.
Oh no! Please don't talk about
Maybe
the
nice
black
to human
box.
sex. It's because it's from, like, Irish lore, right? I think.
Yeah, it's Irish mythology.
Yeah,
Leading you deeper into the bogs.
there are Fae that are nice to humans, but the majority of them, no.
Yeah. Or, like, they're nice to you
Yeah.
conditionally. Like, if you put milk in a bowl and put it by your window at night.
It was very much in the realm of like, if you bribe us sufficiently, we won't fuck with you explicitly.
At the
Basically,
time they
what I'm
want
saying
to
is the
return.
Fae were the what we need is a Fae mafia and like a gangster game, like actual fairy mobsters.
I mean, amusing you should say that, because I know Ribbo has currently planned a character that is a punch fairy, which makes me very happy.
Yeah, for Eden.
Beautiful,
It makes me
beautiful.
so happy.
I love
wonderful.
her.
I love her so much.
I'm growing to love her. The more I'm around her, the more I'm enjoying everything she
She
does.
is a delightful individual who provides so much happy.
It's true.
You know what? That's what we need in our lives. Positivity. You surround yourself with positive people, and you'll live a positive life. That's why I surround myself with people like Miss Universe, who is really positive and really cool to be around.
But not
Would
the
you like a-
toxic positivity. I turn around and I acknowledge when things are bad. But
I'm not moping all the time just because it's bad. You find the good where you can. Like there's a spider on my wall. He's really cute. I see him. He's wiggling.
Lulu, you want your
Wiggle.
$5 now for that like royalty payment for that? I mean, we can get it for you.
Works
Huh?
payment? No,
Fae
I'm-
bribes, right? Fae bribes.
I am full sale. Just a big fan of this person.
Yeah, as one should be. They're a
this
good
person
human
called Miss
being.
You, who makes me very happy to hang out with on a real note.
Love you too, Lulu.
At this point, she's literally like a sister to me. So
Yeah. Feelings mutual.
I absolutely respect the shit out of them, I will say, given the fact that we only got to know one another very rapidly this year. And it's been a quick and fast friendship, and I respect the fuck out of you. As a
if it helps 404, she's really good to get to know on a rapid basis. She's very good at that. I've seen it happen.
it was one
Speaking
of those
from
weird,
experience.
one of those weird speedrun friendships where it's like, why are we? Oh, you're on the same wavelength. Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure that's how mine and Silent and Her's relationship started for me.
Yeah.
It was legitimately like I got picked up one day in roleplay. They brought me to a Discord, and from then it was history. Like it was literally
Yes.
like a day of just like, hey, do you want to join this thing? And then suddenly I'm here now, and this is where I am, and I haven't left.
Yep.
I didn't even have Discord until Silent was like, hey, Discord is a thing. Join me.
You didn't have Discord.
I didn't have this. I was using Adobe Axon, like local voice chat.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Lulu,
like
we
just
have
friends
saved your
from high
life.
school. Not even TeamSpeak. I was
More like
using something
Ventura or
completely irrelevant. It's a weird system too. I don't even ever seen Adobe Axon. It's just really
Oh my
fucking
God.
weird. Nowadays, I think it's insane.
Holy shit.
It's basically like they had like a grid, and based on where you are in the grid, it gave directional speak, and you could split the grid off to have different rooms.
Oh my god.
That's actually kind of cool.
It was nice because then you could use it for RP and stuff, which is why I had it. So I could use it for RP and
like text RPs and
Space
stuff?
Station 13. Yeah, that's because I started my role play in Space Station 13. So that's why I had it, because it was a directional thing before directional things became like a thing.
They actually made a bunch of mods for TeamSpeak for that. And I know they're big in the Red Dead private server community, specifically because they have directional audio for that, and you can set up different rooms which will have you can bind multiple rooms to multiple hotkeys. So TeamSpeak got really big in that particular role-playing community.
Yeah. Also, Kilo Squitch, thank you for the 16 months! Thank you, hon! It's been a long time. I appreciate you. You still have like the best fucking username ever.
To answer your question, Sam, the way it worked with Space Station 13 is you could split it up in different rooms and you could name the rooms. So when you went into a room on the Space Station 13 server, you just moved yourself into the room, the position you were at in the room on the voice thing. It only really worked if you had two monitors, to be honest.
Actually, Lulu, if Stark was a monster, what monster would he be?
Oh, someone
If
sent me a
Stark
message.
was a monster.
Yes.
Brianna, Skoda 456.
Wholesale, as a usual preface, something that I always say to someone whenever I ask them this question, don't just do which one you like. Don't do which one they would like, but ones that they would actually symbolically represent.
I'm thinking on two different avenues right now, and neither are what I or Stark like. It's, do I do it based off his abilities, which I think actually are more Zephyrus than Stark, or do I do it off the character, like the personality of Stark and what monster would be like Stark? Full Sail, he would be an Illithid. He would be a Mind Flayer.
I can see that.
Oh, interesting choice.
Just thinking of his mentality of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Very Illithid.
That is true. And that makes sense because they're also like hyper intelligent people who just like hyper practical. Individuality doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
Serve your purpose.
But they love brain food.
I mean, Full Sail, that would be
Gross little brain eater.
that would be the avenue Stark would have gone down if he had not met Vivina anyway.
Yeah.
Which is Full Sail. I will use my brain for the greater good and nothing else, and then die and mean nothing. He never wanted to make a stance in the world. He just wanted to do what he was told.
Hello, it's me, Lulu. I'm sorry. There's Lulu sitting in his little like character chair with a big red button. And he's like, I'm just waiting. I just gotta wait for someone to press the button. And I just walk over. And I'm just like, okay, but what if instead the button was like a cute little nose, and we're drawing like eyeballs up here, and it's a little is a smile, and now the button is like polka dots.
For several years has been me creating these very elaborate buttons so that I could press them for my character, and you building a very pretty cage over the button every time, and then silent reaching through the cage and pressing it anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
That's how our dynamic is.
I'm just envisioning this
Either
big
pressing
button
it
that
or
just says
nearly
nut.
pressing it. Very close.
Yeah.
I'm just envisioning this great big button that just says nut right on the button, and it's like
It's a joke that I've had for the longest time that in every character, and it is true, in every character that I make, I design essentially this will break this character button. You know, this is the one thing that goes against all the character's morals, or this is the one thing that the character just can't deal with, because I think that makes them more relatable.
Yeah.
Because everyone, I think, has that one thing they just can't deal with. You know? So I always add that in.
Syndrome.
Yeah. It makes them have more weaknesses. Which I like more weaknesses.
It makes them human.
Yeah.
Even if they're not human, but you know what I mean. It gives them that level of approachability and flawedness.
So, for Stark, it started out being... actually, for Stark, it's been the same thing, actually, and still hasn't changed. It's just been modified because the control button is Stark's. He has a constant need to be in control of things. And that's always been his case. But he's modified what control means, mostly because of Avina, and changed it from controlling the world to controlling how he helps people. So it's a very much healthier mentality.
Yeah.
Harpy? Yeah, if we're going with abilities, Harpy's not bad. Though if we're going with abilities for Stark, I think they're like literal wind elementals.
Yeah, I
that
was
are
gonna
just
say.
straight up obvious
But
choices.
that was almost even more Zephyrus, though, at that point. Because I kind of agree that his abilities aren't really his abilities. Like,
Well-
if we went with, like, his crossbow shot, perhaps, or, like, his sword fighting.
So Stark is on a base level without Zephyrus. He could be a capable mage, capable of doing stuff with wind magic, because he has a really strong wind affinity without Zephyrus.
Ah. That's important. I didn't know that.
Yes. Apparently strong enough that I didn't plan this, but it did occur in the end of year 2, that it was DM'd for me that Stark's wind affinity was strong enough that it broke the wind crystal during the test.
That.
And I was like, oh
planned.
shit. No, that wasn't planned. That was DM'd for me. And I was like, oh shit.
Nice.
So we're not doing any of the game? Oh, I just came to say hi.
I mean,
If we want to play the game, we're down. I'm down.
that is still a possibility.
Look, if you two
That
want
is
to go
ultimately up to Christy.
Yeah, I'm having fun right now.
You people can do that. It is 2:07 a.m. here in
Sleep well,
Jersey.
404.
Yes, I am gonna go beat
Get a good
old
sleep.
Collapse. But it was lovely catching you, Lulu, in passing.
Yeah. Always
Always
delightful to
fun.
talk to you.
Seriously, you missed some great conversations tonight. You missed out on the game that we're going to be developing, or at least I'm developing, about making human foie gras. It'll be great. You're going to love it.
Somehow I feel like I've already been through this conversation 3 times in the past week, so thanks, but no thanks.
Wait, I made it better because now you'll be massage chairs, and that'll be for human Kobe beef as well as a side quest.
Okay. Yeah, no, I get it. That's fair.
Oh my
That's
god.
fair. I'm going to hell.
It's cool. We have hammocks. Good night.
9
Rest well, man.
Oh. I was trying to imagine like what all of the other Ascension Academy people would be as well.
I can imagine a lot of them as Pokemon better than I can imagine them as monsters from
Honestly,
the D&D.
fair. It's a lot harder to do monsters wholesale because
there's one that comes directly to mind too. As soon as I said that, do you know the newer generation? I think it's Boltund, the lightning dog.
yeah.
Full sale. That's Mason.
You're fucking right though. Oh shit.
It's so delightful and sparky, just like Mason.
It's so perfect. Oh my god. Beautiful.
Plus, then we have Chips, who's just a Mr. Mime.
What?
Yeah, have you seen all the charisma Mr. Mime has? Just like Chips.
Oh my god. Have
Gets
you
all
seen
the
like,
ladies, just like Mr. Mime.
Oh my god. I have a genuine contender, which is Morgrim,
Yeah, Morgrim is good.
because it has his hair.
I'm sorry, Jack. I didn't mean to put that meme in your mind, but welcome to the meme that is Lulu's mind.
Lulu, I'm pretty sure this is Chips.
I mean, it's a little
Look at
it's a
him.
little on the nose.
Yeah. It's even got his face.
Yeah.
It's a dark fairy type, and he's a dark and light type.
Pretty fitting. Pretty fitting.
Got
Not gonna lie.
Prankster. It's a 100% male race.
I bet the shiny version of that has white hair.
It doesn't. I wish it. Oh my god, it does! What?
Shut the fuck up. Send it to me. Oh my god, it does! I was memeing. I was full cell memeing. Oh. We can't escape. We're gonna get sued. We're actually gonna get sued.
I am here for the Pokemon talk.
Hi, hey,
Hey. Oh, I'm on top of Lulu's head this time. This is perfect.
yeah, hey, how's it going? Is this good?
How's it going?
Oh,
Why
shit,
does this
man.
always happen? Why does this always happen?
This is information I can never unlearn. Thank you, Lord.
Oh my god,
Wait.
my cheeks hurt.
You have to look at the It
No,
has
Bliss isn't
another
Hatterene,
form,
that's
too.
Specca.
Hatterene is definitely Specca.
Yeah, that's Specca.
It's just the witch.
It's Specca,
Pokemon.
and particularly because they vibe check anyone who feels love, so that's that's Specca.
Anyone that feels any emotion ever.
Mm-hmm.
I think, is it like any intense emotion, they just slap them?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Specca's more Miss Magius.
Miss
Personally.
Magius is also pretty good.
Can Carver be
I made that Maggie.
Carver is just a
Exploud.
Machoke.
No, Exploud. Exploud. It has to be Exploud. Please.
Why Explode?
The sonic booms. And the loud noises.
I guess.
I guess it would be
That's
more of a combination of Exploud.
He's just a punchy man. He's just
Yeah,
Yeah,
punchy
it has to be
man.
Machamp.
he's just a Machamp. He's a punchy.
Punch.
Or you could even like.
What does he do good? He punch hard. He's Machamp.
Pangoro might.
You could also make him
more
Lucario because of the aspect of the fact that he's like using like a force.
Aura. Yeah, actually, Lucario would probably fit more.
Oh, Pangoro actually does fit him kind of well. It's got some of his color scheme too.
It has his color
Pangoro.
scheme.
Oh,
But
yeah,
Pangora's
that's
supposed to be like
true.
a gangster, isn't it? Not really gangster.
Kinda. He's like the typical
He's like a Yakuza.
old guy with the reed,
Yeah.
the Japanese animus that they have.
Bancho?
Yeah.
Bancho delinquent? Yeah.
Yeah, they're like delinquents.
I was trying not to think of delinquent because I'm like, oh, that's Scraggy.
God
Well,
damn
no,
it.
Scraggy is actually a gangster.
Yeah,
Hey, Blue,
Scraggy's
stop pointing shit out.
God damn it, Christ.
I know. K Blue, it's got red eyes.
Stop looking, K Blue.
What about Urshifu single strike for Carver? I don't remember what single strike looks like.
Carver doesn't do single strike. He does big, lots of punch.
Well, there is a multi-strike one.
I'm sorry, I don't speak Zabumafu. What was that?
What?
This is Urshifu.
Urshifu?
Rapid Strike. I'm just gonna post it in the.
Oh, this guy. He's a dog.
I'm just gonna post it in the text channel. It's in this.
Oh,
voice
this fucking guy.
chat. Yeah.
I mean, he's not a dog.
Can
He's like a
Flora
bird.
be miraculous?
He's a monkey, actually.
The dancing
Is he a
cactus.
monkey?
Is he a monkey? I thought Urshifu was like a bear.
Oh wait, no, it is a bear. Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
It has
Mixing him up with
Ursa in
another
the
monkey.
name.
The monkey also came in that generation.
Monkey.
I forgot.
What was the monkey? You mean the starter monkey?
It wasn't in that expansion, but it's in the same.
Oh, you're talking about the
Zeraora. Zeraora, the lightning monkey?
It's the one with the banana head.
There's so many monkeys.
There are a lot of monkeys.
There are a lot of
I don't
monkey
remember.
Pokemon.
Listen, I don't know the newer generation very well at all either.
I know
so-
Zeraora is a cat now. When I listen, Mega, I don't know Pokemon that well as much as I used to. I know the names and what they look like. I don't know what they're based off of.
Listen, I drive all my expertise from Pokemon from my conversations with Kia, and like that's it. Like, I know
me and
Pokemon conversationally just so I can talk to Kia on a regular basis. Like that's it.
Me and Kia used to gush about Pokemon. I'll be honest with you on that
We
one.
just keep sending Oshawotts to each other and frogs.
You should definitely send Duat to Everkey. It's his favorite.
It's not.
We have a list of the favorites for the mons. We know who's each one's favorite
That's
is.
true. That is true. I forgot that Everkey made the image.
Yeah,
It's so
my
cute.
favorite is super plain, but I still love it, and I will never change.
Them.
Also,
Eevee.
listen, Eevee's great.
Do you know why Eevee is my favorite?
He's full of
I
potential.
mean, it's Eevee.
No,
Why do I
it's-
need to go
it's-
into detail?
No, there's a legitimate in-depth reason. It's because when I was younger, there was a story that I read online about how Eevee is a metaphor for all of us being able to fulfill any dream we want, provided we went down that line. And I've always kept that in my heart, that any person can fulfill their own dream, and Eevee is the embodiment of that.
Yep, that is.
That's so cute.
I forget which dex entry it was. It was one of the earlier ones, but yeah, Eevee is basically, it's full of potential. It is what you
Well,
are.
yeah, but like there's full of potential, but there's a long
Yeah,
and like adorable fluff-filled
Yeah.
explanation that Lily.
Not a chestnut. Also, Cute did bring up one.
Isn't Vaporeon your
for-
favorite? Like out of like the evolutions, outside of Eevee itself, of course.
Vaporeon is up there. I do really like Vaporeon. Mostly because I'm a water boy.
Yeah, I know.
Water
Yeah.
Boy.
Always been a water boy. The character of Lucian in VR chat that you guys have seen is literally modeled after a picture of what would Vaporeon look like if they were human.
I know. A Gajinka.
Yeah. So, but yes, Vaporeon is absolutely up there. Glaceon is really enjoyable to me as well.
Dalkasop.
I think Sylveon is probably like the prettiest of the group. I really do like Sylveon, but I also like fairy types in general.
I
So
love
Yeah.
Sylveon so much. I also like shiny Sylveon. It's a nice like baby blue.
but if I had to pick a favorite of all favorites among the EVA evolutions, it's still Eevee. His design is simple and cute, and I love him, and I feel like I would have him as a pet.
What?
I feel like
Eevee's a
we would be
dog,
best
right?
friends.
Sylveon's my favorite, but not for the reasons that everyone assumes. It's because of a particular branching out theory about why it has the move Draining Kiss.
Mm.
It has fangs, Lulu.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only evolution that has sharp, pointy fangs.
Are you saying that it's a vampire?
Yes.
I mean, that's okay. Would you like to know what my
that's-
second favorite Pokemon is?
What is your second favorite Pokemon?
I'm curious if you can guess, Christy. It has a dark backstory.
That's a lot of them.
That is a lot of them.
It's a good hint, though, because there are some that have nothing to do with dark backstories.
I'm just looking at the
Is
ghost
it a
types and
dark
just
type?
looking.
It is a ghost type.
Yeah, it's always the ghost types.
Mm-hmm.
Stare, 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 stare. Staring at.
It is the first evolution of a ghost type.
That helps.
Mm-hmm.
Shuppy? No.
It doesn't have multiple evolutions, right?
Let me look, 'cause it may have changed. It is an older one, somewhat, but not Not terribly old. It does have two. It has two evolutions.
Haha.
And a special evolution based on region. I'm giving a lot of details now.
Oh.
You are giving a lot of details.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm?
Depending on region.
Have you got a Mega? Did you get a Mega?
You said it had 2 evolutions?
It has 2 evolutions. And it has a special evolution based on a region.
I might have one, but no, because that one doesn't have. Okay, that can't be it.
It's not a very popular Pokemon.
No, I was
No,
about
no.
to say it can't be Zorua.
Nope.
Mm-mm.
Tell me if you give up, because I'm having fun having you
No,
guys look.
No, I'm
it's
invested
fine.
now.
I actually really like doing this with friends.
I wholesale thought it was Corsola, but it only has one special evolution from a particular region, so that can't be it.
Well, no, that's not even an evolution. That's just how it is
Yeah.
in that region. Oh no, well no, it doesn't.
Also, it is a ghost type, so yeah.
It is a ghost type.
It has a regional variant. Yes, not a third evolution. It has a regional
so
variant.
it's a regional variant. Is the regional variant ghost type?
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, the
Think so.
the Galarian Corsola is a ghost type wholesale.
Yeah. No. I'm asking Lulu if the regional variant of the Pokemon that he's.
Let me look up. I'll find out.
It can't be Yamask.
Why can't it be? Because that's absolutely it.
Wait, does Yamask have 3 evolutions?
No,
Oh,
it has a regional. It has a regional.
Remember, it does.
I got
Yeah.
so okay. You legitimately led
Yeah,
me astray
because
by
the
saying it
Galarian
had
Yamask is
2
dark type.
evolutions. No, it's not even that it was dark type. He said that it has 2 evolutions. so I
Yeah,
assumed that
first
it was
evolution or second
either-
evolution.
Oh, I interpreted
what
that as
led
them
me
having
astray.
another one afterwards. So I'm sitting here like,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Because I kept looking at it and like. the
Because
only
I
one that was
think of all
aesthetically-
regular Pokemon to have 3 evolutions.
Yeah.
That's how I think about it. I apologize, but yes, Yamask is it, and it's because of the story about how Yamask exist, which the implications in the universe are insane. Because the Yamask story is literally that it is a child trapped in a mask.
yeah.
Yamask and Runagrigus is the. I guess Runagrigus technically isn't even a regional. So,
I mean,
yeah.
It is a regional. You can only get it in Sword or not. Yeah, in Sword and Shield under the certain thing.
What I meant by regional is that it's like it's its own mon because it has a different name technically. Is like it
you
is
must
a
like
regional.
Phantup then as well then,
Oh, Phantom's great.
because they're very similar.
Mm-hmm. Also, speaking of Everkey,
What?
Hello, Everkey.
Hello.
Hey, Elmo, bro.
Damn, bro.
and Amo.
Do what, Everkey? Do what?
You what? Best Pokemon. Let's go.
Is it though?
Yes.
But
That's my favorite,
Seawaddle
at
though.
least. It's what the fuck did you just say?
So Waddle be
So
Waddle.
Waddle?
So Waddle's great.
Is that your favorite?
No, you know my favorite. I thought.
Oh yeah. There's the list.
Yeah,
Come
there's a
out.
list.
What the
You
fuck?
made the list.
Yeah, I know. I need a. Oh fudge! I need to ask Ribbo and Ari theirs so they can be added to it.
Just allow me to love my little.
I was in here a minute ago. Hold on.
I just love my little gem goblin of a Pokemon.
Augers.
My
Alright,
favorite,
what's your
one
favorite
is
Pokemon?
Shedinja, similarly for the implications as well, Lulu.
We have a mod list of favorite Pokemon.
Yep.
You gotta give Everkey your favorite Pokemon.
Yep.
I said higher up.
Scrolling.
It's why
Scrolling.
Sylveon is my favorite,
Scrolling.
supposedly. So it is Sylveon?
Ah, I
Oh.
see. You two are a person of culture.
Sylveon is pretty
Nidohudo.
pog.
Nidohudo.
Also, I will be honest, when it comes to evolutions, I do have a soft spot for Umbreon and Espeon solely because of Colosseum.
That's fair. It was the case for a lot of people for that.
Pokemon Colosseum, where you literally just start out with them and it's just great.
Yep. And
Isn't
they
there
wrecked
gonna be
house.
a new evolution in the next game. Do you think so?
That's if it follows the Eevee theory, then there should be.
Yeah.
What's the theory?
No, there shouldn't be.
Oh right, it's the one after this one.
No, because they would have to add a new special. Eevees are only special types. They'd have to have a new special type for there to be
Oh.
a new Eevee.
Special.
I think there is a Eevee. Well, I think they could add an Eevee of one of the remaining special types.
Yeah.
But I don't know how many more there are to add.
Bug. Rock,
Because some of them don't make sense.
steel.
Stop!
Fighting.
Oh no, Bug,
Flying.
Rock, Steel, and all that aren't special types.
Bug, Rock,
So
Steel
special
is
types
They're
are
physical
only
types.
the elemental types.
Because
they're different types.
No, I mean ghost.
Ghosts.
I think Ghost actually is a physical type still.
What?
Weirdly,
I thought Ghost was special, even in the old gens.
I don't know. They switched it back and forth.
Poison is, I think, a special one though. Poison's special.
I
As far
want
as I
an
know.
Eevee of every type though. Every single one.
Is it really special?
Because there are no Eevees of the physical types. Ghost is physical as well. Yeah, I thought so.
Is grass? Grass
I
isn't
think Ghost is
physical, though,
dragon.
is it?
There is a Eevee of grass.
But it isn't special. Isn't grass?
It is special.
Is it?
Grass is a special type.
I guess solar.
Well, yes, types have been split, but they still kept it that way with Eevee. I want a ghost type, give ghost. You know, but the thing is that the moment they give ghost type, those memes are gonna come back, and I don't want those memes to come back.
What memes?
Look at the last thing that Ari said in your chat. Or was it the last thing? The thing before last?
Oh damn.
No, it was the last thing. Yeah.
With the fudge.
Yeah, those memes have been around for a very long time since people started speculating for a ghost type Eevee, and I don't like them.
Man.
I would be curious if we ever get a new type, though. I doubt we're gonna get a new type, but
People are theorizing that it should come in Scarlet and Violet because from
yeah.
we might be reading into different theories, Lulu, but it's basically every 2 games with new generations of Pokemon and a new evolution comes out.
Well, it's just that they don't add an evolution for physical types because they always are. They've always done the special types.
Well, knowing how they promote the EVs, it'll probably be revealed before.
Granted, I'm not against it. I mean, I'll take whatever new EV evolution they give me because I love them. But I just I don't expect it.
I've never
However,
said that, Squish.
there is a cool theory that I watched online once about how they wanted to create the person of the video, not the actual game company. The person of the video, that would be really interesting if they created a type of Pokemon that did the same thing as Eevee, but with all the physical types instead. So that'd be really cool.
Also, true, Dragon is a special type. Well, I don't remember saying that, Squish. Dragon is technically a special type, as far as I remember the typing from like
Travel
Gen
Pokemon.
3 and before.
Actually, can't even look up what the different types are. Like, it's really...
Also, that is true. The new game, there is definitely going to be something with the terms of ages, just by looking at like the legendaries and the professors so far. Because one professor looks like they're from like the future, while the other one looks like they're like prehistoric.
Well, their names are Spanish for like pasada. It's like past, and
Future.
futuro like futuro. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, whatever that Pokemon is, I'm naming them Link.
I think that was for the professors.
No.
Celebi is a time travel. Well, yeah, Celebi is a time travel
okay.
Pokemon, and we have a. I mean, we have
There are
multiple
also
Pokemon.
green,
about-
and they kind
So
of
I
have the
have
hat.
finally figured it out. So specials are Water, Fire, Grass, Electric, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, and Dark.
So Dragon.
So Dragon.
Dragon.
Dragon is the only one we don't currently
Which
have.
would technically be the pair to go with Sylveon.
Yeah. Oh, and Fairy. That's from Diamond and Pearl.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So,
So,
dragon.
normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, ghost, bug, and steel are all physical.
A normal's a
Poison is
physical type.
Yeah.
the-
Poison is physical, ghost is physical,
Pokemon's weird. It's just how they do it.
What the fuck?
and bug is physical.
Bug's
Bug makes
understandable.
sense. Bug makes
Bug is the weirdest type in my opinion.
Normion.
Normion, someone make a normal type.
It's literally Eevee. What do you mean? Are you trying to
yeah.
get like an upgraded Eevee?
It's
Yeah,
Eevee,
it's just-
but
I actually
fluffier.
would think that would be pretty cool.
Actually, that would be cool if you get like an evolution that actually evolves by like either level or something, and it's just like maybe it's an Eevee that wanted to go just another path, you know?
You press B enough times on the evolutions
Lamau.
that eventually it just forces itself into. Rather, you press B on enough evolutions and then it like automatically tries to evolve into something else.
Honestly, I'm curious. We should be getting another trailer for Scarlet and Violet. Now you got me thinking about Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah, soon.
Yeah, we should be getting one soon, hopefully. More Smoliv.
Smoliv. I have
Just,
to catch Smoley.
And the pig.
Lechonk.
Lechonk.
Lechonk. Lechonk.
I really hope they become like Dusik.
Lechongus.
Oh my god. Imagine.
I'm just curious how they're gonna fuse like older Pokemon with the Legends Arceus kind of style, because that's what it looks like they're doing.
Oh, define Legends of Arceus style.
How in Legends Arceus it was a lot more open world, basically sort of like how the wild area was, but instead of there really being like a load screen in between battles when you go into battles and all that, it's just instant. You just like throw your Pokemon out near the wild Pokemon and the battle just starts, as well as you can get multiple wild Pokemon into a single battle.
Interesting.
Legends Arceus was a fun game that was, yeah, it's the free roam, quote unquote, open world Pokemon.
Ah, so we're gonna encounter crazy fucko bosses.
Yes.
I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that, because if you really think about it, in a real environment, like the route wouldn't just be full of babies. There'd probably be like an older Pokemon that would watch over said younger Pokemon. You know?
I mean, there's actually been like, in the anime, there's like a Bidoof company, rather a Bidoof like, oh god, what's it called? Basically just a giant fucking like pack, but like 3 of them
Yeah.
size. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're all just in this one area, and there's one Bidoof who was old as shit looking. And now bear in mind, Bidoof has an evolution.
Yes.
But this one got really old, and he was like the sage Bidoof.
Yeah, it's also. They said it's like co-op in the new one, supposedly,
Yeah.
right?
It's probably gonna be 4-player co-op in the wild area type area.
Ah,
I doubt it's, but however, I'm hoping that it's going to be seamless, and basically, the wild area is basically going to be more of the map than even what it was in Sword and Shield.
I don't want more map. Walking everywhere was tiresome.
It was,
Mm.
but
They showed off in the
What am-
trailer. It's not that okay. They all went opposite directions.
Oh.
Yeah.
I
yeah,
thought Sword and Shield was small comparatively.
Sword and Shield was
routes-
small, but I'm thinking of Wait, was it? Am I thinking of Sword and Shield?
Like
yeah. Sword and Shield was the one with the wild area.
Ghost water.
Well, Sword and Shield was made it to be like the UK, so it makes sense that they have like a very small sort of design.
Yeah,
But
I'm sad
I
that-
guess the wild areas were large, but I still felt the overall map was small comparatively.
we know
Mhm.
we know that's it's based on Spain, right? Not Mexico. Is it Spain or Mexico?
Yeah, I think it's Spain.
Spain,
It's
I
Spain.
believe. Spain and Portugal. I think it's both.
Ooh,
I do think there are connections to Portugal as well.
that'll be interesting.
I think
it's just based on the Iberian Peninsula altogether.
Probably.
Just
Spain.
straight co-op? I wonder what the implication is then. Because I've always wanted a co-op Pokemon game, but I've never actually it's never quite been what I wanted, you know.
As far as I remember, the starting outfits, which you never actually keep the starting outfits, I think it was the violet ones look better than the scarlet ones, in my opinion, but...
I think so.
They have different outfits for both games? What?
Yeah, they do. Let's see here. Scarlet
And-
and violet.
I'm willing to put real money on it that if Christy had a choice, she's going to pick Sprigatito 100% of the way. It's a cat.
Tito?
Oh yeah, here it
Oh.
is.
Oh, it's like Coco.
Yeah, it's okay.
The duck is a good choice too. Though.
The duck is a good
Lulu.
choice. Also, here's the...
I mean, come on.
so,
cat.
the one...
Lulu.
It's
Mhm.
I played Deltarune.
What's that?
Undertale 2-ish, sort of,
What's that?
question mark.
I've never played Undertale.
Wait, you've never played Undertale?
Nope.
Lulu. You gotta play
Lulu.
Undertale and Deltarune.
Why? I know the whole story thanks to the internet.
Aw.
Do you know
What's the
Deltarune's story
point?
then?
If you don't know Deltarune's story, I
Yeah.
would definitely play.
You should play
Deltarune.
Deltarune.
You should. It's free. It's free on Steam.
It's got puns. It has great humor.
I know it has puns. Because remember the same people who made fucking
Undertale.
Undertale, and it has puns.
Yes.
Sans is wonderful.
Did you
Sans
know
is
that
spectacular.
Toby Fox also got a song into Sword and Shield?
I am not at all surprised.
He did. He
Anyway.
was-
Also, Lulu, I usually choose my starters based upon the final evolutions.
We don't know what the final evolutions are.
That's
yet,
the
so-
point.
We don't have the final
But
episode.
presently, the one I'm leaning upon, while I absolutely agree, the grass cat is absolutely the fucking cutest. Like 100%, 6,000%. In general, though, I tend to lean towards water types.
Let's go, Duck Gang!
But ever since meeting the amazing character, Birdly, I can't bypass the joke and not get the duck and call him Birdly.
I'm gonna be honest.
Someone made a poll.
This is going to be the one game where I choose my least favorite of the starting types. I think.
You're gonna go for
Because
fire?
I think Fuecoco is my go-to.
Let's go.
That's
Go, go,
fair.
gang,
I
go.
just-
He's a little pepper.
And I think it 100% has to do with an art that I saw of him and Totodile playing and them looking very similar and me going, I like them.
Yeah, it's always the art that does it.
It's
Every
because I love
fucking
Totodile.
time.
And Totodile got me. Like,
I gotta see their, just like Christy, I have to see their, final.
Supposedly,
evolution.
Fuecoco is gonna have like butterfly wings or something in the final.
Oh,
Really
shit.
Also, in the voice channel, text chat, whatever you call it, I posted a picture showing the two trainer types. The one on the left is Scarlet. The one on the right is Violet.
Left is Scarlet, right is Violet.
Yes.
Why
Ignore the two in the center.
Why do they have orange and then blue? What?
I don't know.
that's definitely purple.
That's not purple.
No, the ones on
That's
the right is purple.
absolutely purple.
No, the one,
Oh.
Yeah, the ones on the
Yeah,
right are
that's the
purple. I'm
second
talking
one.
about the ones on the left.
Oh, you meant why do they have orange shorts and a blue hat? Yeah. No,
Orange shorts,
that's a
an
whole.
orange tie, and then a blue hat. Why?
Splatoon. Splatoon
Just
1.
go full dreamsicle or
That's-
don't.
That's why I'm saying the Scarlet default trainer outfits is so bad.
Yeah. Hard agree. They did not do color balancing right on that at all. The hats are throwing me. Now, if they didn't have the hats wholesale, they are so much cuter. So much
Have you
cuter.
seen
Stop trying to tip the scales. That's unfair.
Have you seen the two legendaries?
Yeah, I'm not hyper fond of either of them.
Miss you, no.
I love that image. I love that image because legitimately,
Oh,
I cannot
God.
look at that stupid duck without seeing Donald.
Hey,
God.
I
Don't you
need to
just
see
need
its
healing?
third evolution
Don't you
because
just need healing.
not only I I have a hot take about this generation. This generation is recycled assets. Because legitimately,
Yeah.
Fuecoco is fire Totodile.
Mhm.
Pretty sure that the Quackity is literally just Pelican. Like they have a Pelican Pokemon in Ruby that is absolutely just Quackity. Same thing. No changes, just a different design.
I didn't even know a poll was going. I would have voted.
I think the typing rumored for their final evolutions, it's Fuecoco's gonna be Fire Fairy.
Caliper, thank you.
Fire Fairy? Ooh.
Yeah, Sprigatito.
And then
is,
yeah,
dark
Sprigatito
grass.
is just Litten. Grass Litten. So yeah, they're just reusing assets.
Let's try. I think Quack is gonna be
Okay.
water fighting. I think.
It all makes sense now. Small. That wouldn't make sense, Everkey. That would not make sense. I'm sorry.
What?
It can't be water fighting if the grass one is grass dark and the fire one is fire fairy.
Why not?
Because they usually do a triangle.
Nah,
That
nonsense.
didn't happen with
Don't they usually do a triangle?
They usually do a triangle, but that was broken in X and Y.
No, it wasn't. Grass fighting, fire psychic, water dark.
Grass Ghost. Or was that sort? Fuck, which
That
was the one
that's
that
Sun and Moon.
Sun and Moon? Okay.
is grass ghost, fire dark, water
I
fairy.
want to learn about the X and Y axis. I'm trying to look at the X and Y Pokemon. Jeez,
It
get
was
around.
not broken. It was not broken.
It was broken.
I swear to you, it was not broken.
It was.
Oh wait, fighting. No, it wasn't broken.
You're talking about Sun and Moon with Fairy, Dark, and Ghost? Is that still?
Yeah, that's still a. I think it's a. Well, no, because fairy doesn't take weakness to any of them.
Mm-hmm.
It was broken.
Fucking fairy.
Very good.
Fairy.
It was very good. It was the strongest one out of the three.
It was very good.
Very
hate
good.
fairy
Exactly.
so
You got
much.
it.
I hate fairy so
Wholesale. That was
much.
the only generation where I actually fell in love with every single one of the final evolutions. Sun and Moon.
Sun and Moon? Oh, who'd you pick?
I chose the grass one simply because the middle evolution I wanted to make a very important pun.
Oh, God.
Oh, Sun and Moon was the only game that I've never played.
It was pretty. Wait.
You
was
want
it
to
good?
know the reason I didn't play?
Why?
Because I was on boycott. Because how dare they do that to my boy Execute?
What the fuck do you mean? That dude is great.
But Lulu,
How
look
dare they?
look at this middle stage evolution for the grass one. Okay, are you looking? Are you staring?
Mm-hmm.
I got it for the sheer fact that I wanted to call him Hedgeworth.
I believe it. No, it's good. It's good.
What the fudge?
Wait,
No, I like their evolutions. I think the only evolution I don't like in the group is Littens. 'Cause I hate Littens.
I didn't like it at first until I read the descriptions, and then I imagined him like doing WWE moves with children and like exaggeratingly getting like pummeled.
Smash Brothers.
I just hate Littens because it's just the meme, right? Firefighting is just the meme at this point.
he's not fire.
He's Fire Dark.
He's fire dark.
That's so upsetting.
He's fire dark.
Why the fuck is he not firefighting?
Because I don't know.
That's the thing. Everyone thought he was firefighting, but then they found out that
He
he's
has a
fire
wrestling
I,
belt.
he's legit the
You know
one that
you're
should
not
be
wrong.
firefighting, and they made him Fire Dark on purpose.
I'm even more upset now.
Also, I did find out, because I just looked it up as well. I don't
It's
think
because
the
he's
Sword
a
and Shield
heel.
ones-
He's the evil wrestler. That's true. He is the heel.
Wait, what's the
Um,
heel?
It's the person who is like the bad guy in wrestling.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh.
because
But,
wrestling is fake, so they have to plan it out.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I don't think the Sword and Shield third evolution starters had a second type. I think they were monotype as well. I think.
I don't remember them having one.
I don't
Sword and
remember
Shield?
them-
They were not.
Yeah.
They're not monotype.
I think the final was it, or were they?
What?
Sword and Shield?
We haven't had single typed like third evos for many generations now. It just hasn't happened.
Or is it firefighting? No,
It is
Scorbunny's just
firefighting,
fire.
isn't it?
No, Scorbunny's just fire.
They're just trolling us.
monotype. They're just monotype.
It's like
They're
the only
legit
one
just
of the
trolling
group.
us.
Oh no,
And-
actually Rillaboom as well. Oh, never mind.
Inteleon. And yeah, Inteleon's just water. They're literally just monotype. The
Never
Pokemon
mind.
company's just trolling us. Pokemon
yeah.
company's
Jesus
trolling
Christ, I
us.
thought
They
it was a
literally
water
are doing
fairy!
it just to troll us.
Oh wait, no, never mind. Inteleon. No, yeah, that makes sense.
I didn't really like.
Yeah, I remember
Inteleon.
these ones. My brain was crossing them with
You said
The
the
Sun and
amusing
Moon
part
ones.
about them being monotype is that I know for a fact that Cinderace can learn fighting type moves.
Oh yeah,
So why did they not just make it fire fighting?
Because
Well-
Cinderace is already busted, and they didn't want to give him a second stab move.
it's
mean,
actually
well,
genuinely
yes.
possible.
I just want to die. Just want to
That
die,
is
Pokemon.
very possible.
Wanna die?
Pokemon man
Oh,
want
that's
to die.
also. Wait a minute. That's right. Cinderace does have Protean, doesn't he? Or an ability like Protean. I hate Cinderace. I hate it so.
I love how we started on one fucking nerd rage and now we've ended on another nerd rage.
It's like how our conversations go. What do you mean? I mean, if you want to get on a real nerd rage, I can send everyone for a loop. House of Dragons comes out on the 21st of August.
Yeah.
Me and Silent are gonna watch. I don't know if you want to watch, Christy.
I'll watch
We're
it
about to
too.
go back down the rabbit hole of Game of Thrones.
We'll see if it sucks.
Yeah.
Come on, just have
Be
hope.
hopeful.
I have to watch it just on principle.
The amount of time me and Silent have put into politics and Game of Thrones roleplay, we're kind of obligated at this point to see what happens. Because, like, we need vindication.
I didn't watch the final season. I
It's
don't.
understandable, truly.
I did, however, watch someone break down how it should have gone, and it was the funniest fucking thing ever. I don't
The final
like it.
season was the worst season of that show, and probably one of the worst seasons of television
History.
in a while.
Yep. And it just
Man.
instantly
Granted,
faded
I
into
will
obscurity.
say-
It's so fucking crazy. Because it was
I will say-
everywhere.
That where they took it in the first half was so awful that when they got to the end, I do legitimately believe that the second half was the best ending they could have given it for what they wrote themselves into.
Based on the hole that they had dug for themselves.
They closed that grave and it fit into the grave they dug perfectly.
I mean, I never watched it, so I don't actually even know the ending or any of it. I just know that from what I've heard from friends, I dodged a bullet.
Yeah.
Luckily and fortunately, all of the House of Dragon stuff is already written. That was kind of the issue, and George R. is on the staff for this one.
Good.
E.
So
Hey.
hopefully that means it's gonna be some fun stuff. Plus, it's lore that's really interesting. I know a lot about it because of my years of researching Game of Thrones lore. Because I was in a roleplay that did Game of Thrones lore.
Yeah. And it was
Please
highly
don't say
political, and it was so good.
So I know quite a lot about the era, but I'm interested to see how it plays out because there's not a lot of characters from the era. So I want to see how they actually make it out to me. I'm very excited. But yeah, Game of Thrones is a thing again. Woo, I guess. Shrug.
We- I'm honestly
maybe
worried
it'll
that
be
like by the time that George R.R. Martin actually releases the next book, that people won't pick it up because they're still just so like.
He himself has made jokes about him dying before he finishes this series.
Yeah, that's fair.
So
Fudge
you know.
birthday.
Now I full sail believe that he has a finalist artist in his will or something, because
Most
there's
likely.
some artists will have someone they have tutored or been with or wrote with before in the past to finish their books, and I full sail believe that he has someone set for that. And if he doesn't, he doesn't. We just go what we have, and that's what it is.
Pray. Oh, it looks
whenever I
good.
think of Prey, I just think of the video game now.
The video game?
Yeah, with the
The
nice little like symbiote mimic
Yeah,
things.
the little black sludge balls that I played
Yeah,
prop hunt.
yeah. Scares me every time. Jump scares me every single time.
Prop
I
hunt.
mean, Darth, I don't think many of us would be upset with that. if Brandon Sanderson was his right in to finish.
Yes, they're called.
That'd be great.
I knew Christy would be excited about that. Oh my god. Dying.
I'm not familiar.
Don't die.
What has he written or what is
Mistborn.
he going for? Mistborn?
Mistborn, yes. A book that has amazing politics, a low fantasy, a low low magic, but still the coolest fucking magic system I have ever fucking seen. High key the best world building I have ever fucking witnessed with mine eyeballs. And also, with all the great politics and all the world building, there's a great romance! Ah! It's great.
Well. Oh, they're still coming out with books?
Oh yeah.
Since 2006. Dang.
They also have a really good audiobook for Mistborn, and high key, I actually recommend the audiobook more than the book itself.
You gotta love a good audiobook.
The audiobook is that good. Yeah, he was also the one that finished Wheel of Time after its author died.
Alright, my allergies are killing me, so I'm gonna go to sleep.
Sleep
You have
well,
a good time.
Lulu. I love you.
Bye.
Lulu.
Bye bye. See you at AA tomorrow.
There he goes.
He's gone. You're floating on nothing. You're just floating in space, Chrono.
This is fine. I have ascended to a new reality. Why are there two Everkeys?
Oh my god, there was actually an Everkey all along. They were just hiding.
What the fudge?
I kind of want the big one to be moved next to the small one. Then it's just like, don't talk to me or my son ever again.
Pa, please, Papa.
Papa.
Lamau.
I hate my brain. It went back to Pokemon, and I'm like, Sword and Shield had so much potential, and the fact that it's literally called the Galar region, but it only focused on
It's
soccer.
like sneaking.
Okay. I will protect you.
I will protect.
So good.
It's like peeking out behind from the
I
larger
fucking
box.
love it.
What the fudge?
There we go.
Perfect.
And
Stacks.
thus, all is right in the universe.
Now I get to bounce on Everkeys. It's so clips at 3 a.m.
It's 2 a.m. Cat tried to steal your cracker. Yeah, that sounds like a cat thing to do.
Excuse me, that is the cat's cracker now? It has claimed it? Ever tiny.
Oh, I just sneezed. I
Bless
needed it in time, but oh my god.
Uh-oh.
I hate it. It always fucks up my throat. Ugh.
Yeah.
I have violent sneezes that like give me headaches. Thank you.
What the fudge?
Hmm?
Sorry.
It's okay.
You okay,
Freaking-
Ever?
Yeah. What the fudge is ever tiny?
It's
It's
your
'cause I'm-
child.
It's
It's your child.
5'4".
No,
Because
Ever-
Because you have a
Everkey,
child.
It's because you have a tiny version of you
oh
next to you.
yeah,
on
I forgot
Earth
about that.
too.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Everkey, are you that just
No.
influenced
Yes.
by
I
the
don't know, man.
short jokes? You think
He's
someone
just so
calls you-
prepped to just snap, dude.
Sorry, Squish.
Okay,
the
wait,
ammo.
Oh no.
Wait. Everkey, we
Mhm.
need to start to have you react of when anyone ever calls you short. Act like Edward Elric.
He already
Hi.
does.
What the is? I don't know.
I mean, he's not that angry. He doesn't get that angry when you call him short.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same dialogue, but in a much more nice tone.
Fair.
Is 5'4" even short? What's the like average male
For America,
Height.
I don't know.
For average men, that is shorter than average. It's not. I wouldn't consider it
Right.
short, but it is shorter than average. Average
Okay,
male
this is
height
weird.
in
It's
America.
saying the
His
average male height for American men is 5'9". I don't.
Does age matter or?
That's 20 years old. That is 20 years old.
Oh, God damn, I'm 24.
I am taller than average from the average female. Because the
I am-
average female is 5'4".
How do you pick
I
up
am
like
5'7".
people
5'8".
at TwitchCon?
I'm 5'9".
Taller than me.
God dang, trees. Trees everywhere.
I
What
picked
the
up people
fudge?
way taller than me. Because I've got gains.
It's okay.
I lift weights.
Are you okay, B-boy? Honestly, though, being that tall is kind of bad for your spine.
Huh? What?
6'8"?
6'8".
Ooh.
Like,
It's not just bad for your spine, but your knees.
yeah.
Damn, dude.
Listen, Squish, being short
I
isn't
feel bad for you. No chair must ever feel comfortable.
I would much rather be short than overly tall.
Yeah, especially considering shorter people have longer lifespans.
Yeah,
Wait, what?
Wholesale,
they
I
do.
would much rather be short than tall.
Oh. Well, then it's a blessing, then, I guess. Yeah. And not a curse.
I'm 5'5", the average of the Netherlands for women.
Wow. That's why trees get chopped down. Because they're too tall in age.
I don't think that's the only reason why trees
That's
get
some
chopped
short
down
person
every day.
agenda speak.
But no, you can't say.
I love it. It's so good. Holy shit, Em, that was savage.
What?
Just imagine like rubbing your hands together, looking like with a
that is
squinty
what-
smile.
That's fine.
You're perfect, Everkey.
No.
Taller
There's no
people
perfection.
live less.
That's what's been said. That tall people have. I don't know if it has to do with like blood circulation or something.
More energy.
No,
More energy?
Yeah, okay, so the bigger you are, the more cells you have, which means the more chances that things can go wrong.
Oh.
And the bigger you are, the more energy that you have is required to like what's it called? Prolong yourself. So basically you need to eat more, you basically just need to work harder to actually keep yourself functioning.
Yeah.
7'1"? Holy fudge.
Jesus Christ, man.
People will live as long as they do. It's just another factor that might stack
Well,
things on top of it.
You have to
Also,
work
as
hard
we
to
like,
exist, yeah.
as years go on, doesn't the life expectancy of people like go
Up.
less as, or go up? Like, it used to be like 100 years, but isn't it now like 80 or 70 or something? The life expectancy
Yeah,
went
ever
up.
since the introduction of corn syrup.
Wait, what?
Yep.
Corn syrup.
Corn syrup?
Yes.
big syrup, big sugars, bad for you.
Corn syrup shortens your lives?
Yes. It
is
also makes you
artificial as
very
hell.
fucking fat.
What about maple syrup?
Maple syrup is way healthier in comparison.
Damn it.
Yes. Were you asking this because of Everkey?
Corn syrup
Yeah,
are
fudge
slow
stuff, yeah.
poison? Yeah, pretty much. And it's in everything. Everything.
It's why
You'll find it in your salsas.
Yeah.
Salsa?
Yes.
God dang, dude. What the fudge? Well.
Yeah, as long as the maple syrup doesn't contain corn syrup.
Mm. Also, the stress and depression doesn't help.
Oh.
Yeah.
In general, this generation is dealing with way more stress than our predecessors.
I love
Way
it when
fucking more.
when the older folks are like, we were doing so much better with our lives back then. Yeah, and back then a candy bar didn't cost $3.50.
Damn.
True.
It really
Jesus
do be like
Christ.
that sometimes.
I love inflation.
Mhm. Oh my god, out of
I was
context,
being
Chrono, you gotta be
sarcastic.
careful!
Oh, true. Oh, no.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
Oh no, you're ruined! You have to
Well-
be careful!
Ruined me.
It's over! You're gonna be clipped out of context and found on DeviantArt.
Finally.
What?
Finally, my fame.
Oh. Oh, okay, bro. Alright. I see you.
Jesus Christ, man!
See, Lottie knows. Lottie knows. Pogger.
Oh my god.
Listen,
go ahead
I take things as it goes. I'll just shrug it off. As long as the people that I actually care about knows how I truly am, that's all that really matters to me.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Well, I mean, people say that until they face like public like ridicule, and then it kind of fucks
Oh.
with you.
I'll just delete Twitter. It's fine.
What if
Probably
it's in
for the better.
person?
delete the person.
That's murder.
That's
That's
murder.
illegal.
We don't do that here, Everkey.
Oh, sorry. It's only if you. You know what? I need to.
You're fine.
Alright. Yeah.
You're
It's fine.
You're fine.
Yeah, it's fine. But yeah.
It's okay. It was just a rhetorical deletion.
Yeah.
Metaphorical one.
Metaphorical.
Yeah. No,
Just
it's
a
not
small
illegal if you. It's not only illegal if you get caught. It's still illegal. You just won't get charged. That's the difference.
Man.
Anywho,
What a fudged up day.
guess what time it is?
2:03 a.m.
Uh, I mean, you're
Dance
correct,
time?
but that doesn't mean that you were right.
Excuse
Well,
me?
actually, technically speaking, I was wrong. It's 3:03 for me.
No, 2:03.
Well,
Central
2:03
the
is
best.
what time it is
Central
for me.
is the best, dude. Central time is the only time that matters.
I need Wolf to be here to help me, please.
No.
My fellow Florida man.
It's called Central because it's centered totally. That's why it's the best time zone.
Totally.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
It does. It does.
But no.
Oh, what time is it?
Clips time.
Clips?
Clips.
Clippers? Clippers?
Any clippers in chat?
Any clippers?
Clippers. Mod check.
Clip time?
Where's clippers? What the
Does
fuck? Squish?
Everkey have an off button?
Squish.
Squish.
No.
Oof.
Alright, well it's been nice. I'm gonna go now.
No!
Have a good. It's been alright, bro. You
No,
know?
come back, Everkey.
Nah, it's fine.
I want a Everkey on button.
But is it because Winddown's calling you?
Partially.
Oh.
I see. I understand.
Very well. Have a nice day.
Have a good night.
Alright. If you guys are still on in like a couple hours, then I'll come back. But
I'm
We'll
gonna be
see.
asleep. I actually need to go to
Alright.
sleep here soon.
have a good rest of stream, Te amo, bros.
Yes, yes. Bye
Goodbye.
bye.
I'm no Everkey.
Focus
I'll stick around for a few clips, but then I do have to go to bed.
focus on building.
Fine.
I'm just gonna be enjoying myself.
The clips are fun.
Yeah.
I already did this one. I'm just chilling.
I'm vibing. I'm having a good time.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Rat
just looking at the
ambush.
fucking titles just gets me on its own.
Rat ambush.
All right, let's fucking go.
Let's do this.
Oh, I can't see my mouse. Oh, what?
Yes.
She's gonna pull a thing off of her strap. I made a sippy cup of holding.
Wait, I wasn't there for that.
I made 3 sippy cups of holding.
You did it! Yes!
Sippy cups of holding.
I made 3 of them, and they're all they. I put
Why 3 of them? You only need 2.
one's for me,
Cord is built different, isn't that right, Cord? What was the issue?
one's for me. You think I'm gonna make sippy cups of holding for them and not for me?
Yes.
I mean, that's fair.
I'm needed elsewhere. I have to go, my friends.
God,
Would you mind sharing your screen? Quick though.
I'm sorry. I should have done that. My bad.
You're
My
fine.
bad.
You're
My
fine, you're
bad.
fine. You're fine.
My bad.
Thank you.
Just straight up leaped.
If he did, he just jumped.
This one here is a mentor of mine from a couple of years back.
Hello.
This is my teacher. You want to introduce yourself, Teach?
Thank you. Oh, hand.
Oh, their hair is cute.
It's nice to meet you. My name is Ria.
Wait, is that Ribbon? That's Ribbon.
Yeah. So, before I became...
Oh, I
So
wasn't
before
ready for
I,
that.
before
Oh, I
became the
wasn't
person that I am
expecting
today,
that.
She helped out a lot with my development.
Oh.
Woo!
The only
Okay.
reason,
Very well.
Uh,
Yes, ask her.
the only reason the only reason she taught me was because I didn't exactly know what the hell I was doing back then. But luckily, I ran into her during my journeys and came across her and such. But that's decades ago. Well, the only reason.
Development.
A lance? An arm? Yes, all. Everything. Kill him! I mean... I mean, name him!
Chips? I thought you were a pacifist, Chips!
You were a pass?
Hey, look, you better teach her well, not like how you did with me. You put me through the ringer.
Okay, maybe I don't want to.
Don't worry.
Don't tease me.
I am going to teach her well. I'm starting slow.
Okay.
I have to adapt to different teaching styles. And yours was like beating you over the head with a pen.
Okay. Yes, it was. I admit.
169 viewers. Nice.
That's how you learn.
Nice.
That is how.
She is going to be much easier.
Don't do that. What are you
The
doing,
little
kid?
smile.
Not a word, Kadan. Not a single word to anyone.
Do not betray our trust. My eyes are everywhere. Not
That was a nice effect.
That was a nice effect.
Do not betray our trust.
Ah, he did the Dark Angel one, huh? Neat.
My eyes are everywhere.
I was curious about which voice mod effect he actually used.
I just need to check my library.
Still
and see what
coming.
was in there.
Not today, motherfucker! You'll
I
never
think we
take me
saw
back.
this one yesterday.
Yeah, we saw this one yesterday, but it was still
And
good.
I'm going to get the fuck out of here. Going back to fucking.
God damn it, Bruns.
Oh no, this one. You know, the moment that this happened, I was sitting here thinking it would be fucked if he was watching. Because Vina at this point was, she knew that Rize was upset, right?
Mhm.
And she was just trying to be as goofy as possible to try and get some smiles in the room because these two, Jesus Christ, they were just little black holes of negativity. It's just like, I gotta make cheer him up somehow. I gotta just make as many jokes as possible. Hi, Ari. I knew you were here. You knew it. She was having a bad time. Yes, I do. I do have fishing now, Jack.
Chips doesn't. But that's because he doesn't look at him like that. Sage.
Man.
Sage.
Sage.
Start building your fucking defenses.
What defenses? You're a what
Hours.
defenses? I have no stones.
Oh no! Oh,
That's a lot of people.
No, above
oh,
that
it's
group.
more. There's also horses. There's also cavalry.
Yeah.
Fucking gates.
Oh.
Focus on building your fucking defense.
Oh, that's already.
Yeah, listen.
You say it right. What was it? Word for word. Oh, don't worry. He's old. He'll die soon. That's what he said.
Was that to out? Was that to out? No.
You just straight up bullied Zachary so much.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Zachary said that Albert is old and he'll die soon. So I mean.
No, you don't do that to teacher. It is funny, but
It is
it's
funny, but
it's not funny, but it is. It's slapstick funny.
Oh God! Jesus! Jesus! What the hell? Oh, it's just water! It's just water!
Jesus fuck,
It's
dude.
water! Ah! Ah!
What the fuck, Marcus?
Ah!
why is there fire raining from the heavens?
I don't want to die.
What the fuck, dude? Hey, yo! It's cheap.
Cheap.
Everyone likes getting stepped on, right? Let's go! Step on me! Yes! Yes!
I can't see it, it's just fire.
It's
Neat, though.
It's just one. Oh, they're reorganizing. Fine. Fire.
Jesus Christ.
That's a lot of fire.
I heard Ari. I heard you. That's not magic, that's alchemy.
We must move quickly.
elixir must conserve our strength.
It's what the island map came from the MMO game he made.
Yes.
Oh, interesting. The map was just for some game originally. Oh, that's cool.
Oh, you're by yourself, fuck. Oh, oh, fuck. Oh, oh, what are you? Oh, 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 that hurt.
Jesus Christ.
Just rat, just rat.
You've done your job, Professor. You've done your job. You saw nothing, I'll kill you too.
Why is he always threatening students every time?
Every single time. Well, it's probably not every time. It's just that those are the moments that get clipped.
Yeah, but he does it so often. Anyway, that was the last clip.
Yeah. We got any more?
Ooh.
I think I saw a few more posted. Yeah, a few
Oh,
more.
boy.
Another Ari posted one, it looks like.
Oh, yeah.
Into itself and implode.
Oh no, pit and maneuver. Whoops. Chance on a Brunswick binge? Yeah. That's right, we got some women in here. Flora of the pond.
What is your wisdom?
Flora of the other pond. Oh god, look at this butterball of a man.
Oh boy.
Oh jeez.
Oh boy.
Extreme edge? Oh no.
Oh no.
She's pretty edgy. Alright. That should be enough for now. Here we go.
Someone called for a scribe. Captain, look! I feel new powers.
What do you want?
I think
You're just high. Stop it.
if I'm high, I can go there. Okay,
The
Captain.
stars.
Do it then. Fucking do it.
To the
No
stars.
I'll grab this one too, but oh my god, holy shit.
The headmaster, he's been taken! He's been taken! You have to rise up!
He can control things greater than the deer.
Listen, this is a fucking coup. We can make it look like an accident.
I was told it was a goat.
Ah, I've messed up your mana supply. Now you can't just kill him. Fuck.
The headmaster Stand up to him. Don't let him fucking Will Smith you.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? Turn around. What do you mean? The Will Smith smash from the
oh, this
slap.
was around
Yeah.
that slap. Okay.
Stand up to him. Don't let him fucking Will Smith you.
That was 4 months ago.
Yeah, the little like lean Curry does when he runs, like turning around backwards is so
Stand up to him. Don't let
good.
him fuck. Alright, Fiona, you're gonna have to guide us in while we keep the plane stable. You grab the joystick. Pull up, Fiona. Fiona, for the love of fucking God, pull up. Fiona, pull up. Fiona, you're going the wrong way. Fiona, please. Fiona, please. Fiona, please.
Jesus Christ.
Why are you so
I will
harsh
take
today? Maybe
the
I'll ask
little
you again
body
tomorrow.
that you have and make it into one singular shoe.
Well, you know what? You have a small penis, so it doesn't really matter, does it?
And it's still bigger than yours, isn't it? When the day comes, Linnick, when you have more cock between your legs than you do in your mouth, I will acknowledge your opinion.
Now you've set her off again.
She has a time bomb like that.
Where did that come from?
What is wrong with this man? Hey! Wake up, you fucking lazy bastard! You fucking idiot! Sitting here while javelins are fucking landing on the ground and these bastards are right across the bridge. The fuck is wrong with you?
Fuck.
Yeah, fuck indeed.
Sorry.
He was actually asleep.
Oh
no! Man almost died.
I do not hear anything from the right to the palisade. It doesn't mean they can't be there.
Go fucking switch out with somebody and go to bed.
Oh my god. Holy shit, dude.
Oh, that must have been a rude wake up.
Yeah.
Fucking poor Tosha, dude. He fell asleep.
Oh.
Who the fuck is this?
Bleh.
Splatted spoon.
Splatted spoon.
Splatted spoon.
Somewhere.
Are you talking to yourself?
Oh, absolutely. Talk to my. Do you have any serenity? Do you have any serenity? I just wondered.
It's not for me. Just curious.
I'm just curious. Yeah, that's all.
So you got serenity, huh?
I don't have any. I'm looking for serenity. I asked this fine gentleman here. Do you have serenity?
With a 5, the dwarf is so nervous, he quickly reaches inside his pocket, and there's a little clack clack as a glass vial falls on the ground full of suspicious material.
Oh, hey, look at that. I got mine.
Fucking peasants.
Uh-huh.
The fourth quarter.
What?
What?
Help us!
Say help.
It's Leroy! Help! Oh fuck! Oh shit! Oh fuck! Fuck!
Oh no!
Oh god!
Oh no.
I've got this! I'm trying to take control!
On.
Oh, see,
That's motion sickness waiting to happen.
Yeah, that is motion
Oh
sickness.
no.
You fucking idiots! Oh my god. Zeke! We're gonna swim through hell! Help! You good, Terry? You just look like you're looking for somebody to kill. That old lady piss you off that much?
Slap the shit out that bitch.
Good for you, Terry.
Holy shit.
Good for you, Terry.
Craft to the war effort. There's donations. You're eating stew, not pussy. Stop it. What?
God.
I'm after you as a noble, partly wild, but I remember one.
Shouldn't you back on? Craft to the war effort.
Yo, is that Batman?
Well, it's essentially,
Lulu.
essentially a place where you can become
I'm also leaving.
who you
I wish I
want.
could become. Sorry, I didn't wait for you to finish the sentence and I made things weird.
Wait,
You can
hang
keep
on.
going.
Give me, like, give me 1 second.
I'll give you,
See you,
I'll give you
Dylan.
a second. Alright.
Holy shit, dude.
Captain!
It's fine. You could have fuck the woman. I'm not. I'm alright.
It's alright.
You fucker, or we're fucking you. This is a mutiny.
You want in on this? We're not taking the captain. What's wrong with
You see that nose, man? That's something I hang on to right there. Nothing, Captain.
So they just ran to the fucking dungeon.
The dungeon? The Hey, oh yeah, oh, Captain.
Oh my god.
Go and
Rex and Misty. Norali. Linux.
Rex burned down whole dorm with penis.
Flora of the pond. Flora of the pond, tell us your wisdom.
What fuck?
Rex and Misty. Look at her.
Tell me your wisdom.
What fuck?
That's funny every time.
It is funny every time. It is. Oh, this is
That's the same one.
This is gonna be really hard on my voice.
Come on, put some gusto into it.
What's some Augusto?
Properly to
But
the water.
she's only ever gonna be able to get as
Oh, I thought he was gonna try to stay calm when she looked back at him.
Holy shit.
There's no blondes out there. What are you talking about? Well, either way.
I'm right here.
I didn't see you the first time. I would have thought I could pick out the blonde in a dark group. Well, that sounded marvelous. Either way, it's very. That was a joke to all the Grondians out there. No need to get upset.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Jesus fuck, dude.
Thanks for helping me and my brother.
Aww.
You're a good professor. Good mentor.
Been hearing them too. We were outside. It only gets worse. Let's
I've been hearing them all day. I've been hearing them all day.
Little baby.
Who?
Okay.
Oh, it knows your name. Worse.
Yeah, That's a move.
Oh, it knows your name.
It's the silent walk in as soon as she walks in.
How do you make that kind of sound?
I don't know. That's like it's like a existential crisis scream.
now.
Oh no. It's perfect. Perfect.
Kate has suffered a critical injury.
Waiting for them.
Right leg.
I'll roll for it. An 11, off the shield. I'm coming back! I'm gonna come back with a bigger rock! And you're next!
Anyway, that's the last one. Mwah. Mwah.
And I think that's also where I'll call because it's 3:30. You guys have a
Sleep
good
well.
night. Bye bye. Love you.
Oh. Invincible. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Oh man, some of these are really old. Oh, 2 years ago, it was 2 years. Jesus fuck. I've been role-playing in AA for so long. Wait, I already did this one.
Rally.
Whew. So many, so many, so many, so many.
If I die.
We have to.
Christos, what have you done to get
Playing them.
If you haven't stopped already, you should stop. Pause. Cease. No more clips. Whew.
You are a friend.
Oops, all Ignis.
Old Bruce.
And now I'm caught up. Oh, okay, here we go.
Will not only live with each other.
You know they've rehearsed.
in a series of challenging tasks.
Because they definitely
ranged from
just did an
duels,
about face and went to a
team
dungeon. They're gonna
competitions,
make Essential look
battling
like
and
shit.
hunting fierce beasts,
Yep.
and utilizing your mind to solve dubious
They're gonna
problems.
make Essential look like shit,
Many of
dude.
these tasks will be
Oh, we're gonna
dangerous,
lose our
so
fucking
please prepare
jobs.
yourselves. This is your chance to show off your skills
We're
to your fellows
fucked.
and to the cross-allied forces.
But then, actually not.
The Essential have gotten
The
too
competition
comfortable.
itself will start in time.
These
So
guys are
use
eager
this
to prove
opportunity.
themselves, both
The
in
next
character
weeks
and
to
out of
prepare
character.
and get to know each other.
In terms of the characters they're
Headmistress
playing.
Boyle
Oh
will
my god, we're
act
about to
as your
get
hostess
stomped.
and headmistress during your time here.
Unfortunately, no.
Oh, we're
Because
gonna
as
get
it
stomped.
happens, a group of people, even though they have been practicing as AOD and are very experienced in other role plays, it's very different to role play out as a character who is not in that universe before. It's very hard. And especially do team exercises when they haven't really worked with each other before. If they were practicing for months straight for through various combat exercises, that'd be different. But I'm pretty sure they haven't done that. They have only been on the AOD side of combat. So they don't really know what the culture is or what the flow is compared to the Ascension Academy students. It's very, very different. They did very well in the hunt. Yeah, I believe I have the utmost faith that they did well, but inherently, the Ascension Academy students had the advantage because it's home territory. They know the rules, they know how to operate, they know what will or will not be punished, that sort of stuff, and they know each other's characters and temperaments.
And training scenarios towards the end.
I wonder how many of them have clocked out by now.
Lectures are necessary to impart information into your brains, and I know that not everybody pays attention to lectures when they drone on and on, so there's practical application at the very end. You will be executing the very things that you learned today.
Timing.
In high and training scenarios towards the end.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember this.
We're gonna need a keyword, and then we shout the name. Arashi, boom. Victor, boom. Esme, boom. Chips, it's okay. Don't cry. You're not useless. Step back 2 paces. I'm kidding. It was a...
Oh, that still hurt. Oh yeah, dude. I remember this. That was so fucking scary. Esme's scissors are stronger than Chips's plot-armored hair. Just think about that for a moment. She got his hair.
What doesn't say is just as important as what they do say.
I
Yes.
didn't not kill Bartha, okay?
Thank
Is
you.
that better?
Wait a minute.
Oh.
Nice.
The fucking Esme event was literally what pushed Chips and Bev together. Just whoop.
How about you yourself?
I'm from EOS.
Yes. Our neighbors, then. Oh, it's nice to have supportive classmates in the area. You never know.
Yes, in fact, one of our professors, Carver, he's from EOS as well. He's around here somewhere, I think. Yeah, potentially more important than Prince of EOS. I thought he's probably dead now at this point. So,
Oh, jeez.
Oh, Rex!
Oh, that's bad.
Rex! Why is it always Rex who leaks shit? Ah!
They did arrest
I understand it's in front of his parents, but holy shit, he could have told them in confidence. Holy shit, why? Why? Oh my god. fucking.
Neighbors then.
Literally the one person who's supposed to keep it. I give up.
What's in the box?
I can tell because you're dead.
Open the fucking box.
What's in the
RP,
box,
by the way.
Joseph?
No.
What's in the box?
But the bunny back in the box. Oh, I just said that in the RP.
Headmaster. We're being cold. You can wait.
What's in the
And
box?
Alex, do I look like I give a fuck? The box is more important.
Calm down. Get to the meeting.
What's in the box, though?
Yeah, what's in the box?
God damn.
You better talk to him about her. I want her. You
Of course, my dear.
and I get everything. Watch yourself.
Of course.
Just like
light of my life, star of my world.
me.
New dresses as well.
Of course, my love. Anything for you.
I demand the moon.
Good lord, did you marry a volcano, man? Did you marry a volcano? There's vomiting fire everywhere in here.
I demand the moon? Fuck, I'm not gonna recover from this.
Drink. Would you all like a drink?
Yes, that would be nice.
Jesus fuck.
No, off. No one.
Invincible.
No, do not jump.
Invincible.
You're not. You're not.
Oh, she discovered the healing of the lotus.
Don't do it. How do you feel?
Better.
Come on.
Invincible. Invincible.
You're not
Invincible.
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 Please don't hurt yourself. No hurt. No, off.
I see you walking, boy. You keep walking. I'm not serenading no god this morning.
I remember seeing this one. Hey. Rizzy is a good character. I love her.
Lemon fanatic. Why would you ever question anyone talking about lemon?
What do you mean?
Well, you wouldn't question. You should just educate.
Sir, you seem to be getting more, Your Highness, you seem to be getting more hats.
That's in my lore.
Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on your head.
I love it was Avina's idea.
Oh,
And then Victor spread it. And then they showed Rize and then she did it to everybody. She got all the blame for the hats. He's just like, what the fuck?
Where's who?
What the fuck? It just keeps coming.
I wouldn't know.
That's everything.
Can you feel your
The hats. Jesus Christ, he just feels like he's gonna fucking laser someone to death, the boys style.
I feel another capital punishment.
Oh no! Capital punishment!
Jesus Christ.
Don't know if we wanted an outshot.
You're a gremlin mode and do not regret anything? Of course you shouldn't.
Don't worry, I have one of those handy already.
She's gonna kick him, isn't she?
Yeah.
You confident in it?
The amount of times.
You think it'll keep you safe?
Yeah.
Hi, Callie.
It's a demonic
Spread 'em.
cup, so be careful.
Spread them.
Okay.
I don't think it worked.
Probably not. It was nicer than me. I was just gonna kick him in the nads.
Don't know if we wanted an outshot.
What the fuck?
For the last time, Grandma, my name's not Jack. It's Albrecht! Give me the fucking cane!
Jesus, don't yell at me to my grandson.
Where is it? There is nothing there!
Oh, hold on, wait a minute. Let me just... Oh.
How the I'm the illusion master! How the fuck did you do that?
I'm a vegan. Ew! What the fuck?
Ew! Ew! Jesus fuck. What the hell? What the fuck? Albrecht! Why? Are those Spirit Week? Okay.
So, Morgan, you wanna share a bed? What? And, you know, it's really cold tonight. It's raining. It's thundery. You know, I don't think Rex can mind. How to make Morgan very, like, comfortable. Morgan, don't die. Morgan. Oh, you're blushing. Look at that.
Stop!
I need to do that.
Leave me alone.
Oh my god,
Whoa. Poor Morgan. Ooh, look at them nails though. Nice. Nice. Those look really realistic. I'm just looking at my own nails to compare. Damn.
Wait, what?
Riptear.
There's a joke there. Have you ever thought about going for a I don't know, do you?
Big guts.
Fight X. Cut.
Goblins are awesome.
I'm gonna rip your kneecaps off! Your kneecaps are mine! I went overboard.
Your knees are mine.
You can I will happily give you my kneecaps. There you go. Let's go!
God fucking damn it, Ari.
know is all because of yesterday.
Like, from my POV, I didn't move and everyone else slid down the ship, and I'm assuming I slipped to the
Hi, how are you?
Normal humans, when you could just be
My
the worst
fellow
possible
humans.
human.
Oh my god! Doing good. Nice hairstyle, my guy.
Bro, you got that pop.
Fucking
What the fuck is that hair, dude? He's got a pompadour.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, he can pose it.
That's who I was. That's why I put on.
Oh
Damn it. Fucking face. Hi, Cookie.
Oh god, it's the back of his hair! Wait, he's got a beard! Wait!
Like Abraham Lincoln. Hi, how are you?
Fantastic.
Oh, fuck! Tree! Oh, dear God. No!
You two set the example for your squadron. I would ask that we be careful in the future of our attendance.
Oh yeah, that's right, this is Chips.
I do not like calling students in front. If we could do that, I would appreciate. You, too, set the example for your squads and for the others. They look up to you, respect you. Bear that in mind. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a good day.
Scary.
Skewy!
She might have.
Oh no.
I assumed it was a mistake. I was busy talking. I kept talking. I'm not gonna let anyone interrupt me. Not today.
But it was really funny because that you just didn't.
Nobody can interrupt me.
Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, listen. I feel like if you saw my face, it'd be with purpose, not by accident. Let me have because well, we need to establish boundaries because you can't just sit on a homie's face.
Well,
You have to at least.
perhaps
you have to at least ask her, is the seat taken first?
holy shit!
Arbor.
Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Okay. Oh, I remember this.
I'm afraid that won't be happening. I have no time for this. I have a trip I must take. Wolves?
What?
What the fuck?
Deal with them now. Dispatch them quickly. See.
Yeah, you don't fuck with the noble.
Right. Well, good luck, I guess. I don't even know you anymore.
Ouch.
Okay. Well, unless you're here to provide some musical entertainment, you can go now.
Oh, that's all I am.
I mean, you're my brother, but I don't really want my brother to be here. It's a bit weird. Oh, don't you think?
Oh my god.
Well, aren't we more like step?
Oh, so it makes it okay, does
Hi,
it?
Chips. I'm Ellie. It's nice to meet you.
Hi, it's a pleasure. This is my brain dead sister.
Step brother, I'm so.
What the fuck is she doing?
She's get the fuck. This is all right.
Oh
she
my
wins.
god.
Ellie, she's all yours.
Oh my Jesus
Yeah,
fuck.
I'm Raleigh. Hi,
A
what's
gift
up?
is always nice, or at
What's up?
the very least, you spend time with them.
I need somebody
She's hammered.
who's not hammered and is able to fucking do medical right now.
Oh fuck! I
Medical?
mean, I can activate it.
You're drunk.
I mean, I'm drunk. I mean, I can just. I can heal.
She can
Who?
activate her magic
I can
and you can guide
activate.
her hands.
Yeah, guide my hand to the injured. Who fucked up? We're supposed to be on vacation.
Raleigh.
Ah, my Uber's here.
Is this siren
Holy shit, dude!
Make sure that
Leg!
he doesn't get served anymore.
Leg. Oh, you're listening to music. Never mind. I'm so loud. Never mind. I'm just gonna. I'm just gonna.
What is it?
Oh my god.
No, you sit down. I'm gonna go run now.
Make sure that
Hold it rolling.
Is it? I don't think that's how that works.
Is it? Is it? It's one of those other things.
Oh, there we go.
The door is open behind you.
Well, I'm just, all right. You guys. Is it?
Jesus fucking Christ, the body language.
I wanna be a goat, sorry.
He's just so good at physical comedy.
Return to goat.
Especially, I mean, that's not even a joke with you, Shan. That's not even a joke with your character, Shan.
I felt like
We
the
can't
past
just-
almost repeated itself right there. God damn.
Well, see, I thought the point was we don't resuscitate you.
Do not recess.
Kill her harder.
I mean, you'd be surprised.
Jesus fuck.
We're fucked.
I thought Victor popped into my fucking chat.
Oh, you're thinking for the 7 months! Full streak, I appreciate you! Even the gummy's green.
Why
Look.
the hell did Hal just pop into my Discord to tell me we're
Plus
fucked? I was
one.
like, it's too early for this, Hal! We haven't even started! Alright, so I hope you guys have a wonderful time tonight.
To fight many dangers out there. When I'm at the academy, you know what I want to do when I'm at the academy? You know what I want
Learn.
Learn.
Hopefully
get an
fuck shit, dude.
education.
Study. Yeah, get an education.
Graduate.
You are
Train.
not here for the right reasons.
Fuck shit up, I'm assuming, is what you want to do?
Fuck shit up.
Yep.
That's what it is.
Oh my god.
Why am I not surprised?
This is why we can't have nice things.
No.
What do you
What do you mean?
If you let some bloke like this one put his eel in your peach, you'll get puppies in your tum-tums.
Jesus fuck.
I'm gonna saunter into this conversation.
I put the eel in the peach. Like, oh my god. Jesus fuck. This is a great accent. Jesus fuck.
I am
Puppies come when dogs get married.
This is my fault.
Anyway.
Jesus fuck.
Butterfly. Oh no! Oh no! You are. They landed on my hand.
Yeah.
Wait, come back. Wait, please. Return to me. I won't. Y'all. I fucking. They're a butterfly.
Butterfly.
I hate myself playing this.
Butterfly.
This is word.
Honestly, same.
It's like a feeling. You don't have a good feeling. You don't share the same feeling as someone. You kind of like clash.
Laura does not vibe with
So
this.
you don't. Yes.
This room, this day. What is this word? Vibe.
Oh, you wish.
She's getting better at accents.
A word I was gonna say, but can't say in front of my professors.
Just wait till we're not here. I'd probably agree with you.
You can call me the D word. I was gonna call you the B word because you act like one.
Excuse me. I do not act like a female dog. Alright?
Like a beast.
You sure?
Oh,
You
he knew
sure?
what you were talking about.
A vagina. I understand.
Oh fuck. Oh my god. Oh, there's Trixie. Oh.
Vaginas. Probably.
Figuring out if you wipe front to back, probably.
Oh shit.
Well, we won't go there. That said, Nerali, I'm looking forward to watching the training.
Holy fuck.
Anime, he goes
Yeah, I miss the seasons too.
like so fast that he's just like. Oh my god! Shit! I'm so sorry. I'm so.
Conton
Conton, are you good?
Anime, he goes like so fast that he's just like. Oh my god! Shit!
That that was great.
Yeah, Gaia better bless you today.
Did you mess it up?
in here. This door is closed! This door is closed!
Locked.
No,
I unlocked
Are you finished?
By the way.
I'm just screaming.
Yeah, you scared the fuck out of me.
I've been here the whole time.
Piss myself.
I was locked in here with you.
I fucking love Ryder.
Yo, you scared me half to fucking death. I didn't even sense you. I didn't even feel you, my boy. I didn't.
That's the point of being a pinnacle and illusion.
Oh. Well, all right. Well, with that being said.
You are afraid, so I don't worry.
Frog.
Don't think. Take shit. Shit, my bad. I'm just a frog and I fucked up my song already. Here we go.
What?
I won't let you be alone. I won't let you sing.
That's genuinely fucking funny.
That are sad, that are long. Have you forgotten I am
That is a bad life choice, Soijin.
living on this shore?
Drink some water. Wabata. I don't care if it's strawberry and lime. Drink water.
No.
I mean, she could just be down
She's
there.
not
We
with
never
Victor
know.
because they're all Ignis is all in the training grounds doing Ignis stuff.
Oh, I thought they were in there.
Wait, they actually made it together?
They did it.
Are they
yeah.
all there?
I thought they
To the
would be in
training
their
grounds.
dorm.
Yeah, they're all in the training grounds doing
That
stuff.
sounds like a sight
At
to see.
once?
A first
At
in all
once?
all 3
Yeah,
years.
all of
I'm
them.
pretty sure
all
that
at
is
the same time.
legitimately the first time in 3 years they've
Do you-
all been together.
Do you want to witness
Oh
it?
my
Stark?
god.
No.
Well, I can't eat this. It's gonna make me fat.
Because all of them together means the conspiracy theory capital of the world is currently the arena.
Oh.
That's what Ignis is known for. You know, we're known for politics, they're good at
Oh.
conspiracy theories.
I don't fucking know.
It's true, but you know, we're not off base most of the time. It's just the some of the time that's embarrassing.
Can you tell me my future? Shut the fuck up, Chips!
I can if you request.
Yes. Tell me my future. Right now. Like palm reading or something?
Is it a conspiracy if it's accurate? Ah!
You're going to have a very tough time in the bathroom tonight.
It's true.
Make sure you bring
Called
extra
her Beta.
paper.
He called her Beta.
Can you tell me my future?
I fucking love Crescent.
Since I've seen you use this one.
Thank you.
Well, I can't be in the other one right now. The little one is having some issues.
You said that like you had a baby, and I was confused.
Oh, Snippers!
You did not just put your feet in my face.
So now you know how it feels, Miss Steppy.
I don't step on people.
Have you never stepped on a single
You
man?
could.
You could. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at her teeth when she fucking said that.
You never stepped on a single
You
man.
could.
God damn, bro.
Oh, yeah. No, never mind.
Bro.
That's got a deer skull for a head.
The fuck was that?
I don't know. I should be more afraid of it than I am. I think I'm just sick of this
Actually
shit
got
at this
me.
point.
Damn it.
Also, the gross feeling of dread I've had all day. Thank you.
Good night, Victor.
He's got a keyblade.
Oh.
Just from Howl, dude.
Just a fucking duck flies over and lands and is like, "Hey, I have a kid for you. It's yours, I think."
The fuck?
Yeah, I chopped it off.
Are you talking about the stork?
What is the context?
The stork delivers babies. That's the myth.
Oh, it's not a duck?
No, it's a stork.
Yeah, Star goes and delivers babies. Why you don't? That's why you don't see him on Sundays. He's out delivering those babies.
Jesus fuck.
Oh wait, I have something for you.
For me?
Oh my god.
Open wide. Wonderful. Thank you, Risa.
Oh. Oh god.
Do you need some help, sir?
I need an adult.
8.
I count as an adult.
Count as an adult. I love May so much.
How are you?
I got vanished. I got pulled. I don't know who I pissed off, but
Probably because we reside so close to the dark door.
It's right there.
I'm going in.
No! No!
Right? Wouldn't it be technically like right under here?
Yes.
Right? Yeah, right here. What's up, bitch? You ain't shit. I'll fuck you up.
Get him!
Alright, I think we intimidated it.
Perfect.
No, I think he got the message.
Dude, if he ever busts out, I'm so fucked.
Fantastic.
I got vanished.
Make you gel us.
Because I think the amount of times we
You would
have,
easily make him
I can
jealous.
count
I
on
mean,
one hand,
just
and they've
looking
always
at
been
you.
like 10 minutes long,
Dang.
and that's it.
Damn.
That's almost everyone on the academy. I think,
Them.
Damn.
Them.
Damn.
Easy to talk.
I love Flora so much.
Sure.
Them.
Bro date. Sounds like a plan.
Wonderful.
Alright,
Make you gel us.
I love Flora. Oh, you can't take it. Oh, I love her so much. So much. Oh. How long have I been going? 6 hours on the dot, pretty much. Ugh. Whew. Oh, fuck. My brain's crispy. I should probably get to sleep before I completely screw myself over for tomorrow. I'm having a lot of fun with these. I missed watching clips. And you know, because I didn't do it for a long time, I Anyway, there was a nice like backlog. So there's like a bunch of stuff that I haven't watched. I require sustenance. Come on, you gotta aim for my mouth. Guys, you gotta aim. Fine. I'll do it by myself. Okay. Too sticky candy. Oh, fuck. I mean, I guess I could go for a little longer. I probably shouldn't. I probably shouldn't, though. Okay. God, I can't choose. Who do I raid? Octo. I'm gonna get Octo. I love my boy.
Well, we can blaze kick, right?
Alright guys, I hope I made your night as much as you have made mine! Good night, my starlings, and you have a wonderful night. I will see you tomorrow for Ascension Academy.
We evolve at 40.
You all have a wonderful night!
Why did they make Shiftry so cool but so bad? Honestly, I legit think